Chapter 150, Alabasta's Wedding. Captain Riffin, don't you want to take this opportunity to take advantage of me? Karina raised her mouth and looked at Riffin with a smile on her face. How come? I'm explaining to you from a doctor's professional point of view, Miss Karina. As for my professionalism in medical education, Dr. Chopper can help me prove it. Right, Dr. Chopper. Riffin smiled and looked at Chopper, who was checking medical supplies not far away. Yes, Captain Riffin is a very good doctor. He is a role model for me to learn from. Chopper nodded emphatically. From Riffin, Chopper also learned a lot of new medical knowledge. Therefore, for Riffin, Chopper can be said to have the utmost respect. Having said that, but considering your previous personality, Captain, I really still feel a little awkward. However, if Captain can give me money, perhaps I will dispel this concern. Karina said with a chuckle. That is to say, if I give you a massage, I have to pay for it myself, right? Isn't this too damaging to my interests as a worker? Riffin shook his head and said. Having said that, if he gives a certain amount of berry and can play with Karina, Riffin is still willing in his heart. However, not waiting for Riffin to agree, Nami rushed out first, claiming that she would also like to earn berry. Karina, who is at the opposite end of Nami, naturally refuses to give in. Soon, the two argued again in front of Riffin. Edo, Captain Riffin, before you leave, can you come with me? At this time, Vivi came to Riffin's side with her head bowed and her face blushing. Riffin looked at Vivi, although he was a little puzzled, he still nodded. Nami, everyone, keep preparing. I'll go out first. After Riffin said that, he followed Vivi out of the room, and followed her along the corridor towards the main palace on the top floor. Vivi, you are not going to take me to meet your father, are you? Riffin looked at the main hall of the palace in front of him, twitched the corner of his mouth, and asked. When he was about to abduct Vivi, he didn't want to see Cobra and hear his nagging. Captain Riffin, please meet my father. In this way, he can also let me go to sea with peace of mind. Vivi blushed, raised her hand and took Riffin's hand, pushed open the door, and walked in. The door opened, and applause spread to Riffin's ears. Riffin took a closer look and found that there was already a long row of maids and guards standing on both sides of the main hall. And at the position directly in front of him was King Cobra, who looked at him and Vivi with a gentle face. Before Riffin figured out what was going on, a group of maids stepped forward and dragged Riffin and Vivi into the palace rooms, and they could still hear the words congratulations and wedding from time to time. After a while, Riffin couldn't figure out what to do. Apparently, Cobra wanted to marry him and Vivi on the spot. With the help of a group of maids, Riffin quickly put on Alabasta's unique wedding men's uniform in the cubicle. And after he came out of the cubicle, he saw Vivi, who had changed into Alabasta's wedding dress and was already standing in front of Cobra. Ha ha ha, here you are, Riffin. Seeing Riffin appearing, Cobra greeted him enthusiastically and pulled him to Vivi's side. Riffin looked at Cobra, then at Vivi, who lowered her head in front of him. So, we're going to have a wedding soon, Vivi. Hearing Riffin's words, Vivi couldn't help but bury her head lower. Haha, of course there will be a wedding. Riffin, I know you and your partner are leaving here soon. Since Vivi already has your flesh and blood, and you plan to create more babies, I won't stop Vivi from going to sea with you. I just hope that you can bring Vivi and your children back safely in the future. When the time comes, I will choose one of your children to inherit this country. Speaking of children, Cobra became more and more excited. He patted Riffin on the shoulder and continued. Originally, I wanted to hold a big wedding for you. But Vivi has already fought the Marine after all. And in terms of time, it's too late. So, let's keep things simple. Saying that, Cobra clapped his palms. Off the court, musicians immediately began to play music. Then, Riffin and Vivi simply completed the ceremony under the leadership of Cobra. Seeing Riffin and Vivi standing together hand in hand, Cobra couldn't help but burst into tears. Okay, you can kiss each other now. Cobra wiped away tears, choked up and said. Riffin raised his eyebrows, looked away from Cobra and looked at Vivi. Vivi's face turned red like an apple at this moment. But when she saw Cobra's expectant eyes, she still put her red lips in front of Riffin. Seeing this, Riffin didn't hesitate, and took on Vivi's lips. At this moment, there seemed to be hot white smoke rising from Vivi's head. Yet. Next, it's time to send you into your wedding room. Cobra was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and kept clapping his palms. "Father, we're almost leaving." With a blushing face, Vivi mustered up the courage to speak to Cobra. "This, well. Although it is a bit regrettable, I understand. Riffin, I will leave my daughter to you from now on. You have to treat her well." Cobra took a deep breath, joined Vivi's hands with Riffin's, and said solemnly. "Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Princess Vivi." Riffin took Vivi's hand and nodded heavily. Seeing Riffin's firm expression, Cobra seemed to feel a lot lighter in an instant. Without any scruples, Vivi took Riffin's hand and went back to the dressing room to change into their previous clothes, and then left the main hall. "Captain Riffin, please don't tell Nami and the others about this." Walking in the corridor, Vivi lowered her head and said softly. "Don't worry, I understand. The main thing is to put on a show in front of your father. But then again, have you thought about the future when we return to Alabasta? If at that time, the two of us had no children, what kind of expression would your father have?" Riffin smiled and looked at Vivi with interest. "No, I don't know." Stared at by Riffin's eyes, Vivi's face became even more flushed. "That's it, let's take one step at a time. But Vivi, if you ever have the idea of having a child, I can help you anytime." Riffin put his hand on Vivi's shoulder, and breathed out a stream of warm air in her ear. Vivi's body trembled, and hurriedly and shyly ran towards the room where Nami and others were. Behind, Riffin laughter came from far and wide. Hours later, Alabasta coast. Under Riffin's order, the Black Pearl set sail again and headed towards the sea quickly. Not far away, Hina led a group of marines silently watching the departure of the Black Pearl. It was not until the naked eye and telescope could not see the Black Pearl that Hina looked back. "Lieutenant Colonel Hina, Riffin has left. Should we continue to monitor?" The adjutant walked behind Hina and asked hesitantly. "No need." Hina shook her head. "Let's leave too, let's go to naval headquarters." After finishing speaking, she jumped onto the deck of the marine warship. Then she took out a denden mushi from her body, intending to report the departure of the Black Pearl pirates from Alabasta to Marshal Senghoku and Jun Vice Admiral. Some time passed. Naval headquarters, in the huge meeting room. "Senghoku-san, what's the rush? I've just finished my mission, and I haven't had time to take a good rest yet." Marine Admiral Aokiji walked into the meeting room, and his lazy voice sounded. However, after seeing that the conference room was almost full of marine executives, his eyes immediately became more serious. Reminiscent of what Senghoku said through the denden mushi earlier, Aokiji immediately realized that something big could happen this time. Especially after he entered the meeting room to find his own position, another Marine Admiral Akainu who had just completed the task also followed into the meeting room. "Everyone is almost here, let's start the meeting next." Although there are many people here who already know what the meeting will discuss. But Kyuzan and Sakazuki just came back, so let's recap. The content to be discussed in this meeting is Shishibukai Crocodile, Black Pearl Pirates, Golden Lion Pirates, and the ancient weapon Pluton. Senghoku rested his hands on his chin, looking extremely serious. When Kyuzan and Sakazuki heard Senghoku's words, they immediately frowned. As Senghoku quickly described what happened on Alabasta, the faces of the two marine admirals became more and more serious. That Riffin did such a big thing in Alabasta again. Has Crocodile been killed yet? Kyuzan frowned and whispered. Humph. Golden Lion pirates have also appeared. It also caused Jun to fail to capture the Black Pearl pirates. That bastard, he has to be impelled down again. Akainu snorted coldly and spoke. The old man thinks that we should catch Riffin and his party more than Shiki. That man is really too strange. A person can use the power of two kinds of devil fruit, but one of the powers of the fruit, that Nami also masters. And apart from his fruit ability, that man is quite formidable in close combat and haki. He's worth keeping a close eye on. Zephyr said with a serious face. It is no exaggeration to say that for him who pay attention to physical ability, Riffin's physical skills and haki attract more attention. It's really scary, his devil fruit ability is already weird enough. Even his hand-to-hand combat and haki are very strong. And he can still use the technique that only the Titans can use, and even used this move to repel Shiki. According to Jun's report, Shiki was also surprised by Riffin's original strength, and even said that Riffin's armament haki can do things like emission. Zephyr-sensei is right, we should give priority to capturing Riffin and his party. As long as he is caught, why he can share Thunder Fruit with Nami will be explained. Kizaru said while clipping his fingernails. That guy is really strange. Tsuru, why do you think Riffin can use 2 abilities? Do you have a guess? Garp looked at Tsuru beside him and asked curiously. Perhaps, that man doesn't have dual devil fruit power at all. Maybe his devil fruit is a devil fruit that can copy and store other people's abilities. Jun, you fought and talked with Riffin at close quarters, what do you think? Tsuru rested her chin on one hand and looked at Jun on the other side and asked. It's not impossible, sister. I thought about it during this time, when Riffin talked to me under the pseudonym Rise. I obviously checked his face carefully and came to the conclusion that he wasn't wearing makeup or a mask. Thinking about it now, the ability that man used at that time was very similar to the Baroque work agent MR2 we once captured. I wonder if Riffin also copied and stored MR2's devil fruit power. Jun narrowed her eyes and offered her thoughts. So, that guy claimed to have made a deal with us. It's not really about getting revenge on the members of Baroque works, but want to copy their power. Then he take Crocodile's body, maybe he also had the idea of copying the power of sand fruit. Kuzan frowned, feeling that Riffin was getting more and more troublesome. If this is the case, this Riffin must be dealt with quickly. If he's given too much time to grow, he's going to grow to a pretty tricky level. Zephyr said with a serious face. But Teacher Zephyr, even if Riffin's ability is to copy and store other people's devil fruit power. But there must be a limit, right? If it is possible to copy and store other people's devil fruit infinitely, it is impossible for such devil fruit not to be recorded in the devil fruit illustration book. Kizaru tilted his head and raised his doubts. Perhaps, it's because this devil fruit is too special. That's why it was not recorded in the devil fruit illustrated book. It's also possible. In fact, this fruit is the devil fruit in the devil fruit illustration book. It's just because no one has brought its power to the level of Riffin before, so it didn't catch our attention. Tsuru said solemnly. Is it the awakened power of devil fruit? Senghoku frowned and muttered. Chapter 151, Biohazard at Naval Headquarters. No matter what ability that man has, his strength alone is limited. The battle between Jun, Golden Lion, and him can prove this point. As long as we catch him, it doesn't matter what ability he possesses. Given how dangerous Riffin and the crew of the Black Pearl Pirates are, the Marine and the world government have issued a new bounty for the Black Pearl Pirates and distributed it worldwide through newsbirds. Additionally, the world government has credited Hina and Jun for their involvement in the crocodile incident, which has been reported in the newspapers. Kuzan, Sakazuki, you two came late, you can take a look for now. Senghoku said, and passed the 2 newspapers with the reward order to Kuzan and Sakazuki. Former member of Baroque work, now the main force of the Black Pearl Pirates, offering a reward of 300 million berry. Proficient in Conqueror's Haki, and Master Marine 6 styles, can even use the 6 Kings gun to break through the walls that the Golden Lion uses abilities to build. There are not many people in the Marine and world governments who can use the 6 Kings gun. Such a girl can indeed deserve 300 million berry reward. Kuzan looked at Makita's reward order, sighed, and then flipped to Nico Robin's reward order. Looking at the brand new photos on Robin's bounty, Kuzan couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This woman, her image has changed a lot. Her reward of 80 million berry didn't change, but her image changed so much. Kuzan sighed. At this moment, Marine still doesn't know that Crocodile is not actually defeated by Riffin. Instead, Robin led Ada and Vivi to defeat him. Otherwise, Robin's bounty will only be higher. Cat Burglar Nami, suspected of Thunder Devil Fruit ability user, and her ability is not weak, the bounty is 230 million berry. If this woman is really a Thunder Fruit Devil Fruit user, she is worthy of this reward. Nojiko, she can fight against Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral for a short period of time without losing. And can also use Heikoku, which is suspected to be a Titan technique. She really is a woman with potential, but I think 80 million berry is too low for her, but since it's her first time, it should be fine. Tony Chopper, which is suspected of being a pet, can show the strange power and speed that can rival Jun after transforming. This is, even a suspected pet guy can get 100 million berry. Kuzan looked at the reward order, newspapers, and related reports and kept sighing. Afterwards, his eyes flicked over the bounty orders of Karina, who was offered a reward of 30 million berry by Marine, Jewelry Bonnie, who was offered a reward of 43 million berry, and Ada Wong, who was offered a reward of 20 million berry. After that, his eyes was on Vivi, who offered a reward of 20 million berry and only live. A princess pirate who was kidnapped by the Black Pearl pirates. Senghoku-san, is this explanation given by Alabasta reliable? Kyuzan put down the reward order and looked at Senghoku suspiciously. Regardless of whether it is reliable or not, it cannot change her identity as a princess. Alabasta is another member of the world government, so we need to give them this much of respect. Senghoku said solemnly, then picked up Riffin's reward order and displayed it in front of everyone. The captain of the Black Pearl Pirates, Black Mist Riffin, offers a reward of 1 billion berry. Although this guy's bounty has doubled. However, he is known for his devil fruit ability and power uses such as haki etc. His crew also have many good players with potentials. This man deserves a reward of 1 billion berry. If you encounter this man in the future, everyone must take it seriously. Senghoku said in a deep voice. Hearing Senghoku's words, everyone nodded seriously. At this moment, there was a hasty knock on the door outside the office. What's wrong? Senghoku frowned, and looked in the direction of the door suspiciously. After Senghoku's voice fell, the door was quickly pushed open, and what appeared in front of everyone was a soldier with bite marks all over his body. Marshal Senghoku, something is amiss. The wounded soldiers brought in by Vice Admiral Jun are behaving strangely. They've started to explode and attack anyone in sight. Numerous individuals have been inadvertently bitten by them. What's even more alarming is that some fresh recruits and weaker sailors, who were bitten, are now experiencing the same symptoms as the wounded soldiers. At this point, many people have URG. The soldier who is reporting what he knows to Senghoku and others, suddenly, his expression froze, and he began to vomit. Are you okay? A marine general who was closer came over strangely, and put his hand on the shoulder of the soldier. Unexpectedly, the soldier's face suddenly became ferocious, and he directly slammed into the general's arm. The tingling sensation in his hand made the general's eyes widen, and subconsciously punched the soldier away. Such a scene made Senghoku, Sakazuki and others frowned, and looked at the soldier who was blown out. The soldier stood up unsteadily, and his face was once again displayed in front of everyone. The difference from before is that the soldier at this moment is like a dead person, without human emotions. What is even more frightening is that his body began to rot at a high speed, and his fingers continued to fall off from his body. This situation, could it be? Maynard exclaimed, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Damn, isn't this similar to those monsters brought by the Golden Lion? Could it be that the physical conditions of those monsters are still contagious? Vice Admiral Bastille stood up in shock. Jun, who also participated in the Alabasta operation, did not speak, but her entire face was completely gloomy. Frozen time capsule. Just when the soldier who became a zombie opened his mouth again and rushed towards General ferociously. Marine Admiral Kyuzan made a sudden move, directly freezing the sailor with ice. Everyone, I'll go and see the situation first. After leaving a word, Kyuzan quickly rushed out of the office, heading towards the place where the wounded soldiers and recruits are. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru also turned into a laser and left the office in an instant. Let's go take a look too. After Senghoku said it, everyone followed Kyuzan and Kizaru and left the office. Senghoku, Garp, and Jun are all fast players. Even though Kyuzan and Kizaru were one step behind, they arrived at their destination without spending too much time. And the situation that imprinted in their eyes made them overwhelmed. With the wounded barracks as the center, a large number of soldiers turned into zombie-like monsters, crazily biting and attacking the surrounding living creatures, even ordinary chickens and ducks. Among them, many have been frozen by Kyuzan with cold air. Borsellino also sighed while kicking a sailor away from time to time. Damn, how could this happen? Jun's eyes widened, her voice trembling with anger. After seeing the situation in front of her with her own eyes, she immediately connected the situation of the sailors in front of her with the zombie monster that the Golden Lion threw at them in Alabasta. It can be said that, except for the difference in physique, the situation of the soldiers in front of them is exactly the same as those zombie monsters. Kyuzan, completely freeze them first. Senghoku frowned and gave the order on the spot. Understood, Senghoku-san. Kyuzan has long wanted to do this, and now has orders from Senghoku, who is marshal. Naturally, he didn't hold back his hands, and soon, all the soldiers who turned into zombies were frozen. Jun, now is not the time to be sad. The most important thing is to investigate things clearly. Tsuru said to Jun, and then stepped forward to investigate carefully. Jun took a deep breath, and after calming down a little, she followed, intending to take a good look at the frozen soldiers. Because this incident almost attracted all the marine executives. So the speed of investigation is very fast. It didn't take long for a medical soldier to come to Senghoku, Kuzan, Jun and other marine executives with a report. Marshal Senghoku, we have roughly understood the relevant situation. Those soldiers who came back from Alabasta should have accumulated something like a zombie virus in a storybook. Those viruses grow, spread, and eventually mature into the wounded soldier's body. After the mature outbreak, they will become zombies. And when they become zombies and attack other people, this virus will also enter other people's bodies. Perhaps it is because these viruses derived from zombie beasts have adapted and grown in the human body. So soldiers who are newly exposed to the zombie virus will soon develop corresponding symptoms and quickly become zombies. The medic spoke in a trembling voice. It was the first time he encountered such a situation after practicing medicine for so long. He was even worried about whether he would become a zombie. I've also been injured by a zombie beast, why am I fine? And he was bitten by a zombie soldier before, he's also fine. Maynard took a step forward, pointing to General Marine who was bitten by the soldier in the conference room earlier and said, "Well, we guess that the zombie virus may not be very effective on people with strong physical fitness. However, the data we have is still too little, and we need to study it carefully." The medical soldier looked at Maynard with some fear, as if he was afraid that he would suddenly turn into a zombie. Maynard noticed the medical soldier's eyes, and his unattractive look became even uglier. "Maynard, you will be checked later. No matter what, you can't do anything. The number of people who have turned into zombies this time has exceeded 20,000, and almost all recruits are gone. As for being injured by zombies, there are about 5,000 people with high fever symptoms. There are about 1,000 people who are asymptomatic. Marine has lost a lot, and the Vice Admiral like you can't have any more problems." Senghoku turned his head to look at Maynard, and said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Maynard nodded heavily. He is also quite familiar with the situation. So he naturally know what he should do and what he shouldn't do. That bastard Shiki, disappeared for so many years. As soon as it came out, he made such a thing. Senghoku, we need to restore that bastard bounty. There is also William, the scientist next to Shiki mentioned by Jun, who also needs to offer a reward. Tsuru added. I know. I will never forgive that lunatic. Senghoku clenched his fists and said angrily. Among all the Marines, he can be said to be the most vexed person. The recruits recruited in the past year have been completely zombified, which can be said to have a serious impact on Marine in the next year. Thinking of this, he wondered why he hadn't directly executed that bastard Shiki like Roger. Marshal Senghoku, there is one thing I need to tell you. At this time, Jun walked up to Senghoku very seriously, and looked at the medical soldiers beside him. Senghoku understood what Jun meant, and immediately asked the medic to leave to go about his own business. Tell me, Jun, what happened? Senghoku said in a deep voice. Actually, in Alabasta, Jewelry Bonnie was also attacked by zombies beasts and got bitten. And I remember that her body also reacted from the virus. Chopper, who is suspected to be the ship's doctor of the Black Pearl Pirates, has been treating that woman. Marshal, as you know, that Bonnie is that guy's daughter. If something happened to her, that man might run away. Jun said very seriously. Senghoku frowned even more when he heard that. He naturally knew that that man that Jun was talking about was Tyrant Kuma, and he also knew that it would have very bad consequences if Kuma went berserk. Chapter 152, Blackbeard's Shishibukai Plan +1. According to Hina's report, Riffin and his group left Alabasta smoothly. Perhaps that woman was not affected by the zombie virus. That woman's strength is not weak. Even if the virus is effective for her, if the treatment is timely, there should be no problem. At this time, Tsuru suddenly spoke. Tsuru, you are right, this is what I think too. By the way, she should be arriving at Naval headquarters at this time. Senghoku nodded and spoke. As soon as Senghoku's voice fell, there was a rush of footsteps not far away. Everyone looked back, and it was Hina who came. Marshal, everyone, what happened here? Hina took a few steps forward, looking at the frozen zombies, her beautiful eyes widened to the maximum. I tell you, Hina. Jun opened her mouth and briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. The more Hina listened, the more surprised she became. Could it be that Riffin's caution is because of this? That man already knew. Hina muttered to herself, and couldn't help thinking about what he said when she parted with Riffin. Hina, you mean, Riffin knew that something like this might happen at Naval headquarters. Senghoku quickly walked up to Hina and asked quickly. Riffin didn't say anything specifically to Hina at the time. He just tell Hina to be careful. By the way, before Hina left, he even injected Hina with a strange potion. And said it can protect Hina. He even said that if Hina needs it, he can use the Denden Mushi left by Jun Vice Admiral to contact him. Hina looked at Jun and said. It seems that man has already cleared up the virus through that woman Bonnie. Senghoku, maybe we should try to contact that man. There are many people who are infected but not turned into zombies, we can't just watch them turn into the living dead. Tsuru suggested. I know, Tsuru. I'm just worried if that man wants to talk to me. Senghoku sighed, you know, he had breached the contract with Riffin twice in a row. No matter what, you have to try it. If we can't get to understand how to prevent the zombie virus, in the future we may lose recruits because of the virus made by Golden Lion. Senghoku, we can do both. Have someone take some infected and zombified soldiers to the Marine Research Unit. See if those scientists can decipher the virus. On the other hand, we also want to see if we can get an antidote from Riffin. Zephyr spoke. Okay, that's only we can do. Borsellino, I will leave it to you to take some people to the Scientific Research Unit. I'm going to try to contact that man Riffin. Hina, you come too. I hope you can tell me about what that man said and did to you. I wanted to get to know that man well enough to find the safest way to talk to him. I also need to call all the Shishibukai to discuss the new appointment of a new Shishibukai which is troublesome. That Riffin, and Shiki, actually made so many things. Senghoku complained, then turned and walked towards the conference room. He didn't even notice that Hina's fair face flushed a little because of his words. Should I also say about our relationship? Meanwhile, the other side. New World, Dressrosa. Billionberry. Is Marine an idiot? Why did that man bounty increase again? Doflamingo held the reward order for Riffin in the latest newspaper, and frowned tightly. Not only Riffin, Makita, and Nami who once caused Virgo to lose an arm also have a new bounty. 300 million berry and 230 million berry, Doffy, the Black Pearl pirates may not be as simple as we imagined. Diamante, one of the top cotters of the Don Quixote family, came close to Doflamingo and said with a serious face. Doflamingo nodded slightly, and looked gloomily at the reward orders of all members of the Black Pearl pirates. Afterwards, he carefully read the information revealed by Marine in the newspaper. Riffin attainment in armament haki already so high. And his mysterious devil fruit ability. This guy is indeed not simple. Doflamingo muttered to himself, and couldn't help thinking about the probability of success in finding Riffin to avenge Virgo. At this moment, the Denden Mushi beside him suddenly sounded. Doflamingo frowned, raised his hand and picked up the call. Young master, I have important information to tell you. The Golden Lion pirates have some kind of virus that can turn people into zombies. Now, in the morning, Marine recruits are turning into zombified individuals. If possible, I suggest that young master try to find Golden Lion and get that virus. Opposite the Denden Mushi, Virgo said quickly and solemnly. And quickly told the details about the Black Pearl pirates led by Riffin, the Marine troops led by Jun, and the Golden Lion pirates led by Golden Lion Shiki that were not disclosed in the newspaper. After that, in order not to be monitored by Marine, Virgo immediately hung up the call. Is the zombie virus really an interesting thing? Sure enough, we need to find that guy. The former legendary pirate, I hope his temper is not too bad, phew. Doflamingo smiled, and turned his attention to the news about Marine defeating Crocodile in the newspaper. Phew, what a hypocritical Marine. Crocodile was clearly killed by the Black Pearl pirates. Marine actually put all the credit on their own people. Just as Doflamingo laughed at Marine's actions, another Denden Mushi rang. Marine's call? Is it because of Crocodile that they are calling at this time? Doflamingo frowned, raised his hand and picked up the Denden Mushi. The next moment, the voice of the Marine communications soldier rang across the call. Shishibukai Doflamingo, please come to Marine at noon on the 20th to discuss matters concerning Crocodile and the new Shishibukai. Hearing this, Doflamingo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Phew, a new Shishibukai, it's really interesting. Maybe I can take this opportunity to see those zombies. New World, Cake Island. Mamama, did that guy appeared again? In the first half of the Grand Line, something really interesting happened. Charlotte Linlin, who read the latest newspaper, laughed happily. Among the Big Mom pirates, some of the younger crew members looked a little confused when they saw Big Mom performance. The same is true for Koharu Momika, who is one of the Reincarnators. Fortunately, someone raised doubts to Linlin for her. Mom, is that Golden Lion an amazing pirate? Charlotte Snack, one of the 4 generals, asked. Mamama, that man was an amazing pirate back then. It's just that man disappeared in this sea for a long time. Even Marine thought he was dead, so they revoked his bounty. Once upon a time, he and I belonged to the same pirate group, Mamama. Charlotte Linlin laughed cheerfully. Perhaps because of seeing the appearance of old acquaintances, she seems to be more talkative than usual at the moment. What? Mom, you were once part of the same pirate group as Golden Lion. Charlotte Snack's eyes widened. Koharu Momika looked at Linlin and Snack in shock. She never thought that there is such a relationship between Golden Lion and Big Mom. Not only that, the pirates who are now famous, Kaido, and Whitebeard were all members of the same pirate group. At that time, Golden Lion was already very powerful, as strong as Whitebeard. Compared to Golden Lion and Whitebeard at that time, I was still a little far away. That guy Kaido is even more of a rookie pirate. However, I didn't think this guy to reappeared, and they said he chose to retreat and escape in the end. Marine must have posted fake news again. Linlin shook her head, put down the newspaper in hand, and then picked up the reward order for members of the Black Pearl Pirates. What? Mom, Whitebeard and Kaido is also from the same pirate group. A few seconds after Linlin's words, the members of the Big Mom pirate group were silent for a while in shock, and then burst into a burst of exclamation. Riffin was able to face Golden Lion without incident, and even obtain a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Doesn't this mean that his strength has reached an exaggerated level? Momika swallowed, the shock in her heart had reached a rather exaggerated level. Mom, Marine may release fake news about the Golden Lion. But Marine's reward for Riffin and his party should have some reason. That Riffin is now offering a reward of 1 billion berry, will he really be willing to join our pirates? After being surprised, Charlotte Snack frowned and raised his doubts to Linlin. Mamama, none of the people I like can escape my grasp. The stronger that man is, the more attractive he is to me. However, if he really has the strength of 1 billion berry, ordinary women may not be worthy of him. Perhaps we can arrange a marriage between him and Smoothie. Mamama, I can't wait to meet him. Linlin looked at the photo on Riffin's bounty of 1 billion berry, with one hand of lightning and one hand of darkness, and laughed happily. Like Linlin, the other 4 emperors fell into a state of astonishment after reading the latest news. For them, both the appearance of the Golden Lion and the reward order of the Black Pearl Pirates were enough to surprise them. At this moment, the 4 emperors began to vaguely feel that this sea was about to fall into riots again. Zhahaha, Riffin, you did a good job. He actually got a reward of 1 billion berry. And still undefeated in the battle with Golden Lion. The downfall of Crocodile should also be related to this him. Blackbeard Teach put down the newspaper in his hand and said with a laugh. A reward of 1 billion berry. Captain Teach, is that Riffin you're talking about? Ethan was wiping the sniper rifle in his hand. When he heard what Blackbeard said, he immediately looked over in surprise. Yeah, that guy is really amazing now. Blackbeard laughed, and handed both the newspaper and the reward order to Ethan. After Ethan took the newspaper, he quickly read it. Soon, Ethan's face became extremely gloomy. Although the content in the newspaper pushed most of the credit for the fight against the Golden Lion to Marine, especially exaggerated the strength of Jun. Only a small portion of the content shows the power of Riffin and his companions, confirming the true extent of Riffin's gang's new bounty. However, as long as they are a smart person, they will not ignore the power of Riffin. If Jun's power is really that strong, how could she not choose to arrest Riffin and his party after the Golden Lion retreated? She didn't choose to do this, most likely because of the strength of Riffin and his party, and felt that her success rate of defeating Riffin and his crew was very low. At this moment, Ethan suddenly thought of William, who had stopped speaking on the interface of the Reincarnator's exchange group some time ago. That guy, did he really fail? Ethan thought to himself. Let's go, Ethan, everyone, it's time for us to act. Blackbeard stood up, and said loudly, spreading his hands. Captain, are we going somewhere? Ethan came back to his senses after hearing Teach's words, and quickly asked. Zhahaha, Crocodile is dead. There's just one vacant spot for Shishibukai. If we give ace to Marine, they will definitely give me the position of Shishibukai. The 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the son of Roger the Pirate King, it is impossible for Marine not to want ace, Zehahaha. The corner of Teach's mouth raised, he laughed and looked at the bound ace. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates also laughed when they heard Blackbeard's laughter. They all know that once Teach's plan is officially launched, what awaits them is an opportunity to become famous. Ethan tightly grasped Riffin's reward order, his eyes were firm. Riffin, just wait. As long as Teach's plan succeeds, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Ethan thought to himself. Chapter 153, Marine asking Riffin for help. Sea Captain was defeated. That's Captain Foxy, how could he be defeated so easily? Wait, the woman who defeated Captain Foxy is Nami, who have a reward of 230 million Baileys. Nami with a reward of 230 million? They are the Black Pearl Pirates. Oh my god, then that is the great pirate Riffin who have a reward of 1 billion Baileys. On Long Island, all the pirates looked at Foxy, who was knocked unconscious by the lightning, in horror, and then looked at Riffin and his party in horror. After recognizing the identity of Riffin and others, they all regretted why they came to play a pirate game with Riffin and his group. A reward of 230 million Baileys. I'm very interested in what you said. You have newspapers and reward orders about us, right? Can you hand it over for me to see? Suddenly, a strange female voice came from among the Foxy pirates. Everyone followed the sound and found Karina, who slowly revealing her own figure from the transparent state. Such a scene made the timid pirates swallow their saliva, and someone immediately took out the newspaper and handed it to Karina. After Karina got the newspaper and the reward order, she looked through it first. Then she ran towards Riffin and the others excitedly. When the Foxy pirates saw Karina ignoring them, they naturally turned around and ran away, fearing that they would be killed by Riffin if they ran a little slower. Everyone, the latest news and Marine's latest bounty for our Black Pearl Pirates has come down. Nami, congratulations, you are now a great pirate with a reward of 230 million Baileys. In this way, if I hand you over to Marine later, they can give me a huge bounty. Karina said while running towards Nami, Riffin, and others. What? A reward of 230 million Baileys. Nami's eyes widened, and she immediately accepted the reward order from Karina. After seeing the series of numbers on her reward order, she burst into tears. Damn it, there is such a high reward order. I knew there would be a huge bounty for displaying the thunder fruit. Even I want to trade myself to Marine for Bailey. Nami muttered to herself, with an aggrieved look on her face. Nojiko hurried over to comfort her. Nami was offered a reward of 230 million Baileys. Isn't that higher than me? Makita's eyes widened, and she looked at Nami unhappily. As a loyal supporter of Riffin and the first crew member, she doesn't want anyone to have a higher bounty than her. Except for Riffin, of course. Hehe, don't worry, Makita. You have a reward of 300 million Baileys. And everyone has a new reward this time. Karina handed over the reward orders of each member of the Black Pearl Pirates to the corresponding members with a smile on her face. 300 million? Great! Captain Riffin, look! It's 300 million Baileys. Makita held the reward order in both hands, and said to Riffin, who had just snatched the fruit of slow from Foxy's body, asking for credit. Nice job, Makita. Keep working hard, I believe you can get a higher bounty. Riffin stroked Makita's golden hair and said with a smile. Makita is different now than when she fought Marine last time. Now Makita has mastered the power of Conqueror's Entanglement. Riffin thinks, wait until Makita shows the power of Conqueror's Entanglement. Marine probably has to offer her a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Captain Riffin, look, I also have a reward of 100 million Baileys. Doctrine will be very happy when she sees it. Chopper happily ran over with his reward order. 100 million Baileys, that's amazing, Chopper. Riffin smiled gratified. At the same time, Riffin couldn't help sighing in his heart. Fortunately, this time, Chopper didn't just get a little Bailey's bounty like in the original. If Chopper can only get a little reward after fighting Jun, Riffin has to wonder if there is something wrong with Marine's brain. Marine took the credit for killing Crocodile this time. At the same time, they don't know that it was me, Vivi and Ada who defeated Crocodile. So we didn't give us much reward. After reading the newspaper, Robin said with a smile. Hehe, with Robin's current ability, it will be a matter of time before you get a high reward. I'm looking forward to the reward you will get later. Riffin turned to Robin and smiled. The current Robin has been able to display such a powerful skill as demon form. After she demonstrates such ability, Marine will definitely offer her a corresponding reward. Even, Riffin wants to try to teach Robin Fishman karate like Koala in the original book. In this way, Robin's strength may also rise to a higher level. Let's go, everyone. It's over here. It's almost time for us to go to the capital of Seven Waters. After Riffin put the slow fruit into the inventory, he led the crowd towards the Black Pearl docked on the coast. Originally, Riffin thought that he might meet Aokiji in Long Island, but looking at the current situation, Aokiji may have been affected by the butterfly effect and cannot appear here. In this regard, Riffin also expressed his understanding. After all, it is impossible for Senghoku not to hold a high-level meeting after such a big event happened in Alabasta. I don't know if there is a biochemical crisis in Marine. If it breaks out, it should be almost time for Senghoku to call. Just when Riffin was thinking this way, the denden mushi left by Jun on his body suddenly rang. Riffin raised his eyebrows, and after explaining that everyone continued to prepare for the voyage, he came to the captain's room with a denden mushi. This is Riffin, what's the matter, Marshal Senghoku? Riffin sat casually on his chair and said with a smile on his face. Senghoku on the opposite side of the denden mushi was silent for a while when he heard Riffin's voice, and then said. You knew it would be me talking to you, Riffin. Hehe, besides you, I can't think of anyone who will call me. Senghoku, is the situation of Naval Headquarters still optimistic? You really know the corresponding situation, Riffin? Did you inject Hina with a medicine that can resist the virus? Of course I know, after all, one of my companion also got bitten. As for whether the potion on Hina's body can resist zombification, my answer is yes. Hearing Riffin's words, Senghoku was silent again. After a moment, he went on to ask. Tell me your conditions, Riffin, how can you give us the potion? Marshal Senghoku is trying to make a deal with me? But, if I remember correctly, you have already breached the contract twice. I know. So as long as you are willing to treat our sailors, we are willing to pay double the price. Hehe, it's really an understatement. But anyway, as long as Marine can make me a Shishibukai, I can agree to your request. Shishibukai? Impossible. Riffin, you should know that it is impossible for you to be a Shishibukai. How could it be impossible? Now that crocodile is no longer in this word, and now my name is big enough, I should have met the conditions to become a Shishibukai. Riffin, you have Nico Robin, and that alone makes it impossible for us to make you a Shishibukai, unless you can give Robin to us. Hehe, you really dare to say it. If that's the case, then you can watch your sailors continue to turn into zombies. After Riffin finished speaking, he hung up the call directly. Naval Headquarters, Senghoku looked at the denden mushi that was hung up, and his brows were tightly knit together. After a while, he shook his head and looked at Marine's think tank, Great Staff Officer Tsuru. Tsuru, what do you think of Riffin's request? Hearing this, Tsuru thought for a while and said. It's impossible to get Riffin to hand over Robin. As for making Riffin a Shishibukai, I don't think it's impossible. With his current strength, if he becomes Shishibukai, he may be able to deter some pirates in the sea. Moreover, we also need the formula in Riffin's hands to defend against the possible actions of Shiki. As for Riffin becoming Shishibukai, if he does something outrageous, we can also find an excuse to deprive him of the title of Shishibukai. Of course, for all of this, we still need to ask the world government for their opinions. Senghoku, you can try asking the 5 elders for their opinion. Senghoku sighed when he heard Tsuru's words. Judging from the 5 elders' situation, it is absolutely impossible for them to agree to Riffin becoming Shishibukai. Having said that, Senghoku called the 5 elders and spoke out about Riffin wanting to be Shishibukai. What a joke, how could Riffin become Shishibukai? The bald, curly-bearded elder rejected Senghoku's proposal without hesitation for a second. However, those sailors infected by the zombie virus, as well as the zombie virus that Shiki may spread in the future, need to be on guard. Senghoku resisted the pressure and spoke. Humph, isn't it just a zombie virus? We have the best scientists in the world. Since Riffin can develop a drug against the virus, then we can also study it. Leave this matter to Vegapunk. The bald, curly-bearded elder stopped talking to Senghoku and hung up the call directly. Seeing this scene, Senghoku let out a long sigh. Sure enough, that would be the answer. Senghoku said. In this case, let Vegapunk study it as soon as possible. My washing fruit seems to be able to delay the onset of the virus. Those sailors who have not turned into zombies, I will find a way to control them. As for Riffin, you don't have to reject him yet. If there is a turning point in the future, he can still be made Shishibukai. Tsuru said. Senghoku nodded at that. If possible, he does not want such a turnaround to occur. Because once such a turning point occurs, it means that Marine may be forced to make Riffin a Shishibukai. And that level is definitely the level that Marine paid a considerable price. Sigh, now, that's the only way to do it. Senghoku nodded slightly, and dialed the number to Riffin again. But this time, the call has been waiting for more than 20 minutes, and it was not connected until Senghoku thought that Riffin had thrown away the Den Mushi. Yo, Senghoku, what's the matter? On the opposite side of the Den Mushi, Riffin's mocking voice came over. Riffin, regarding Shishibukai, we need to discuss it with the world government first. I hope you can give us some time. The Den Mushi, I hope you can keep it. Senghoku took a deep breath, tried his best to calm Riffin's slightly irritable mood after not answering the phone for a long time, and then spoke to Riffin. You think I'm idiot? Aren't you just waiting for your scientists to develop the medicine? Or, are you waiting until you catch that Shiki, and get the formula from the scientist on his side? In that case, you don't have to promise me to become a Shishibukai. On the Black Pearl, Riffin nodded to Nojiko who came in through the door, and said to Senghoku on the opposite side of the Den Mushi. Hearing this, Senghoku couldn't help falling into silence. Fortunately, Riffin didn't make it difficult for him. Forget it, I'll wait for a while. I hope you will not regret this wasted time you make. After Riffin finished speaking, he raised his hand and hung up the call, and turned to look at Nojiko who was taking off her clothes alluringly. Now he has more important things to do. Riffin, are we really going to do it here? Nojiko looked at Robin at the side, and said shyly. Chapter 154, Inducing Shiki to continue to infect Marine. The Black Pearl Library. Nojiko looked shyly at Robin. Although she have been peeped by Robin many times, but it is the first time to be asked by Riffin to do it in front of her. Therefore, no matter how open Nojiko was, she still seemed a little shy. It's okay, Robin won't care, right? Riffin smiled and looked at Robin with interest. Naturally, he didn't just ask Nojiko to play in Robin's library. Since Robin wants to play the game of who can't bear it first with him, he will naturally try to make Robin unable to bear it any longer. Hehe, you can do whatever you want, I'll just read and appreciate it on the sidelines. Robin waved her hand and looked at Nojiko and Riffin with interest and said. Seeing that Robin said so, Nojiko breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Riffin, who would you like to order to help you relax today? Nojiko chuckled twice, sat next to Riffin, raised her left hand and put it next to her face, as if preparing to use her clone devil fruit. Well, why not just use Robin's appearance? Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and said without hesitation. Nojiko twitched the corners of her mouth, but she nodded after seeing Riffin's serious expression. And use clone fruit to become Robin after gaining future power. Nojiko, can you become Robin before she get her power of the future? After looking up and down at Nojiko's current appearance, Riffin said hesitantly. Hey? Why? Nojiko blinked and asked suspiciously. I think it's because Captain Riffin didn't want to have sex with my current appearance. Robin covered her mouth and said with a chuckle. That's right, this can be regarded as leaving a little sense of expectation. Riffin smiled and nodded. However, in this case, you may have to wait for a long time. Robin laughed. Who knows, maybe you won't be able to bear it today. By the way, can I trouble you to use flower fruit to create a Robin to accompany me later? Riffin added. So that's your purpose, Riffin. That way, you can have a tan and white Robin. Nojiko shook her head, and raised her hand to use clone fruit to use the previous Robin's data. Robin also sighed lightly, using the power of flower fruit to transform into a fair version of herself. You've misunderstood me, Nojiko. I really intend to save this first opportunity for Robin. After all, I have already experienced tan Robins first with your clone fruit. So I have to try something different. Riffin raised his hands to caress the hair of Nojiko and Robin respectively, and said with a light smile. So, after all, it's for your own satisfaction. Nojiko looked up at the fair-skinned Robin's face, gave Riffin a strange look, and pushed him to the sofa beside her. Just when Riffin wanted to close his eyes and enjoy it, the reminder of copy space suddenly sounded in his mind. Riffin, your bounty has reached 1 billion Baileys, and it has been widely circulated. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, the first Reincarnator with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, a special reward of the captain of the No. 1 subordinate fleet grants permission, the captain of the No. 2 subordinate fleet grants permission, and the advanced armament Haki awakening scroll. Remarks: you are already a big pirate known in the sea, and you can already set up your own big fleet. Defeat the captains of other pirate groups, and if they are convinced by you, you can incorporate their pirate groups. Subordinate fleet. Is this asking me to set up a large fleet? There is such a reward. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Riffin bounced off the sofa directly. When he watched the One Piece and saw the force of the 4 emperors in his previous life, Riffin naturally knows the necessity of setting up a large fleet. It can be said that every big pirate on the sea has its own subordinate pirate group. Especially the big pirate group like 4 emperors. Riffin also understands that in order to fight against the 4 emperors, and even the marine and world government, it may not be enough to rely solely on the strength of one pirate group. Even if he can defeat the 4 emperors in a short period of time, his situation will not be optimistic without the help of the subordinate pirates to guard his future site. He also thought that one day in the future, he would accept several subordinate pirate groups. It's just that he never thought that the copy space would directly give the position status of a subordinate pirate group. Like the crew on the Black Pearl, becoming the captain of the subordinate pirate group will also have the status of a position. This also means that Riffin can also use the props given by the copy space to help them strengthen their crew. As long as he has points, Riffin can guarantee that the captains of the subordinate fleets will not be too weak. As for the issue of loyalty, Riffin doesn't have to worry about it. Knowing the plot of the original novel, he can choose those who will not betray him for any reason even if he has not seen each other for a long time as the captain of the subordinate fleet. Captain Riffin, what's wrong? Robin was preparing to watch the big show with great interest. When she suddenly saw Riffin's actions, she couldn't help asking with some doubts. Haha, it's just something happened suddenly. Robin, come here. Riffin, who was happy, said and beckoned Robin with a smile. Don't tell me you want to attack me now? What, Captain Riffin can't help but use tough methods against me now. Robin chuckled twice, and walked over. Riffin smiled, but did not answer, but when Robin came to him, he raised his hand and touched the pirate tattoo on his body. Riffin, you use the advanced armament Haki awakening scroll on Nico Robin. Nico Robin's personal attribute has been updated, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, 02. Name, Nico Robin. Age, 28 years old. Crew number, 02. Position, Archaeologist, Expert. Physical, 50,109. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Flower Fruit Awakening. Special abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Elementary Observation Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Reward, 80 million berry. Ding! Riffin, your talent Strengthen the Crew, Equal Return has been activated. It has been detected that you have awakened the Advanced Armament Haki. This reinforcement is converted into Dragon Claw Fist and your personal talent has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 2. Name, Riffin. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent, Strengthen the Crew, Equal Returns. Points, 2000. Physical, 57,101 points. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King's Gun, Fishman Karate, Fishman Jujutsu, Kenpo, New Kama Karate, Ivankov version, Heikoku, Gungnir, Dragon Claw Fist, Conqueror's Coil. Special abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Bounty, 1 billion berry. Props, Small 3-masted sailboat, Enhanced version of Magic Weather Stick, 3rd generation Kaititsu, Slippery Fruit, Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll, 100 Years of Life x3, Slow Fruit. Partners, Makita, Nico Robin, Nami, Nojiko, Karina, Jewel Ribani, Nefertari Vivi, Tony Chopper. Slave, Ada Wong. Dragon Claw Fist. I actually obtained this set of boxing techniques at this time. I remember that Sabo in the original book also directed some of Robin's use of Dragon Claw Fist. So, is this going to tell me to reenact Robin's experience in the original book? Riffin raised his eyebrows and looked at Robin, who was lamenting her newfound strength with her eyes closed. After a while, Robin opened her eyes again and looked at Riffin with emotion. Captain Riffin, you have made me stronger again. Do you want to use this method to make me lose the game with you? Robin looked at Riffin with emotion and said. At least, when using this power to make you stronger, I just think that making you stronger can maximize the power of the Black Pearl Pirates. However, if you really want to throw in the towel, I'll accept it, Robin. Riffin said with a smile on his face. Hehe, sure enough, let's forget about admitting defeat. However, I can give you Captain Riffin some different experiences. Robin crossed her hands in front of her body, and the petals began to wrap around her. Titan blooms. As Robin's voice fell, a huge, complete, Robin who was so tall that she could only bend her body in the library appeared in front of Nojiko and Riffin. Before Riffin could react, the huge Robin reached out and hugged Riffin in her arms. Captain Riffin, do you like this kind of scene? Robin's deity stood aside and asked with a smile on her face. Ah, of course, although I am a little worried about the matching problem, I still want to experience it. Riffin said in a muffled voice. Because of the warmth, Riffin suppressed his instinct for a moment and asked Robin to follow him to learn the Fishman Karate and Dragon Claw Fist. Hearing this, Robin smiled slightly, and walked aside after greeting Nojiko. Nojiko smiled, although she was helpless, she could only join the game started by Robin with a huge difference in body size. On the other side, in the Reincarnator exchange group, Green Pheasant Koharu Momika, sure enough, the reward of 1 billion Baileys will also have a corresponding first achievement. As expected of Sir Riffin, this time he has obtained a great reward. Eagle Ethan, a reward for subordinate fleet? The copy space even gave such rewards. Camel Nasser, damn it, why did this guy get such a high bounty, what did he do? Camel Hilai, stupid, didn't you read the newspaper? Riffin participate in the battle to repel Golden Lion Shiki, shouldn't it be natural to offer such a reward? Hehe, I want to meet Riffin more and more, and I want to fight him. Eagle Tina, what a crazy woman, I have given up on wrestling with Riffin now, how dare you challenge him? Green Pheasant Kashumi, Advanced Armament Haki, this is already the second such reward, which means that apart from Riffin, one of the crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates can also master the corresponding Haki. Kangaroo Helena, is it the captain of the subordinate pirate group? But it can only be used on people from this world. For Reincarnator, it's the position of slave. Green Pheasant Odashi, damn, it's all that bastard William fault, not only he failed to kill Riffin, but gave him so many benefits. Panda Riffin, that's right, I am really grateful to William, the benefits he brought me are not limited to the reward of copy space, Kakaka. Eagle William, Riffin, it seems that your partner has not yet become ill and turned into a zombie. Panda Riffin, are you talking about your virus? Idiot, I have studied it for a long time, don't forget, I have Ada by my side. With the recipe she gave, plus me and the excellent ship doctor on my ship, the virus you're proud of are simply not enough. Eagle William, you're lying. Panda Riffin, believe it or not. Also, thanks to your methods that can cause a biochemical crisis in naval headquarters, the Marine was forced to ask me for an antidote, should I say thank you to Toy again? Haha BTW, because of your virus maybe your bounty reward will appear soon. Eagle William, naval headquarters biochemical crisis broke out, they still ask you for help. How is that possible? Panda Riffin, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Maybe, if you make more Marines into zombies, your reward may surpass me. Of course Riffin didn't just tell William these things casually. The reason why he said this was entirely to give William confidence and motivation. In this way, he might actually infect more Marines. At that point, Senghoku might not be able to wait for Vegapunk research, and thus be forced to turn to him. In this way, his position as Shishibukai is considered stable. William looked at Riffin's message and frowned tightly. This is not because naval headquarters has a biochemical crisis. It's about things like Riffin's research on the antidote. If that man really succeeds, maybe, I have to speed up the update of the virus. William shook his head, and looked at the various humans in the experimental jars in front of him. Chapter 155, Shiki invades Enies lobby. +1. William, how is the research on humans going? Is it possible to use the virus harmlessly on the human body? Shiki hovered behind William and asked. Captain Shiki. William turned around in surprise, and after seeing Shiki's look of anticipation, he nodded quickly and said. I did it, Captain. The direction of the research has been very successful. These humans have adapted to the virus. However, there is still little experimental data. And these people's physical strength is not high enough. So for your safety, Captain Shiki, I suggest that you wait for a while. Captain, don't worry, I will make your leg recover. William nodded solemnly and spoke. Since the last action, William could clearly feel that Shiki's temper was getting worse. Even though he is now a celebrity around Shiki, he dare not easily give an answer that will disappoint Shiki. Exactly how much time will it take? Shiki frowned and asked. For example, if there is enough experimental data, maybe 1 month is enough. William wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and replied hastily. Of course, this is not his nonsense, he really believes that he has such ability. By the way, Captain Shiki, there should be a zombie crisis in Naval headquarters. Can we go there and bring back some infected patients? If I can find powerful fighters there, my research will definitely be accelerated. William thought of what Riffin had said in the Reincarnator chat room, and immediately proposed to Shiki. In his opinion, since Shiki was able to break into Naval headquarters alone, and he still has the power of the Fuwa devil fruit that can make him come and go freely, then it should be relatively easy to go to Naval headquarters and bring some infected people back. Naval headquarters. Shiki frowned. Let's go to that place later when we have a chance. Shiki is not an idiot, and he doesn't have the arrogance in front of him now. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to withdraw in the battle with Riffin and Jun. He understands that today's naval headquarters is not what it used to be. There is even a ridiculously fast admiral there. Now that his strength is rapidly declining because of his legs, he doesn't want to go to naval headquarters to give away his head. Especially after feeling the power of Momuzagi Jun, a vice admiral. Hearing this, William couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Not only disappointed that Shiki did not go to naval headquarters, but also disappointed that he found that the captain he chose did not seem to be such a legendary pirate captain. However, even if it's not naval headquarters, we can go somewhere else. Marine and world government have held me for so many years and stopped me again in Alabasta. In that case, it would be too impolite of me not to give them something in return. Shiki said with a grin. Captain Shiki, are you planning to launch a raid on other marine bases? William's eyes lit up, and he asked hastily. Even if they don't go to naval headquarters, as long as he have enough data, it doesn't matter to William where. Hehe, this sea area is not far from Enies lobby. Since we're going to make a fuss, let's make a big one. William, next we're going to spread your virus at the Enies lobby under world government control. It is rumored that there are agents of a powerful CP9 organization in that place. Presumably, they can become the research materials you want. Maybe there will be people with devil fruit after their death, jahahaha. Shiki laughed and said. Excellent, Captain. Honestly, I've wanted to do research on devil fruit power for a long time. I believe if there is devil fruit power as research material, I will definitely be able to speed up the research. It also speeds up helping you get your legs, Captain. William clenched his fists and said excitedly. Ordinary zombies still have a certain strength bonus, how could William not be curious about the growth of devil fruit user after becoming zombies? It's a pity, devil fruit is a rare thing for a reincarnator like him. Even if he got it, he couldn't give it to others to eat for the purpose of studying the body of the devil fruit user. The best way is to study the devil fruit is to study those who have eaten devil fruit. Shiki's words can be said to have hit William's arms. Jahahaha. Since that's the case, let's go. This time, both the Marine and the world government will tremble in fear under the power of I Golden Lion Shiki. Jahahaha. With the laughter of Shiki, the floating island quickly began to change its course, heading towards Enies lobby. Some time passed. The Black Pearl, Library. Riffin withdrew from Robin's arms and wiped the sweat from her forehead with a smile on his face. As if sensing Riffin's movements, Robin groaned softly and opened her eyes again. Wake up, Robin. Can you tell me the difference between using the Robin made by flower fruit to give you feedback, and what you feel when you personally experience it? Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile on his face. Well, when the deity is on the stage, the feeling will naturally be deeper. Really, in the end, I still couldn't beat you, Captain Riffin. Robin shook her head. Robin sighed when she thought of the methods Riffin had used to compromise herself in the past few days. Hehe, isn't that good? This also cuts off the possibility of me becoming your father. Riffin helped Robin up and said with a smile on his face. Robin nodded with a smile, and was about to speak when there was a knock on the door outside the library. Hey, Riffin, are you in there? We have arrived at the capital of Water 7, and Nami wants to know if you wish to anchor there. Bonnie's voice sounded after the knock on the door. Riffin and Robin looked at each other, and packed their clothes quickly. Then, Riffin went to open the door. Hey? This smell. Interesting, no wonder you often stop in the library recently. It turns out that the relationship between and Robin is already that. Bonnie sniffed her nose lightly and said with interest. Don't get me wrong, Robin was just massaging me. Riffin patted Bonnie on the shoulder and said casually. Hehe, then her massages are really thorough. Also, I think you have something nasty on your hands, if possible, please don't touch me, okay? Bonnie looked at Riffin on her shoulder with disgust and said. Even so, she did not slap Riffin's arm away. Hehe, it doesn't matter, I'll take you to take a bath later, wouldn't that solve the problem? Riffin gave Bonnie a thumbs up and said indifferently. Hump. Talking to you won't take me anywhere. Anyway, you two should hurry up and clean up the smell on your body. You've been so secretive these days, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Bonnie turned around, waved to Riffin and Robin, and walked into the distance. Seeing Bonnie's casual state, Riffin and Robin looked at each other helplessly. No matter what, let's go wash up, Robin. Riffin said. Well, there is no other way. Robin covers her mouth and chuckles. Although she herself doesn't mind that other people know about her relationship with Riffin. But she also has to consider what Riffin thinks. Because they had to go to the deck as soon as possible, neither Riffin nor Robin delayed too long. Having said that, Riffin couldn't help but think of bubble fruit. He thought in his heart that if he had the ability of bubble fruit, it would be much more convenient to clean up anything in the future. Too slow. Why did you arrive just now? Nami looked at Riffin who walked out of the cabin, and immediately complained to him dissatisfied. Sorry, I just lost my way at a fork in my life. Riffin shrugged and looked at Nami with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Nami was naturally even angrier. But Riffin was already prepared for this, and took out some privately hidden gems from his body and put them in Nami's hands. Her expression immediately changed from cloudy to sunny. Karina not far away also looked at Nami enviously. Okay everyone, let's draw the ship over. I heard that the capital of Water 7 is a pretty good place. We're going to have to stay right there, hey. Riffin was talking with a smile on his face, but suddenly, his brows were directly wrinkled. What's the matter, Captain Riffin? Karina, who was sticking behind Riffin and wanted to see if there were any other jewelry in Riffin's arms, asked with some doubts. A uniform in black suit, and that spy aura. The people over there, are they from the world government? Robin held a binoculars, looked at the direction of Riffin's line of sight and said. People from the world government? Could it be that they are here to arrest us? Karina exclaimed, and subconsciously used the power of the color fruit to turn the black pearl into a transparent state. Naturally, Riffin et.al. are no exception. No, they're escorting a pervert onto the sea train, it doesn't seem to be targeting us. The light of observation Haki flashed in Makita's eyes, she frowned and said. So it's not aimed at us. Karina breathed a sigh of relief and said. Really, what are you afraid of? Our captain is now a great pirate with a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Even if you want to be afraid, those CP9 are not something to be afraid of. And don't we have a lot of people on board who offered a reward of over 100 billion Bailey? Bonnie patted Karina on the shoulder and mocked. It's not me who offered a reward of more than 100 billion Baileys, and I'm not as powerful as monsters like Riffin and Nami. Of course I'm cautious. Karina shook her head, expressing her worry. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Fox. Seeing Karina's expression of caution, Nami naturally stepped forward to mock her. Riffin shook his head, separated Nami and Karina who were about to quarrel again with his hands, and looked at Bonnie. Bonnie, let's get the ship over there. And let's board that sea train too. Maybe we'll see something interesting. Karina, let us remain invisible. We will quietly board the last section of the sea train later. Hearing this, Bonnie was naturally very happy to control the rudder. For a fun person like her, she is quite interested in the interesting things that may happen. Although Karina was a little worried, she also knew that she had no way to stop Riffin, so she could only let Riffin and Bonnie go. The Blue Star audience watched Riffin's actions curiously. But they don't know that the pervert they are talking about is exactly the partner Riffin wants, Frankie, a boatman with excellent shipbuilding skills. Frankie will be caught at this juncture. Is the influence of the butterfly effect so great? Riffin looked at the sea train that hadn't started yet and was getting closer and closer to his side. Curious, he used his observation haki further. Soon, the conversation of CP9 headed by Rob Lucci was put out in his ears. Lucci, do you think it's too late for us to go back to Enies lobby? And those zombies, should be related to Golden Lion Shiki that appeared in the intelligence some time ago. Even if we can go back in time, there is no way to deal with a pirate like Golden Lion Shiki. Bluno, the Dordor Devil Fruit ability user, frowned and looked at Rob Lucci beside him. Anyway, since Spondum, the boss, gave the order, we have to go back. In addition, he also sent a message to Marine asking for help. Given the importance Marine attaches to Shiki, they will surely dispatch troops soon. Rob Lucci answered. It's a pity that our latent plans for so many years were wasted because of that guy's words. I just hope that Lucci's guess is correct, that Frankie really knows the whereabouts of Pluton's blueprint. Califa rubbed her fingers, as if talking nonchalantly. Anyway, after lurking for so long, we can't bring back nothing. As for whether he has the Pluton blueprint, we'll have to wait until the Enies lobby crisis is resolved. Keiku said with a serious face. On the Black Pearl, a ray of light flashed in Riffin's eyes. Interesting, did Shiki attack the Enies lobby? Looks like William induced it. In this case, Senghoku probably has to compromise. Riffin thought in his heart. Chapter 156, Shishibukai Meeting. Holy Land, Port of Mariejois. Shishibukai Meeting Room. Fu, Marshal Senghoku, why did Shishabukai's meeting choose the Holy Land instead of your naval headquarters? Could it be that your naval headquarters is not convenient for us to visit now? Doflamingo watched as Senghoku walked in through the door. After unraveling the thread that he used to control Marine Vice Admiral to fight each other, he asked Senghoku with a smile on his face. For this Shishibukai meeting, he came to visit the zombies in naval headquarters. If there is no way to visit the corresponding zombie situation, such a result can only disappoint him. I thought you pirates at sea didn't want to go to naval headquarters, that's why I chose this place. Senghoku glanced at Doflamingo disapprovingly. For some reason, he always felt that there was something in Doflamingo's words. But soon, he shook his head. His gaze left Doflamingo as he glanced at Jinbei, Moria, Kuma, and Mihawk. Only Hancock didn't you come? No, it should be said that everyone else came except her. That really surprised me. Senghoku raised his eyebrows, walked to his seat and sat down, sighing and said to everyone. Fu, after all, the pirates discussed this time include the super rookie who offered a reward of 1 billion berry. And some of the crew members on that guy's ship are even higher than the bounty we had before it was revoked. It's not surprising that everyone will be curious. Doflamingo raised his mouth and smiled. A fighter with a reward of 1 billion berry, who can fight Shiki. Although he is not a swordsman, I am very interested in his power. Hawkeye Mihawk raised his head, revealing his falcon-like eyes, and spoke. Kishishishishi. Even Shiki has appeared, so I can't squat in my place and sleep. Moria clutched his big belly and laughed heartily. Kuma. Senghoku, I heard that Riffin can use fishman karate. And he also masters the method of fishman karate. Excuse me, is this true? Jinbei looked serious and asked Senghoku a serious question. Unlike other Shishibukai who focus on Riffin's strength, Jinbei is more concerned about Riffin's ability to use fishman karate. This matter, I also want to ask you, even. Right now, you should be the one who has the deepest grasp of fishman karate. Riffin can learn such a strong fishman karate, don't you have any information? Senghoku frowned, and looked at Jinbei suspiciously. He really doubted Jinbei. The fishman karate mastered by Riffin is too pure. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't show that a casual fishman karate master can be EP trained. If it is true that there are fishmans who can train a human being to be a master who can use fishman karate techniques, Senghoku felt that this person must be Jinbei. Senghoku, are you suspicious of me? I can tell you very clearly that I haven't even seen that Riffin's face. If there is such a human being who is good at using fishman karate I have met, it is impossible for me to have no impression of them. Jinbei frowned slightly, and said seriously. Kishishishishi, we're not sure about that. The Fishman Island is under the 10,000 meter deep sea. Neither the Marine nor the world government sent troops to guard the Fishman Island. If you guide a human to practice fishman karate there, people from Marine and world government will not be able to know the details. The corners of Moria's mouth curved into a crescent shape, and said with a playful smile. Moria, watch your words. There's no need for me to lie about such a thing. Jinbei snorted coldly, and the aura of being a master of karate began to press towards Moria. Kishishi, do you want to fight? Jinbei, this is not the sea. Do you think you can beat me? Moria took out his shadow scissors, showing no fear of Jinbei. Fu, do you want to fight? Since this is the case, shouldn't we take a back seat? You say so, Hawkeye, Kuma. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth were split open, and he looked at Moria and Jinbei with a look looking for fun. That's enough. I didn't come here to watch you fight. Hawkeye opened his eyes and said in a deep voice. Riffin can also use the technique exclusive to giants and has mastered the Marine 6 styles, a feat achieved only by the elite of the world government. His proficiency in taijutsu makes it unsurprising that he could learn fishman karate. Senghoku, let's start the meeting, I'm not free as the people here. Kuma said in a muffled voice, and with his words, he managed to relieve Jinbei from the siege. Of course, in his heart, he was also curious about the relationship between Riffin and Jinbei. In this case, let's start the meeting that called you here. First there was Crocodile, that guy did something he shouldn't have done, so he was executed by Marine. Next, I hope you fellow Shishibukai can act in accordance with the rules. Otherwise, we can deprive you of your Shishibukai title as we deprived Crocodile of his Shishibukai title. Senghoku rested his chin on the backs of his hands and said in a serious tone. Fu, what a deterrent warning, Marshal Senghoku. However, I have a doubt, is it really your Marine who defeated Crocodile? As far as I know, the only powerful Marine going to Alabasta at that time was the Marine Admiral candidate Jun. It doesn't matter whether she has the ability to defeat Crocodile. But she was able to defeat Shiki again after defeating Crocodile, which is a bit unreasonable. Doflamingo laughed, completely disrespecting Senghoku. In fact, with his special status as the former Celestial Dragons, he really doesn't need to give Senghoku respect. The other Shishibukai in the scene were not fools either. They already had doubts about Alabasta's incident. And faintly feel that the Black Pearl Pirates' share in the Crocodile and Shiki incidents is not as low as imagined. That's why they're willing to come to the holy port of Mariejois for the Shishibukai meeting. When Senghoku heard Doflamingo's words, blue veins burst out on his forehead. Fortunately, Tsuru on the side made a sound at this time. Be quiet, Doflamingo. If you want to keep your business going as normal as possible, shut up. Marine Chief Staff Officer Tsuru glanced at Doflamingo and said in a deep voice. Fu, Staff Officer Tsuru has spoken, since that's the case, I'd better be quiet. Doflamingo shrugged and stepped back from the table to his chair. Tsuru somehow chased him for so many years before becoming Shishibukai. More or less, Doflamingo still has a certain awe of Tsuru. Senghoku took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and said. Let's move on to the next topic. Crocodile is dead, now there is a vacancy in Shishibukai place. It's rare that all of you Shishibukai are here together. Do you think anyone can take the place of Crocodile? Hearing this, Kuma opened his eyes and said. Since it was Black Mist Riffin who fought off Shiki with you Marines, how about making him Shishibukai? Based on that man's record, it is enough to deter the pirates in the sea. Riffin is the man Kuma acknowledged. And he was also deeply appreciated by Dragon. Even though Riffin did not formally join the Revolutionary Army, Kuma felt that he was definitely on the side of the Revolutionary Army in his heart. If Riffin can become Shishibukai, it will also have a certain effect on the Revolutionary Army in the future. Kishishishishi, I don't care, I just want to know how you Marine plan to deal with Shiki that he again reappeared in the sea. Moria laughed. As Kuma and Moria spoke, the rest of the Shishibukai all made roughly the same remarks as Moria. To them, it doesn't matter who becomes the Shishibukai. As long as it doesn't affect their interests. making Riffin a Shishibukai. Senghoku frowned, thinking again of what the 5 elders had said the last time they stalked. At this moment, a strange voice sounded from the office window. If you want to choose Shishibukai, how about considering my captain? As the voice fell, everyone in the office looked over. You are, West Blue's security officer Lafitte, and you seem to be a pirate in a team called the Blackbeard Pirates now. How dare to come here alone, you're really courageous. Tsuru glanced at Lafitte and said calmly. Phew, this is interesting. I didn't expect that someone would come to recommend their captain. Doflamingo smiled, looking over with equal curiosity. Talk, if your answer doesn't satisfy me, I will put you in impel down myself. Senghoku is worrying about Riffin, and the appearance of Lafitte can be said to have deepened this worry. Hehe, don't worry, our captain is definitely qualified to be a Shishibukai. Whether it's his strength or the person he wants to hand over to you. While doing a funny performance on the windowsill, Lafitte laughed and said. Our captain, Blackbeard Teach, although unknown. But he's strong enough to beat Whitebeard's second team captain Fire Fist Ace. When Senghoku heard this, his eyes froze immediately. You said that Teach defeated Fire Fist Ace? Could it be that the person you said earlier to hand over to us is Fire Fist Ace? Lafitte nodded slightly and said. Indeed. It is this Fire Fist Ace that we are going to give you, Marine. Of course, this is only if you promise us to give Shishibukai position to Captain Teach. Senghoku frowned, and exchanged a glance with Tsuru beside him. Both of them understood that the situation of Fire Fist Ace was very special. If Fire Fist Ace is caught, it is very likely to trigger a fight with the Whitebeard pirates. A war between a Emperor regiment. Moreover, the relationship between Ace and Garp is still very unusual. But this rare opportunity to dismantle the Whitebeard pirates, Senghoku does not want to give up. Having said that, but thinking of the conditions Riffin had given, he seemed a little hesitant for a while. If Vegapunk can develop an antidote to the zombie virus, then he can indifferent to Riffin proposition. But if it can't be researched in a short time, and Shiki spreads the zombie virus to other places, Riffin's existence will become much more important. You caught Ace. Jinbei stood up and looked at Lafitte with a serious expression. Ace is his good friend, and Whitebeard is kind to him, so he naturally doesn't want Marine to catch Ace. Phew, this Shishibukai meeting is really dramatic, I didn't expect to encounter so many exciting things. Doflamingo raised the corners of his mouth, covered his forehead and laughed out loud. If you do catch Ace, that does qualify your captain as a Shishibukai. However, if it's just that, it seems that it can't compare to Riffin, who has a reward of 1 billion berry. After thinking for a while, Senghoku decided not to make a final decision yet. Riffin. Lafitte's eyes flashed when he heard the name that Teach and Ethan often discussed. After a while, he raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Even if I say that the true identity of Fire Fist Ace is the orphan of Gold Roger. Is that enough to make my captain a Shishibukai, Mr. Senghoku? Chapter 157, Senghoku learned of Shiki invasion. What did you say? Son of Roger. Senghoku couldn't resist standing up from his seat. Even he showed due surprise at this moment. As for the other Shishibukai, they naturally looked over incredulously. Hey, you really dare to say anything? Do you have any proof that your statement is correct? Doflamingo frowned and asked Lafitte. Because our captain has been in the Whitebeard pirates for decades, he joined the group even earlier than Ace. Fire Fist Ace, when he joined the Whitebeard pirates, there was someone like Whitebeard who confessed about his life experience. I think, relying on Marine's intelligence agency, as long as there is a direction, it should be able to find out accurate information. Looking at the surprised faces of everyone, Lafitte laughed heartily. Ace is the son of Roger. Senghoku clenched his fists, thinking about the relationship between Ace and Garp again. Gradually, the experience, intelligence, information, etc. of searching for the orphan of Roger were recalled in Senghoku's mind. Soon, Senghoku had the key. At this moment, he understood that what Lafitte said was probably right. Nonsense. At this moment, Jinbei couldn't bear it anymore and walked towards Lafitte. Whether or not Teach caught Ace, he couldn't stand Lafitte's words. However, as soon as he moved, he felt that his body was affected by an invisible resistance. Followed by Doflamingo's laughter. Phew, although the Fishman Island is favored by the Whitebeard pirates. But Jinbei, don't forget your identity as Shishibukai. It's not a good thing to do it here. Hearing this, Jinbei looked at Doflamingo with a gloomy face. Before he could say anything, Moria got up and stood beside Jinbei. Kishishi, the captain of Whitebeard's second team, the orphan of Pirate King Roger. If that's the case, it might lead to a big battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. I'm very interested in such a battlefield. Kishishi. Jinbei looked at Moria and Doflamingo standing on both sides of him, and frowned more and more. At this moment, Senghoku spoke. What you said is just your one-sided words. Perhaps, Ace is not the orphan of the Pirate King at all. It's true, though, that he's captain of Whitebeard's second team. You go back and tell Blackbeard teach that I will consider his application to become a Shishibukai. After a while, I'll give you the answer. Although Senghoku has almost confirmed the relationship between Ace and Roger. But in front of many pirate, he still wants to keep this secret. Marshal Senghoku speaks, of course it's okay. When Marine wants to contact us, please use this Denden Mushi to do so. Lafitte smiled, and after leaving a Denden Mushi by the window, he flew into the sky with wings on his back. Up to now, Lafitte feels that his plan has been successful. For Marine, it is absolutely impossible not to be tempted by Fire Fist Ace. So he is not worried his captain plan will go awry. Today's conversation, I hope you can all keep it secret. After Senghoku accepted the Denden Mushi left by Lafitte, he was planning to warn these Shishibukai, especially Jinbei. But suddenly, a panicked Marine soldier opened the door with a Denden Mushi in his hand. Marshal Senghoku, there is an emergency call from Sakazuki Admiral. Hearing this, Senghoku frowned and turned to look at Tsuru. Tsuru, I'll leave it to you here, I'll answer the call. Sakazuki, who is currently guarding naval headquarters in his place. At this juncture, Sakazuki called urgently, and Senghoku immediately thought of those Marine soldiers who had been turned into zombies. This is Senghoku, Sakazuki, what happened on your side? After leaving the conference room far enough away, Senghoku immediately connected the call from Akainu. Marshal Senghoku, there is a call for help from the Enies lobby. Shpondam, the head of Enies lobby, claims that a large number of zombies, human and monsters have invaded Enies lobby. At the moment the Enies lobby guards are fighting hard. Opposite the Denden Mushi, Akainu said in a muffled voice. What, that bastard Shiki attacked Enies lobby? Senghoku's eyes widened, and this time, his last premonition came true. Shiki dares to attack the Enies lobby, and then possibly the naval headquarters and the Holy Mariejois. Senghoku was annoyed at the thought that the zombie problem would become even more difficult to solve. I've taken it upon myself to send Buster Call's fleet to Enies lobby. The team will be led by Momuzagi-jun and Toki Cake. Judging from the strength of the two of them, and the strength of Shiki mentioned in the report. If Shiki showed up at the Enies lobby, they would be able to arrest or execute Golden Lion Shiki. Akainu declared. In fact, he would rather go to the Enies lobby to deal with Shiki himself. However, when Senghoku, Tsuru went to Mariejoi's port, Kizuru went to Vegapunk, and Aokiji went out to perform missions, he had to choose to stay in naval headquarters to guard the marine headquarter. You did well, Sakazuki. If there is any situation at Enies lobby, I hope you will contact me in time. Senghoku hung up the call, feeling a headache in his head. Shiki, Fire Fist Ace, and Riffin. Troublesome guys and things appear one after another. Senghoku shook his head and heaved a long sigh inwardly. Originally, he had decided to make Blackbeard a Shishibukai. But now it seems that things will change again. On the other side, Sea Train. Yo, brother, who are you? Are you here to save me? Wait, aren't you the big pirate who have a reward of 1 billion berry? When Frankie saw Riffin who suddenly appeared in front of him and knocked down those agents guarding him, his eyes widened in surprise. Let's put it this way, I heard that you are a boatman with very good skills. And also a disciple of the legendary boatman Tom. It just so happens that I still need a boatman on my boat, so I want you to work on my boat. How about it, do you want to think about it? If you agree, I promise to take you out of CP9's control. Riffin looked at Frankie with interest and said. Riffin is really curious about the existence of Frankie. With his perverted attire, originally as long as he approached him, the video screen in the live broadcast room would be able to transmit a black screen prompt. But in fact, when he approached this man, the live broadcast room did not have a black screen. It was because he intentionally smashed a soldier's coat to pieces while stunned, so the live broadcast room fell into a black screen. As for why the screen of the live broadcast room is black. Naturally, Riffin wanted to talk to Frankie about some secret pirate history. Hey! Frankie frowned when Riffin mentioned Tom. But soon, he waved his hand. Brother can really joke, I have nothing to do with Tom. And I'm just a guy who knows a little bit about how to break a ship. Not a boatman who knows how to build a ship. After Frankie's voice fell, the members of the Black Pearl Pirates behind Riffin had smiles on their faces. They all know that Riffin has a certain ability to know secrets. As long as he said it, it should be the truth. And seeing Frankie's surprised expression earlier, everyone also understood that Frankie was lying. There is no doubt that he is Tom's pupil. If you were just a shipbreaker, I don't think the world government would catch you. They may not know, but I do. In your modified human body, there is the blueprint of ancient weapon Pluton. Riffin knelt down and tapped Frankie's body with the blueprints with his fingers. Frankie was shocked by Riffin's actions. Subconsciously want to resist. But just as he made a move, Riffin pushed him back with brute force. Don't worry, I don't care much about the Pluton blueprint you have in hand. Even if there are blueprints, it may not be possible to build that huge battleship with the current technology. Also, I also know that the original ancient weapon Pluton is buried in Wano Kuni. If I'm really interested in ancient weapon, I might as well go directly to Wano Kuni to find a ready-made one. Riffin laughed. As expected, Captain Riffin, you know where the ancient weapon Pluton is. In fact, you also know how to read the text of history, right? Robin asked with interest. Hehe, I just understand a little bit. Riffin smiled and nodded. To say before, he naturally dare not say such a thing. After all, there is always the possibility of being seen through if he pretend to understand when he don't understand. But now that he has acquired the knowledge of Robin's archaeology, he naturally dares to say such words. Ancient weapon, shall we look for it later? Makita revealed a yearning expression. Wano Kuni is now the domain of the beast's pirates Kaido. When we have enough strength and influence, we should consider going there to trouble Kaido. Now, I still want to make everyone on the boat think of a shipwright. In this way, if there is any problem with our ship, there is also a professional person to repair it. That being said, you won't have to wait for me to take Pluton's blueprints out of your body, or are you going to admit that you are Tom's disciple? Riffin turned around and looked at Frankie with a smile on his face. Frankie frowned, his eyes fixed on Riffin's. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said. Riffin, how do you know this? I'm pretty sure I haven't seen you before. Hearing this, the corners of Riffin's mouth curled up slightly. I have my own method, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just want to add a good boatman to my boat. Are you just going to be sent to impel down by people from the world government like that? Don't you want to see your relatives and friends again? Hearing Riffin's words, Frankie fell silent again. How could he not want to see his little brothers? It's just that he doesn't know if entering a dangerous, mysterious pirate like Riffin is both good or bad. However, after a long time, he finally nodded. Okay, as long as you can help me escape. I can join you for now. But let me say this first, if I think you don't meet my expectation, I will also choose to leave. But to thank you, I will also build you a ship in return. Frankie spoke up. After all, he didn't want to be imprisoned and impelled down like this. Of course, what he was more afraid of was that if he would not agree, Riffin will directly take out the Pluton blueprint on his body, even though Riffin said that he is not interested in the Pluton blueprint. Riffin, you have triggered Frankie's invitation mission. Help Frankie escape the arrest of the world government. After completing this task, you will be able to officially engrave the tattoo of the pirates for Frankie and invite him to be a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. Don't worry, I believe that after you join, you won't think about leaving, Frankie. Riffin stretched out his right hand and patted Frankie's face. After quietly recording his body data with clone fruit, he said with a smile on his face. Just kidding, according to the experience of Chopper, Nami, and Robin, people like Frankie who care about Tom are quite likely to get the final invitation task. At that time, even if Frankie has not experienced the final invitation, just let him know that there is a final invitation. There was no way Frankie would leave his team. Captain Riffin, although I don't have intention of interrupting you for inviting a companion, but are sure you want to invite such a pervert? I feel that this guy is not a serious guy. Karina crossed her arms and looked at Frankie with a frown. Hey? pervert. Frankie looked at Karina. Ma'am, are you complimenting me? Hearing this, Karina's brows could not help but wrinkle even tighter. Hehe, although he is like that, his boatman skills are quite good. Plus, he's not a philanderer like I am. Don't worry, he won't spy on you. After Riffin tore off the chains on Frankie with brute force, he stood up and used clone fruit to transform into Frankie. Chapter 158, Infiltrating Enies lobby alone. Riffin, thank you. Wait a minute, you are me? Frankie's eyes widened, looking in disbelief at Riffin, who had transformed into himself. Sigh, only you, Captain Riffin, the only one who can speak so frankly like that, since you're like a Sears. However, why do you want to become like this person? Karina asked with some doubts. This is how I help Frankie. Riffin first smiled at Karina, then turned to look at Frankie. I just used my ability to become like you. To be honest, I'm not going to leave Sea Train just like that. A very interesting thing seems to be going on at the Enies lobby. So I'm going to join in the fun. Hearing what Riffin said, Frankie looked at Riffin curiously. Then he frowned quickly. That place at Enies lobby is dangerous. It is said that no prisoner has landed in Enies lobby and has come out alive. Since you know so much, you should know that the same is true of my teacher Tom. Even so, are you still going to that place? Riffin patted Frankie on the shoulder with a smile on his face, saying, Don't worry, I have the ability to ensure that everyone can leave safely. If the situation is not right, I will choose to leave in advance. And, don't you want to teach that Spondum a lesson yourself? That guy is the chief culprit who once arrested your mentor. If you have such an idea, I can help you realize this wish. Frankie frowned when he heard Spondum's name. An unknown anger in his heart that begins to burn unconsciously when he remembered the past. Spondum. Frankie clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Apparently, even after so many years, Frankie was surprisingly angry at the thought of Spondum's face. Riffin, can you really bring Spondum to me? Naturally, I am very enthusiastic about helping my crew. As long as you need it, I can bring Spondum to you. In that case, please let me see that bastard. Frankie clenched his fists together, with a grin on his face. Riffin, you have triggered Frankie invitation mission Revenge on Spondum. After completing the task, you can invite Frankie to become a partner. Oh. Before becoming a partner, I have received 2 invitation missions. If these 2 tasks are completed, it must be able to make Frankie have a good loyalty to me. While thinking in his heart, Riffin began to explain his plan to Frankie and others. I used observation haki to spy on the conversations of those CP9 agents. They're rushing back to support because Shiki dropped zombie human and zombie beasts on Enies lobby. The reason why they brought you, Frankie, with them is because they don't want all these years of being undercover to go to waste. Of course, Spondum should have asked Marine for help. However, with the speed of the Sea Train, we should arrive one step ahead of the Marine sent to deal with Shiki. So if our actions are fast enough, we won't be able to develop into a situation where we will encounter Marine. Hearing this, Makita immediately showed an excited expression. Captain Riffin, are we going to take this opportunity to kill Shiki this time? No wonder Makita was so excited. After all, it was earlier when Riffin and Makita were alone together. Like Makita, Riffin mentioned that Makita will have a second devil fruit later, and this second devil fruit is Shiki's fruit. In that way, Makita, who already has a good conqueror's haki, will definitely become a terrifying existence. What's more, Riffin also thinks that if Makita can awaken the Kilo Devil Fruit at that time, cooperating with Golden Lion Float Devil Fruit, she can completely increase the weight of the suspended island several times, and then throw it directly at her opponent. Of course, the premise is that Riffin's assumption regarding the awakening direction of the Kilo Fruit is accurate. Riffin shook his head to Makita, and said, although I think that if we fight him head-on with the strength of our whole team, there is still a good chance of killing him. After all, that guy's strength has indeed dropped, and last time I didn't go any further and broke his leg. However, Shiki is after all a legendary pirate. And he has zombie monsters there. Even if we want to defeat him, it will definitely take a lot of time. If Marine arrives later, and we don't have enough physical strength at that time, I will be our bad luck. So, Makita, wait for a while. When I have a chance later, I will go and take that devil fruit from Shiki. Then give it to you to use. Of course, if I find out that I do have a chance to kill that Shiki guy, I will never show mercy either. When Makita heard Riffin's words, she naturally didn't have any objections. She even heard Riffin say that she would give the float fruit to her, and she wished she could throw herself into Riffin's arms right now. But after seeing Riffin's transformation into Frankie, she held back her impulse. I understand now, Riffin, you are planning to pretend to be me. Let those CP9 guys take you to the Enies lobby. And we just need to hide and be ready to meet you at any time, right? Frankie rubbed his chin and spoke. That's right, that's the plan. Wait until I get what I want at Enies lobby. We'll leave as soon as possible. So, Frankie, take your shirt off. After Riffin handed over his coat to Makita who was closest to him, he said. Of course he didn't just go to the Enies lobby to grab a Spondum. According to the original book, Spondum still holds 2 devil fruits in his hand. This is what Riffin wants too. Of course, in addition to these things, Riffin also prepared materials for using Munch fruit to collect some zombie viruses in order to make G-virus strengthening potions. Having said that, a reformer like Frankie. Does the G-virus strengthening potion have any effect on him? Riffin thought to himself while taking Frankie's coat and putting it on. Brother Riffin, don't you need to take off your shorts? Frankie was shirtless and looked at Riffin's lower body curiously. No need, no matter what, I won't do something perverted like that. Riffin shook his head and directly chose to refuse. Just kidding, even if he was running around in his underwear, Blue Star's audience couldn't see him. But he didn't want to do it in front of his partners. Especially with Robin and Ada, who are somewhat dark-bellied. But in this way, those CP9 people will feel confused, Captain Riffin. Sure enough, after Riffin made a decision, Robin immediately expressed her opinion. Indeed, I think Riffin, you can run around in your underwear. The corners of Ada's mouth curled up slightly, and she urged. Judging from the eyes of the two, they are naturally quite happy to see Riffin without shorts. Riffin even felt that they wanted to see him strolling outside naked. That's enough, you two. Riffin looked at Ada and Robin with some shame, then turned to look at everyone and said. Everyone, let's rest here for a while. After arriving at the destination, Karina, you can use the color fruit to make everyone invisible. When Karina heard what Riffin said, she naturally nodded with a smile on her face. Time flies, and hours on the sea train are fleeting. Under the instruction of Riffin, Karina and others boarded the transparent Black Pearl again, ready to launch special operations at any time. When several people from CP9 came to check Frankie's situation, although they were a little confused about the fallen soldiers and Frankie played by Riffin who broke free from the chain and wore a pair of shorts. But didn't think much about it. Instead, after handcuffing Riffin again, they took Riffin out of the sea train. However, as soon as they stepped out of the gate of the sea train, CP9 and the others were shocked by the chaotic scene in front of them and their eyes widened. The original symbol of absolute power, Enies lobby, has turned into a complete riot. A large number of zombies and zombie beasts raged wildly in the crowd. Even the 2 Titan watchmen are temporarily difficult to parry. Similarly, the scene in front of him also let people who didn't know the latest situation of Riffin because of the black screen of Riffin's live broadcast room know where Riffin is now. TL/N, I deleted the chat for the people. Tell me what you think. Here, is it really Enies lobby? Khalifa frowned, looking at the situation in disbelief. Looks like that's why Spondum is asking us for help. Bluno, use your door fruit to take us directly to Spondum's office. That coward should be at the most heavily guarded place. Rob Lucci looked at Bluno at the side and order. Now, he understood why Spondum didn't choose to run away. Because the few exits he saw were completely surrounded by zombies. If it weren't for Bluno's ability, it would be very difficult for the people inside to get out. Shiki, that guy is above the clouds. I hope that guy doesn't notice me. Riffin thought while trying to reduce his sense of existence and aura. After being pushed by Khalifa, he stepped into the air door made by the door fruit. And after the transfer of more than a dozen air doors in succession, everyone finally came to where Spondum was. Damn it, back off. Jabra, you idiot, protect yourself. While waving the long sword in his hand, Spondum gave orders in horror. At this moment, the sudden opening of the air door made Spondum stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Sure enough, a moment after the air door opened, Bluno and others walked out of it. Great, you guys are too slow. Quick, take me out of here now, I can't stay here any longer. Spondum didn't even look at Riffin. He ran directly in front of Bluno, urging him to use the door fruit to take him away. Bluno frowned and turned to look at Lucci. Rob Lucci nodded after looking at Jabra, Fakura, Jabra and other agents present. Since everyone is here, prepare to evacuate. For the entire Enies lobby, the most important to Rob Lucci are these colleagues of CP9. Furthermore, although he want to leave Spondam here, he has to be protected. With the consent of Lucci, Bluno is going to use the door fruit to rebuild the space door, but at this time, the entire building began to vibrate violently, twist, and then collapse. An ordinary person like Spondam immediately rolled to the ground and landed right at Riffin's feet. And Bluno's original ability was also interrupted, and he wanted to stand firm with Lucci and others. However, soon, the building turned into a lion's head-shaped earth stone and bit everyone down, and led them to roll towards the zombie group. Riffin's eyes flickered, and he immediately noticed that it's Shiki's ability. Chapter 159, You Want to Dance? Riffin glanced at Spondam in his hands. Decisively chose to use the ability of dark fruit to devour a large pit in the direction of the ground that almost took him down. And above the two of them, there was a thick wall of soil that was still rolling. Just with the naked eye, you can't see where Riffin and Spondam are. And Lucci and other CP9 agents were involuntarily brought into the zombie monsters by Shiki. Who are you? Whoever you are, you're doing well. After I leave, I will reward you well. Spondam looked at Riffin excitedly, he thought it was Riffin who saved him. However, what responded to him was a punch from Riffin. That weak power directly made Spondam faint. You'd better stay in my dark space and suffer for a while. Riffin glanced at Spondam, cast dark fruit and took him into the dark space. Later, Riffin used observation haki to find the treasure chest that fell out of Spondam's office cabinet. After opening the treasure chest and seeing 2 devil fruits in it, Riffin showed a satisfied expression. After putting the 2 devil fruits into his inventory, Riffin immediately used observation haki to look at Rob Lucci and others. Jahahaha, it seems that waiting is worthwhile. If it's you who are left, you should be of considerable experimental value. But there are still too many of you. After reducing your number, I will take you back to do special experiments. If you can't survive successfully, then you can die here or become zombies. Jahahaha. Shiki opened his hands and laughed heartily, hovering in the sky like a god, examining the people of CP9 and the remaining Enies lobby guards. Golden Lion Shiki. Rob Lucci got up from the ground, frowning at the man in the sky. Even if there is no head-to-head confrontation, just looking at the other party momentum, Lucci knew that he was definitely not his opponent. Lucci, what should we do? Keiku asked Rob Lucci worriedly. The gap between us and this man is too great. We can't win against him. Everyone, run away with all your might. As long as we can hold on until Marine's reinforcements arrive, we don't count as losers. Rob Lucci said. What about Spondam, what about that guy? Fakura asked anxiously. That man must have been sucked into the ground and died. No matter what, we can't care too much about him now. Rob Lucci gestured to Bluno. He want him to find a right time and quietly use the power of the door fruit to lead everyone away. However, just now Shiki was able to stop Bluno from using the power of the door fruit. Naturally, Bluno will not be given the opportunity to use such power now. When he raised one hand, the building rolled up, seeming as if it were alive, and directed itself towards Bluno, carrying him to a high place. Bluno. Lucci and Khalifa, who were on Bluno's side, stepped on the moonwalk and chased after Bluno. The same is true for other CP9 agents after being a little dazed. However, Shiki just casually used the power of his devil fruit to control the earth again, and then sent a few people back. Your ability is good, if you can become a fighting zombie, you can bring us great help. So, I specifically allow you to qualify at this moment. Next, you go to heaven first. Shiki wrapped Bluno thickly with earth, and controlled it to fly quickly towards the huge ship behind the clouds. Soon, he disappeared from the eyes of Lucci and Khalifa and others. Damn it, give us back Bluno. Keiku angrily swung a tempest kick at Shiki. The vacuum wind blade quickly came to Shiki in the shape of a crescent. And Shiki just casually raised his hand, and easily shattered the crescent-shaped wind blade. Jahahaha, do you want to see him? Yes, as long as you can survive the next test. After the guy who can manipulate the space is gone. Now you won't be able to escape easily. After Shiki finished speaking, he dispersed the clouds controlling the zombies, allowing them to continue to attack CP9 and other surviving soldiers. Not long after, the CP9 agents who had gathered together were dispersed by zombie human and zombie beasts. Each is involved in their own battlefield. This Shiki really likes to experiment. And as expected of this man, even without a sword, his use of devil fruit is still so powerful. Or is the damage done to him last time too low? Riffin hides underground, his observation Haki carefully observes the surrounding movements and the direction of the distant sea. Marine warships. And this familiar aura. Jun. Sure enough, Marine's movements are still very fast. It seems that today is really not the right time to start a war with Shiki. Riffin sighed and thought in his heart. You bastard, how long do you want to hide? At this moment, Shiki shouted loudly, raised his foot and pushed Riffin's direction to swing a huge flying slash. Riffin's eyes were fixed, and he jumped out of the ground. While dodging a flying slash from Shiki, he happened to land on where Khalifa was. Riffin. Khalifa, who was being hit by a zombie rhino and fell to the ground and couldn't get up, saw Riffin, and subconsciously wanted to stay away from him. However, as soon as she moved, she felt a crisp fracture sound from her waist. The intense pain, coupled with the many wounds on her body caused by zombies, human and zombie monsters, made her, who has been well trained, lie on the ground in an instant, and it was difficult to move or speak for a while. Seeing this, Riffin quickly swung a lightning net to clean up the zombies around Khalifa. When Keiku and Fakura saw Riffin, their expressions were also not good looking. Shiki is enough trouble, if Riffin is making a move on them. They really have no possibility of successfully escaping. What they don't know is that, in fact, they have no possibility of escaping now. As long as Shiki wants, he can end the battle at any time. From the very beginning, I felt a familiar breath. So it's you, Riffin. Shiki's eyes were tearing apart as he started fiercely at Riffin. The so-called enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. At this moment, Shiki really wants to kill Riffin directly. But sensing the marine warship getting closer and closer in the distance, and the aura of Nami, Robin and others on the sea in another direction, he knew that he did not have such a chance. It looks like you sensed it too, Shiki. That woman Jun is coming again. And she's not the only one in marine with a strong aura. If we go to war here, maybe we will have the same situation as in Alabasta again. Why don't we pretend we haven't seen each other today? You do your work, I do mine. Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Shiki with a smile on his face. His eyes fell on Shiki's legs intentionally or unintentionally. Shiki noticed Riffin's gaze, and immediately angrily used his devil fruit ability on Riffin. He wants to strangle Riffin with the power of the earth. Seeing this, Riffin shook his head helplessly, and called out the demon sword 3rd generation Kaiditsa from the item bar. With the demon sword, the high-level armament Haki and the powerful Conqueror's Haki instantly condense and wrap around its blade. In an instant, black and red lightning began to flash around the sword. Indistinctly, it seems to be so flat that people can hear the roar of thunder and lightning. Conqueror's infusion. How is it possible? How can you have such power? Shiki stared wide-eyed, looking at the power condensed on Riffin's sword in disbelief. Surprised, Shiki forgot to continue manipulating the erg to strangle Riffin. How is it impossible? I haven't used it, it doesn't mean I can't. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and he raised his hand and slashed in the direction of Shiki. Forming a black and red crescent, it quickly rushed towards Shiki above the sky. Asshole! Shiki gritted his teeth, and instantly condensed the strongest armed color on his only remaining sword on his leg, facing Riffin's slash created a huge golden flying slash. The black-red crescent collided with the golden crescent, immediately creating strong hurricanes around it. But it was Shiki, who was closer, keep retreating even more. Do you really want to fight, Shiki? That was just a random slash by me. I don't really know how to use a sword except for Heikoku. After all, I major in physical arts. But if you really want to fight, then I wouldn't mind casting Conqueror's infusion version of Heikoku. Shiki, I know you are strong, and I know you have the ability to stop my Heikoku. But you have to understand, after I really use Heikoku, there is no room for the two of us to turn around. At that time, we will only be able to reproduce the scene in Alabasta. So, are you really going to continue? Although the marine led by Jun are coming, I don't mind dancing with you for a while. Riffin held the demon sword on his shoulder, and said to Shiki with a smile on his face. Chapter 160, Experimental Subject. Shiki took a deep breath. He first looked at the traces around him, and then used his observation haki to look at Jun and other marines that were getting closer in the distance. After a little hesitation, he finally decided to retreat. Humph. I'll let you off this time, Riffin. But there won't be a next time. Shiki snorted coldly and raised his hands. Whether it's Robluchi or Keiku who haven't fallen yet, or the fallen Kumadori and other CP agents and nearby soldiers, they were entangled by earth rally by Shiki and flew towards the sky. When the earth around Riffin is about to wrap around Khalifa, Riffin raised his eyebrows, and smashed the earth targeting Khalifa with a casual punch. You bastard! Shiki frowned, and looked at Riffin dissatisfied. I'm sorry, I've taken a fancy to this one. Shiki, it doesn't matter if you lose this one, right? Riffin stood in front of Khalifa, blocking Shiki's view of her. Humph, a man who lusts after women. But that woman has been infected with zombie viruses. It won't be long before she turns into an ugly zombie, so it's better to hand her over to me. Shiki said with a cold snort. When Khalifa heard Shiki's words, her heart skipped a beat. For her who loves beauty, even if she dies, she will not be willing to become those zombies. You don't need to worry about that. Of course I have my own arrangements. Riffin waved his hand and said indifferently. Seeing this, Shiki could only give Riffin a cold look. Then he flew into the sky with the experimental body that was almost swept away by half of the Earth's surface with his ability. What Shiki didn't notice was, in the soil layer he was controlling, there is a small positioning denden mushi that Riffin synthesized with munch fruit and has a fairly sturdy appearance. As long as the distance from Shiki is not too far from him, he will know Shiki approximate location through the monitoring denden mushi left on the black pearl. Within the perception range of Riffin's observation haki. After Shiki's ship went away, the marine warship led by Jun has also arrived at the coast of Enies lobby. Because of Riffin's prior explanation, the Black Pearl went to another direction of Enies lobby. Therefore, it did not run into Marine's warship. Then let us go too, fair lady. Riffin looked at Khalifa and said with a smile on his face. After his voice fell, after using dark fruit to swallow a group of zombie beasts and humans who died in battle into the dark space of dark fruit. Then he opened his mouth wide, under Khalifa's horrified gaze, and flew towards the direction of the Black Pearl. Because Riffin has enough authoritative medical literacy. Even if Khalifa is in the state of lumbar fracture now, Riffin can guarantee that she will not suffer a second injury. On the other side, on Golden Lion pirate ship. Here, William, I'll leave these guys to you. Since many of them are devil fruit users, they should be sufficient to expedite your research, right? With a gloomy expression, Shiki threw Robluchi and others, who were to be treated as experimental subjects, in front of William, and said with a gloomy expression. Although it is for a greater plan in the future. But making him retreat again made Shiki quite unhappy. Don't worry, Captain Shiki. With them, I can definitely speed up my research. After you have a complete body, Riffin, Marine, none of them are your opponents. William naturally knew what Shiki was unhappy about, and flattered him very precisely. Sure enough, after hearing William's words, Shiki's expression softened a little. But soon, Shiki's expression became serious again. That bastard Riffin actually hold back on our last fight. Conqueror's infusion, the slash just now reminded me of Roger. It's a pity that such a man is an enemy, otherwise I really want to invite him to my boat. Hearing Shiki's words, William's expression changed immediately. Just kidding, there is a blood feud between him and Riffin. If Riffin came to Shiki's ship, he may not be able to survive. Captain Shiki, that bastard Riffin, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like someone who is willing to be inferior to others. William rubbed his hands together and said with a sneer. At this time, he just wanted to try his best to persuade Shiki to give up the idea of letting Riffin become a crew member. Of course, I know that the person who knows Conqueror's haki is 1 in a million. Being able to understand Conqueror's infusion is in the single digits. Therefore, such a guy can only be an enemy, not a friend. But if such a man is given a period of time to develop, I'm afraid he will grow to an unimaginable level, said Shiki. Hearing this, while William breathed a sigh of relief, he was also worried. Riffin's exploration progress in this world was so lucky that William thought he came from this world himself. William was equally concerned that Riffin would be rewarded with exaggerated rewards for yet another terrific initial achievement. Forget it, do your research, William. I'll go outside and have a look. At this time, it's good to pay attention to the movements of Marine and Riffin. Shiki waved to William, then turned and left William's research room. Black Pearl, on board. Everyone, I'm back. Riffin accurately landed Khalifa on the deck of the invisible Black Pearl, and looked at his partners with a smile on his face. Welcome back, Captain Riffin, who is this woman? Makita looked at Khalifa in Riffin's arms, and said with some resentment. Hehe, needless to say, it must be the woman that Guy Riffin likes. Bonnie put her hands on her hips and said as a matter of course. Isn't this Khalifa? Riffin, why did you bring back this woman who took me away? How about Rob Lucci, Keku, and that bar owner, Bluno, did you also bring them? Frankie took 2 steps forward, frowning at Khalifa and asked. Those guys have now been taken by Shiki. As for this woman, she just happened to fall next to me. I think this is also a kind of fate, so I brought her back. I hope you don't mind, Frankie. By the way, I also brought Spondum. Riffin said with a smile. After speaking, Riffin opened the dark space and released Spondum and zombie monsters that had been absorbed. Frankie, who saw the zombie monster for the first time, was naturally taken aback. And he didn't notice for a while that Spondum was also caught in it. Did you say that you saved her because of fate? I think you would have rescued this woman even if she hadn't fallen beside you. Speaking of which, when you saved me back then, it must have contained your little thoughts in it. Bonnie put her arm on Riffin's shoulder and asked with interest. If I say yes, are you going to give me a break, Bonnie? Hehe, if you can let me see that bastard father of mine, it's not impossible. Really, I admit that you successfully aroused my interest. Then have you thought about going to find that guy? Well, maybe we'll be able to see him sooner rather than later. Riffin thought of the scene where Kuma appeared in the thriller bark in the original book, so he couldn't help but speak. Of course, if I become a Shishibukai, meeting him will not be a problem. But compared to this, Bonnie, you'd better steer the rudder and steer the ship a little bit away from Enies lobby. I'm worried that after a while, the people from Marine will search here. Riffin pushed Bonnie's arm with his shoulder, and then walked to Frankie who had found Spondum. Then, without even thinking about it, he stepped on the belly of the sleeping Spondum. It hurts. The severe pain made Spondum wake up instantly, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Damn it, which bastard it is! Spondum struggled to get up, and drew the sword from his waist. But he was quickly caught by Frankie with a grin. Frankie, according to the agreement, Spondum will be handed over to you. I'll come to you later for the ceremony of joining my ship. I almost forgot about this. I'll accept your sword. When Riffin said that, a hand grew out of Spondum immediately, snatched his sword and threw it to Riffin. After Riffin caught the sword with Khalifa's body in his arms, he looked at Chopper. Chopper, the zombies here will be handed over to you to extract their virus. By the way, Shiki seems to have improved the virus. It seems to be able to speed up the infection rate of a person, even if the person has a certain strength. While Riffin was talking, Khalifa in his arms suddenly trembled, and her whole face became grim. Seeing this, Riffin frowned, and led her into the cabin at a faster pace, and soon came to the consultation room. You are in very bad condition now, let me make a long story short, I can save you and keep you from turning into a zombie. However, you need to put aside your previous position and join my pirate group. Do you understood, Miss Khalifa? After Riffin put Khalifa on the hospital bed, he spoke solemnly to her. Chapter 161, Khalifa's Invitation Mission. Khalifa, the elite secretary of Icebug, the mayor capital of Water 7. She is also an elite spy of CP9. Such a person can be a secretary or a spy on the Black Pearl. In addition, the image in front of her in a tight black uniform and mesh stockings is already in line with Riffin's favorite image of a capable secretary. So he felt that it would be too wasteful for such a woman to die. Instead of letting her be taken away by Shiki for research, it would be better for him to include her in his team. Even if he can't do anything to Khalifa in the future, it's a kind of seductive thing to watch her often. Khalifa gritted her teeth, her body convulsed with pain. After hearing Riffin's words, she turned around and nodded to Riffin. Although she has no feelings about becoming Riffin's partner, she still knows how to choose between life and death. Riffin, you have triggered Khalifa's invitation task. Treat Khalifa. After completion, you will be able to mark Khalifa as yours, making her officially a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. Hearing the prompt in his mind, the corner of Riffin's mouth arched. Since you nodded, that means you have agreed to my terms. Then next, please be patient. After Riffin finished speaking, he opened his mouth and swallowed Khalifa under her incredulous eyes. A moment later, when Riffin used the power of Munch Munch fruit to separate the virus in Khalifa's body, he spit Khalifa back into the hospital bed. Although he still has the corresponding antidote serum on hand. However, now that there is a lack of G-virus strengthening agents, he is naturally more willing to directly isolate the virus in Khalifa's body through Munch Munch fruit. Riffin, you have completed Frankie's invitation mission escape from his capture. Riffin, you have completed Frankie's invitation task, revenge. Special bonus points, 500 points x2, you can already invite Frankie to be a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. Riffin, you have completed Khalifa's invitation task treat Khalifa. You obtain 500 bonus points and you can already invite Khalifa to be a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. Is Frankie over there too? I'll get him a tattoo of the pirates later. Having said that, if both Khalifa and Frankie join, the pirate group has reached the conditions for upgrading. Thinking of this, Riffin couldn't help a burst of joy in his heart. Then, he picked up Spondam's sword and a piece of fruit. In front of Khalifa, who was shocked that there was no sign of zombie virus on her body, he began to strip the devil fruit from Spondam's sword. Riffin, congratulations on getting the Zoan elephant devil fruit. How on earth did you do it? Khalifa was lying on the hospital bed, turned her head to look at Riffin and asked in amazement. It's just a characteristic of my ability, these dark energies can guarantee that devil fruit will not slip away. Riffin smiled, and after pocketing the elephant fruit, he walked up to Khalifa. Your lumbar spine appears to have suffered some damage from the previous fight. I'm good at massage and bone setting, so I help you heal it. Riffin said. With my strength, I can't stop you. Even if you want to rape me, it's the same. Khalifa sighed and said. Don't be swayed by the conversations on deck. Although I like beautiful women, I also respect women. Since you're now my companion, I won't touch you without your permission. Riffin smiled, reached out and gently turned Khalifa's body 180 degrees. Then, under Riffin's rhythmic touch, there was a click on Khalifa's back. Khalifa frowned, and her body bounced unconsciously because of the slight pain. Hey? My body can move. Khalifa frowned and asked. As you can see, my push technique is not bad. Besides, although you have a virus on your body, but the wound still exists, let me help you bandage it first. Riffin took out bandages and ointment from the medical table beside him and returned to Khalifa. You are sexual harassment. Khalifa frowned, and immediately looked at Riffin vigilantly with her hands folded. Hey? I haven't done anything yet. Forget it, then you can bandage yourself. Riffin put the bandage and ointment in front of Khalifa. He knew that Khalifa had been affected by what the girls said earlier on the deck of the Black Pearl. However, he didn't mean to explain. Khalifa took a deep look at Riffin, and finally picked up the ointment and bandaged herself honestly. However, just when she was about to smear it, she saw Riffin's saliva remaining on her body. I need to shower first. No problem, there is a place to wash your body in the consultation room. I need new clothes. There are unused nurse uniforms here, you can use them first. I hope you don't peek. Okay, I promise I won't peek. Riffin shrugged and said helplessly. Afterwards, Khalifa picked up the nurse's uniform that belonged to Nojiko and walked towards the cubicle where she was her body. Riffin was bored and looked at the place where Khalifa was washing her body with some pity. Because of the particularity of the Black Pearl, without using the observation haki, he couldn't even hear the sound of Khalifa washing her body. Although he has all kinds of means to hear and see. But since he has made a promise with Khalifa, his future crew member, he naturally cannot violate it. Fortunately, when Riffin was bored, there was a knock on the door of the consulting room. /knock//knock/. Riffin, are you there? I'm Frankie. Hearing this, Riffin stood up with a smile on his face, opened the door and went out. Yo, Frankie, it seems you've already taken care of that trash spondam. Riffin patted Frankie on the shoulder enthusiastically, and said with a smile. I threw that guy into the ocean to fend for himself after beating him. He must be a Sea King ratio now. And according to the agreement, I am already a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. But Nami, Chopper and the others said that after joining the pirates, you need to engrave a tattoo of the pirates or something. Why don't you engrave me a tattoo like that now? Frankie smiled and said. although they are still in the waters near Enies lobby, in Frankie's view. Now no spies from Enies lobby can catch him. Now, of course, he can officially join the Black Pearl Pirates. Of course. Welcome aboard, Frankie. Next, let's hold the ceremony of joining the regiment. Riffin picked up the seal of the fleet and said to him with a smile on his face. Then, under his gesture, he put the seal on his huge wrist. Riffin, congratulations on successfully inviting Frankie to become a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. The corresponding position has been updated. Please make your own choice. Frankie is still able to adapt to the position of a scientist. Forget it, it's better to be an elite shipwright than a half-baked scientist. Riffin directly fixed Frankie's position on the column of shipwright. Riffin, you have successfully invited a expert-level shipbuilder, and the bonus points are 2,000 points. It has been detected that you have deprived the partner of the pirate group that belongs to the Green Pheasant Otoshi, and the special reward point is 500 points. Frankie's personal attributes have been updated, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, 02. Name, Frankie. Age, 34 years old. Crew number, 9. Position, shipwright, expert. Physical, 3206. Physical level, sea level. Devil fruit, none. Special ability, none. Loyalty, 48, friendly contacts. Bounty, none. 48 points of loyalty, it's quite high. Is it because of the completion of 2 invitation tasks? Another crew of destiny, I hope that Otoshi guy won't die from anger. Speaking of which, it seems that no Reincarnator who is a captain has gotten a shipwright. Just when Riffin was thinking like this, a reminder suddenly sounded in the mind of all Reincarnator. Riffin achieved the achievement the first captain with a shipwright, congratulations on getting the primary armament Haki awakening scroll. After use, armament Haki can be initially obtained. The primary armament Haki awakening scroll, Frankie took the transformation route, so he doesn't need this. It can be used for Chopper, his monster enhancement and armament Haki will definitely be able to exert a very strong power. Riffin glanced at the elementary armament Haki awakening scroll in his inventory, and then opened the interface of the Reincarnator exchange group. He wanted to see if Otoshi would respond as he thought. Reincarnated People Chat Room. Eagle Ethan, Tisk, another first achievement. What a lucky Bazatard. Panda Riffin, hehe, it's really luck, I accidentally obtained an expert-level shipwright. Green Pheasant Kazumi, an expert-level shipbuilder. Doesn't that mean that Sir Riffin has gained another 2,000 points? Green Pheasant Otoshi, 2,000 points. Damn it, that was originally mine. Kangaroo Helena, I didn't think Riffin would take away his Destiny crew again. Is Riffin so lucky or is he targeting all Destiny crew? Green Pheasant Otoshi, Riffin, that's almost enough. Don't take my crew. Panda Riffin, hehe, are you begging me? Eagle Ethan, you're really lucky, Riffin. I heard that you plan to become a Shishibukai recently, isn't it? Camel Nasser, Riffin is going to become Shishibukai. But is it possible? Panda Riffin, maybe I have this potential. But you, Ethan, you actually got the corresponding news. Could it be that your Captain Blackbeard did the same? He want to be a Shishibukai. Eagle Ethan, hehe, who knows? Panda Riffin, it's fine if you don't want to answer. Speaking of which, I accidentally got 3 devil fruits just now. I originally uploaded one of Zoan's devil fruits first and planned to upload the rest. However, considering that I may use it later, let's forget it. Eagle William, Riffin, you are lying, how could you get devil fruits? Those devil fruit users were all taken away by Captain Shiki. Panda Riffin, hehe, although they were all taken away by Shiki, it was a coincidence that he didn't take away 2 ready-made ones. As for the other one, you don't need to know. Eagle Tina, what happened? Riffin and William met again. Green Pheasant Momiji, is there another fight between Sir Riffin and Golden Lion Shiki? Green Pheasant Ayani, Riffin, are you okay? Panda Riffin, it's over for now, it's not suitable for fighting at that time. By the way, are you worried about me, Miss Ayani? Green Pheasant Ayani, don't get me wrong, I just think that if you die, how can I fulfill the promise? Panda Riffin, you are really dear girl, Miss Ayani, if possible, I really want to give you a big hug. Riffin, Chopper tell me earlier. Is it true that you have the power to meet the dead? While Riffin was chatting with the Reincarnators, Frankie's voice suddenly rang in his ears. So Chopper told you about this, that's right, but there are very strict conditions. Hearing this, Riffin raised his head and looked at Frankie. At this time, he somewhat understood why Frankie's initial loyalty was so high. Then, can I revive my teacher Tom? No matter what the price I pay, I'll do it. Saying that, Frankie solemnly bowed to Riffin. Don't worry, since you have become my companion, I will naturally try my best to help you revive your teacher. Riffin patted Frankie on the shoulder seriously. Chapter 162, Upgrade the pirate group to level 3. However, this is not something that can be achieved immediately. You need to wait for me to store enough conditions first. I hope you understand that, Frankie. Riffin patted Frankie on the shoulder and said. I understand that it is definitely not an easy task to realize such a means. Frankie nodded emphatically. You have the power to resurrect others. At this time, Khalifa's voice came from the consulting room behind the two. The two looked over. At this time, Khalifa came out from the cubicle, dressed in a nurse's uniform. Even the wounds on her body have been bandaged with bandages. Captain Riffin, I'd better leave first. For the time being, I don't get along with this woman very much. Frankie shook his head and was about to leave. Wait, Frankie. Before you leave, are you interested in eating this slow devil fruit? After eating, you'll be able to unleash a slow ray. In the original book, Frankie can release golden lasers. Riffin thinks that if Frankie is given an additional laser that can slow people down, that kind of Frankie might be able to become even stronger. Of course, he himself also wants to use this power. Although a powerful Haki ability user can ignore the power of devil fruit. But for some strong people who are good at devil fruits but not good at Haki, Riffin feels that the power of the slow devil fruit is still very effective. A devil fruit power capable of unleashing a slow ray. Unfortunately, I don't want to be a landlubber if I can, Captain. Frankie shook his head and politely declined. Is that so? What a pity. Forget it, then I won't mention the devil fruit thing for now. Riffin put the fruit of slow into his inventory, and said regretfully. For him who knows Frankie's character, this result was not unexpected. But for the Blue Star audience, Frankie's refusal took them by surprise. It's okay if you don't accept devil fruit, but at least accept this. Riffin raised his hand to touch Frankie's pirate tattoo. Riffin, you use the 100 years of life on Frankie to gain 100 years of life. Riffin, your talent strengthen the crew, equal return has been activated, and you have gained 100 years of life. Is this what Chopper call, lifespan? Frankie's eyes widened, feeling the terrifying vitality in his body in incredible detail. That's right, you can't refuse such a good thing. Since Chopper revealed it to you, I don't think I need to explain it. Riffin smiled and nodded. Thank you, Captain Riffin, thank you for your trust in me. I will work hard in the future. Frankie patted his chest and laughed. Although he doesn't have too much thought about living another 100 years. But Riffin is willing to directly share such power with himself, Frankie is naturally quite moved. Riffin, Frankie's loyalty familiarity has been updated, please check it yourself. 60 points of loyalty, the evaluation of close friends. Not bad. Riffin watched Frankie leave with a smile on his face. Afterwards, Riffin returned to the consultation room and closed the door of the consultation room again. This nurse's uniform looks very fitting, Miss Khalifa. Bandages and ointments, you must have used them. Next, it's almost time for us to perform the ceremony of joining my crew. Riffin raised the seal of his pirates group in his hand and gestured to Khalifa with a smile. Riffin, like the audience, is excited because with Khalifa joining, his pirate group can be upgraded. As long as she can join, Riffin believes that he can get a powerful reward item. After all, both his bounty and the overall bounty of the Black Pearl Pirates now exceed the minimum limit for the pirates to be upgraded to B level. According to the rules of the copy space, if the crew is good enough, the captain's bounty, and the overall bounty of the pirate group are enough. The rewards he received as a Reincarnator will also be rich enough. Now, he can't wait to upgrade the entire pirate group through Khalifa. Even, if he can gain enough power after the pirate group is upgraded. He wouldn't mind going to Shiki now to have a good chat. Riffin, you haven't answered my question yet. Khalifa frowned nicely and asked Riffin a question. What, Khalifa, do you have anyone you want to resurrect? I have the ability to resurrect someone, but the conditions are very harsh. Riffin walked up to Khalifa, nodded and said. Khalifa couldn't help pursing her lips when she heard this. She thought of the CP9 partners who were taken away by Shiki and whose life or death was uncertain. If there are indeed people she wishes to resurrect, for Khalifa, there is no doubt that she would want to bring back her former colleagues. The matter of reviving someone, let's talk about it later. Compared to this, where do you want me to engrave your pirate tattoo on your body? Riffin said. Riffin can roughly guess what Khalifa is thinking. But so far, the people who triggered the final invitation are Nami, Robin, and Chopper, who can be said to have the identity of the original protagonists. Riffin is not sure whether a supporting role like Khalifa can get the permission to open the final invitation. Therefore, he did not dare to make any promises at will. Just engrave it on the forearm of my right hand. Khalifa rolled up her sleeves and said to Riffin. She saw the way Riffin raised his hand to Frankie and did something to him. Considering that Riffin might also be putting his hand on her pirate tattoo. Naturally, she would not let Riffin engrave the pirate tattoos in those private places. As you wish. Riffin nodded slightly, and engraved the seal of the pirates on Khalifa's right forearm. Riffin, you have successfully engraved the tattoo of the pirates for Khalifa, and the related position has been updated. Excellent level spy, expert level secretary. Damn, this woman Khalifa has developed her part-time job even more powerfully than her full-time job. If she becomes my secretary, it may be difficult to meet someone worthy of the title of spy in the future. However, if she becomes a spy, it seems that it is even more difficult to meet someone who can become an expert-level secretary and have the opportunity to touch the expert level. After Riffin frowned and thought for a while, he finally decided to make Khalifa his secretary. It's better to change a new life for this woman. I can't really let this woman go to other places as a spy in the future. It will be troublesome if she run away at that time. Considering his encounter with Khalifa, Riffin felt that if Khalifa had a chance, he would most likely choose to run away. Even, Riffin has prepared to let Khalifa stay by his side before Khalifa's loyalty reaches a certain level. And the secretary is obviously a position that needs to be by his side often. As for whether Riffin has the idea of letting his secretary do a work that's not suitable for her job, only he knows. Riffin, you have fixed Khalifa's position as secretary. Congratulations, you have obtained an expert-level secretary, and obtain a bonus of 2,000 points. Khalifa's personal attributes have been updated, please check for yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, 02. Name, Khalifa. Age, 25 years old. Crew number, 10. Position, Secretary, Expert. Physical, 3006. Physical level, Sea level. Devil Fruit, none. Skill, Marine 6 styles. Special ability, none. Loyalty, 16, Nodding Acquaintance. Bounty, none. Nodding Acquaintance, it really is quite low loyalty. Riffin glanced at Khalifa's personal attributes, and his heart became more determined to bring Khalifa to his side for a while. Riffin, congratulations on achieving the achievement The First Captain with a Secretary, Special Reward Elementary Observation Haki Awakening Scroll. Riffin, you have reached the conditions to upgrade your pirates group, would you like to upgrade now? Does it need to be said? Of course it is an upgrade. Ding. Start analyzing your Black Pearl Pirates. Ding. Riffin, the captain of the Black Pearl Pirates, has a reward of 1 billion berry. The total reward of the Black Pearl Pirates is 1.883 billion berry. Currently, the pirate group has 6 crew members with expert rank and 4 crew members with excellent rank. Comprehensive consideration, you are specially rewarded with Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll X2, Skill Scroll Divine Departure. After using the Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll, the perception range of Observation Haki is further increased, and the Observation Haki skill of Foreseeing the Future is mastered after use and can predict the future in a short period of time. Remarks: the perception range of Observation Haki is directly proportional to the physique. Even for the same high-level Observation Haki holder, the higher the physique, the wider the perception range. Using the Skill Scroll, Divine Departure, you will learn Divine Departure. Using Divine Departure will slash out powerful and have the characteristics of avoiding enemy weapons and directly attacking the enemy's body. Remarks: before using Skill Scroll Divine Departure, you need to master Intermediate Armament Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Entangling, and Future Sight Observation Haki. It is detected that Makita's job level in the fleet has been upgraded from Proficient to Excellent. You will be rewarded with 1000 points, and Makita will be rewarded with 1000 physical points. It is detected that the position level of Nurse Nojiko has been upgraded from proficient to excellent in the fleet, and you will be rewarded with 1000 points, and Nojiko will be rewarded with 1000 physical points. It is detected that Karina's position level in the fleet has been upgraded from excellent to expert. Special reward for you is 2000 points. Special reward for Karina 20,000 point physical points. It is detected that Tony Chopper's job level in the fleet has been upgraded from excellent to expert, and you will be rewarded with 2000 points, and Tony Chopper will be awarded with 2000 physical points. Your pirate group Black Pearl Pirates is currently level 3. The special position Vice Captain has been opened, and the person who becomes the Vice Captain needs to have considerable strength and will get a huge bonus. Please check the corresponding conditions by yourself. Riffin, you can now build your own brand new pirate ship and integrate the current stage of the Black Pearl into it. Please check the details yourself. The conditions for upgrading the Black Pearl Pirates to level 4 are as follows. 1. A total of 30 partners with position talents have been successfully invited to join the pirates. 2. At least 2 crew members need to reach the position level of expert, 5 crew members have reached the position level of excellent and 10 crew members have reached the position level of skilled. 3. As the captain of the pirate group, you need to get a reward of no less than 100 million berry. 4. The overall bounty offered for the pirate group is not less than 500 million berry. Remarks: when you complete the upgrade mission of the pirate group, the crew you invite will be rewarded. The higher your personal bounty, the higher the bounty of the pirate group as a whole, and the rewards you get are richer. Chapter 163, Khalifa wants to kill Shiki. After sailing for a period of time, it is impossible for Nojiko and Makita to have no progress in their professional skills. Riffin has obtained the special cooking menu of Ivankov, and his pastry skills have also grown. Naturally, he also used this technique to teach Makita. Nojiko's experience is also very similar. Although the two did not improve their position skills by gaining the power of their future self like Chopper, and also failed to improve their job skills by taking the appropriate devil fruit like Karina did. However, through studying with great concentration, the two of them still made a lot of progress, and successfully changed their job skills from the proficient level to the excellent level. Interestingly, when the fleet was upgraded to level 2, I was only rewarded me with points. But this upgrade, my partners whose job skills have been improved will also get an increase in physical fitness points. So, if the pirate group is upgraded to a higher level pirate group in the future, the crew and I will get more things? I'm looking forward to that. Riffin browsed the personal attributes of Nojiko, Makita, Chopper, and Karina with interest, and saw that their physical points had been improved accordingly. Although they didn't get many physical points, they saved Riffin at least 6,000 points. In this regard, Riffin is still happy. Of course, compared to the physical points obtained by his partners and the 6,000 points he obtained by himself, he was even more pleased with the Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll and the Skill Scroll Divine Departure obtained by the upgrade of the pirate group. 2 Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scrolls, although not conquerors, but it is strong enough to allow me and my crew to gain the ability to predict the future. Moreover, there is also the Skill Scroll of Divine Departure. It turns out that to perform this trick, you need Observation Haki, that can predict the future. No wonder it is evaluated by the copy space as a powerful skill that can avoid the opponent weapon and directly attacks the opponent body. With Observation Haki who can predict the future, he can predict the positions of others to dodge and block in advance, so the probability of others being able to dodge is naturally much smaller. If you think about it this way, this time the high-level Observation Awakening Scroll came at a really good time. Both rewards are so good. Sure enough, you can get excellent rewards by maxing out the bounty. It's a pity that Makita and I are the only ones who have mastered the intermediate Observation Haki. 2 high-level Observation Haki Awakening Scrolls, but one can be left for later use. Riffin thought in his heart. Divine Departure, that is the skill of the Pirate King Roger. Even if they are as strong as Kojiki Odin, they will be directly smashed and vomited blood by this move. This is enough to show the power of Divine Departure. And foreseeing the future is equally terrifying, the reason why Katakuri, one of the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirate group, and is so strong. A big reason is his Observation Haki, which is powerful enough to predict the future. Although for those who have Observation Killing, the Observation Haki that predicts the future is useless. But in this world, how many people are in control of Observation Killing? Just when Riffin sighed, the hint of copy space sounded in his mind again. But this time, it was the notification sound of the whole server. Riffin, congratulations on achieving the achievement, the first Reincarnator captain who upgraded the pirate group to level 3. Special rewards: teleportation pointer, devil fruit weakness elimination authority and the appointment authority of the captain of the pirate group. Remarks: using the teleportation pointer, you can specify an island within 20,000 meters from the Reincarnator for teleportation. The unit of teleportation is the pirate ship. Remarks: after enabling the devil fruit weakness elimination authority, all crew members with Black Pearl Pirates tattoos, even those with devil fruit, will not be hated by the sea. Riffin live broadcast chat room. Here they come, brother. Riffin's pirate group breakthrough again. Ha ha ha. Today is really a good day, plus the previous 2 initial achievements, this is already the 3rd. Eagle audience, how is it possible? Why is there such a reward as devil fruit weakness elimination authority? That's a bug level reward. However, if you think about it carefully, this ability is indeed a cheat. I can think of the surprised expression of Marine who used Sea Stone to deal with the crew of the Black Pearl Pirates, and then found that Sea Stone had no effect, haha. One Piece Dungeon World. Riffin was quite surprised by the reward for this first achievement. The last time was the enslavement contract authority, this time is the authority to eliminate the weakness of devil fruit. Now it will be interesting, and Frankie will be able to eat the devil fruit now. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and he opened the Reincarnator communicator interface contentedly. Reincarnated people chat room. Eagle William Birkin, damn. It's actually the first achievement again, it's endless, right? Eagle Ethan, permission to eliminate devil fruit's weakness, damn it, how good it would be if I got such permission. Camel Hilai, I also want this permission, at least I can take a good bath. Green Pheasant Kashumi, Sir Riffin, you are really amazing. Have you upgraded your pirate group to level 3 already? Kangaroo Helena, indeed, the ability of Riffin, among all the Reincarnators, only him can do it. If there is a destiny, I really want to meet you. Green Pheasant Ione, Helena, you don't have any other plans, do you? Kangaroo Helena, I just want to meet Riffin face to face, if I am lucky enough to reach a cooperation with him, it would be great. Green Pheasant Koharu Momika, I also want to meet Sir Riffin, but unfortunately I am in the Big Mom pirate group, there is no way to leave. Green Pheasant Odashi, damn it, many of that guy's partners should belong to me. Camel Nasser, William Birkin, why you didn't kill him? Didn't you meet him before, can't you just get rid of him? If we let him develop first, no one can stop him. Eagle William Birkin, shut up. Panda Ada Wong, hehe, that man has already used the resurrection coin once, so he doesn't have the guts to dare to come in front of Riffin. Eagle William Birkin, humph, as a scientist, I don't fight head-on, that's the behavior of a reckless person. Panda Ada Wong, whatever you say, but you should cherish the time you can breathe freely. Eagle William Birkin, shut up you slut. You are a slave and plaything of others, you have no right to speak of me. Panda Riffin, pay attention to your words, William, or I will kill you. Seeing Riffin's message, William was instantly filled with anger. But after seeing the test tube that he accidentally crushed, he panicked and started to pack it up again. Khalifa, take your hand and use it. Riffin's attention returned to reality, he glanced at Khalifa who was sitting helplessly on the hospital bed, walked over with a smile on his face and held her hand with the pirate tattoo. Riffin, you use 100 years of longevity on Khalifa. Khalifa's lifespan will increase by 100 years. Riffin, your talent strengthen the crew, equal return has been activated, and your lifespan has been increased by 100 years. Originally, Riffin saw that Khalifa's loyalty was too low, so he didn't want to use any power UPS for her. At least wait until her loyalty is a little higher and use it. However, the rewards he received for upgrading the pirate group to level 3 are too rich, so considering that Khalifa is responsible for this, Riffin still wanted to try to give her the 100-year lifespan that should have belonged to the 10th crew member. In this way, the 10,000-year lifespan obtained through the 1,000-year dragon is gone. I don't know if there will be such rewards in the future. If not, it would be too unfair to the latecomers. Speaking of which, the props related to longevity in One Piece world, we still have that pure gold. And if I get pure gold, will there be corresponding rewards? There should be and will definitely rich. Riffin thought of the pure gold introduced in the original book, which seems to have immortality, and his heart began to get hot unconsciously. Riffin, Khalifa loyalty attributes have been refreshed, please check for yourself. As expected, her loyalty increased. And it has changed from 16 to 21. The woman loyalty grows as slowly as it did when Robin first joined. Riffin looked at Khalifa, just in time to meet her slightly complicated gaze. You seem to literally add 100 years to my lifespan. Why do you want to give me something this precious? Sure enough, is it for my body? Khalifa asked with a complicated look. It's not that reason. It's because you happen to be my 10th partner, so I'll give it to you. Riffin shook his head helplessly, walked to the side counter and began to use the virus taken from Khalifa's body to synthesize the G-virus strengthening potion. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Your job on my ship is secretary, you should be familiar with this job, right? Riffin said. Riffin's words made Khalifa fall into silence again. After a while, she finally spoke. Riffin, can you promise me one thing? Let's talk about it first, Khalifa. I hope that one day, you will allow me to kill Shiki with my own hands. Khalifa looked at Riffin firmly. She didn't reprimand Riffin for not saving her colleague CP9 from Shiki. She understood that in the previous situation, if Riffin really wanted to snatch other CP9 members from Shiki, that could lead to a direct fight between him and Shiki. Riffin has no reason and no obligation to do so. Being able to take her away with him is already considered a sign of Shiki's good temper. Riffin, I know you have a grudge against Shiki. You will definitely face him again in the future. With your growth rate, you will definitely gain the power to defeat him in the future. I don't expect to defeat Shiki, I only hope that I can personally kill that guy with my own hands. Khalifa saw Riffin did not say. She quickly stood up and said seriously. Riffin, you have triggered Khalifa's advanced invitation mission. Help Khalifa kill Golden Lion Shiki with her own hands. This can also trigger the invitation task. Riffin thought in his heart, nodded to Khalifa, and said. Don't worry, I agree with your proposal. I just thought that you might ask me to save your former colleagues. It's no big deal to have Khalifa kill Shiki. As long as she is still a member of the Black Pearl Pirates, her killing Shiki is equivalent to Riffin killing Shiki himself. In this way, Ada, who is a slave, can get battle points. Of course, the premise is that Shiki is counted above the specific opponent column by the copy space. Rescue them, is this still possible? Khalifa pursed her lips and sat down on the hospital bed as if discouraged. She'd seen Enies lobby's soldiers turned into zombies. Although she doesn't know what kind of experiments Shiki plans to do on Lucci and others. But Khalifa thinks this is definitely not a pleasant experiment. Perhaps, Lucci and others have become those zombie-like monsters of Enies lobby. Well, I won't make a promise for you casually. However, if your colleagues are still alive when we meet Shiki, I can help them. Come on, drink this. Don't worry, after my improvement, this thing has become something that strengthens the body. Although the reaction will be a bit severe after drinking it, you will find that your power will be greatly improved. Riffin handed a synthetic bottle of G-virus strengthening potion to Khalifa, who was a little confused, and said. Then please, if some of them are really alive, you must help them, Riffin. If possible, I hope you will not interfere with their choices then. Khalifa took a serious look at Riffin, and then took the G-virus strengthening potion as if she was ready to die, and swallowed. Riffin, you have triggered Khalifa's advanced invitation mission. Save Khalifa's colleagues. Double advanced invitation mission. But this mission would end in failure. Riffin supported Khalifa, who was in pain from the G-virus strengthening potion, to lie down on the hospital bed, thinking helplessly. After finishing all this, he walked to the door and opened the door of the consulting room. In an instant, Makita and Karina, who were at the gate, fell directly into Riffin's arms. Behind the two, Nami, Bonnie and other women are also the same. I said, you should understand the sound insulation effect here. You can't hear anything with just the human ear. By the way, are you guys spying on me with observation haki? Riffin pinched the buttocks of Karina and Makita in his arms, and said helplessly. Chapter 164, Makita's Special Position. +1. How come, I will never use observation haki to spy on you, Captain Riffin, without permission, I swear. Makita was surprised by Riffin's hand movements at first, and then she swears loudly in secret joy. A touch from Riffin. Not only will she not feel shy, but she is very happy and enjoys it. Captain Riffin, the movements of your hands are really superfluous. This time, you have to pay me another gemstone from before. Also, you forget the fact that I don't know how to use observation haki. Karina patted Riffin's hand that was tightly grasping her ass. Said with a smile on her face. Not the same as the blushing Makita. Just because of Riffin's touch, Karina didn't feel any shyness at all. Makita, although you don't use observation haki for peeping, I'd be more than happy to use my physical ears to listen. And Karina, don't think about gems. This is punishment for what you just did. As Riffin said, he patted the backs of the two of them again with his hands. Speaking of which, why are you all here together? Did something happen outside? Riffin took a step back, allowing everyone to enter the consultation room, and asked suspiciously. Don't worry, Captain Riffin, we are sailing safely outside now. The reason why we came here is because I, Karina, Makita and Chopper all felt the heat of the pirate's tattoo on our bodies before. Obviously, Captain Riffin, you didn't touch our tattoos with your hands, but many of us have been strengthened. So, we wanted to come over and ask. Nojiko walked into the treatment room, and after seeing Khalifa on the side of the hospital bed with a painful face, she couldn't help but frowned. Captain Riffin, could this lady's symptoms be caused by the G-virus strengthening agent? That's right, I just let her take the G-virus strengthening potion I've prepared now, because her current strength is weak, so the relative reaction will be relatively large. So, she has indeed become our partner. Haha, if we had her, we would have exactly the 10th crew member on board, so I let her join. Is it really just because of this reason? Sure enough, it's because she is a beautiful girl. Well, I don't deny that there is a reason for that. Riffin patted the back of his head, and glanced at everyone present. I understand the problems with Chopper, Karina, Makita, and you, Nojiko. Although I haven't touched your body before, I did use some special method to help you strengthen it a little. Since everyone is here, let me strengthen some of you. Riffin smiled and took a step forward, holding Karina's arm with the pirate tattoo. Riffin, you use the observation haki awakening scroll on Karina. Karina's personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Riffin, your personal talent strengthen the crew, equal return has been activated. It is detected that you already have intermediate observation haki, this enhancement is converted into 500 physical points. Your personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Karina. Age, 20 years old. Crew number, 05. Position, Thief, Expert. Physical, 10,053. Physical level, B level. Devil Fruit, Color Fruit. Special abilities, Primary Armament Haki, Primary Observation Haki. Loyalty, 93, Intimate. Bounty, 30 million berry. Loyalty, which hadn't increased for a long time, actually increased by 5 points. Although it still hasn't reached 100%, it has improved anyway. Sure enough, helping Karina gain power that is conducive to stealing can increase her loyalty. I don't know if Karina's loyalty will be full after getting the high-level observation haki. Or, after finding the pure gold and giving it to her, will it be possible to maximize her loyalty? Riffin thought to himself, and let go of Karina's arm. How about it, it's not bad to have observation haki, right? But don't use observation haki to spy on me from now on. Otherwise, be careful I spank your ass. Riffin raised his hand in a waving gesture, and looked at Karina with a smile on his face. Is this observation haki? It's really good. Thank you, Captain Riffin. Khalifa put her hands behind her back and said with a smile on her face. Then, after looking at the people around her, she tiptoed close to Riffin's ear and whispered. Let's leave the rewards until no one else is beside us, hee hee. Riffin raised his eyebrows, looked at Karina who kept blinking at him mischievously, and couldn't help but think of her naughty face when he strengthened Karina last time. Ahem, I will find you alone to guide you how to use your observation haki when I have time later. Riffin coughed twice, and then fixed his gaze on Makita who was standing beside Karina. And in Makita's expectant gaze, he reached out and held her arm. Are you ready, Makita? Riffin said with a smile on his face. I'm ready, Captain Riffin. Makita nodded heavily. She thought Riffin was simply strengthening her. As everyone knows, Riffin has already planned to make her a special position in the Black Pearl Pirates. It is also a position vice captain that can be taken into account with her original position. For the vice-captain position that was opened after the fleet was upgraded to level 3. When Riffin learned that someone from the Black Pearl Pirates could become the vice-captain, the first thing that comes to mind is Makita. Although now, Robin is stronger than Makita. Even when the time of joining, Robin is only a little bit late from Makita. Even Makita doesn't have an overly close relationship with Riffin like Robin does. But in Riffin's heart, there is a preference for a naughty, cute woman like Makita who respects him in everything. It is also for this reason that Riffin has always regarded Makita as the main target of strengthening. And now, since it's time to use the special position of vice-captain to strengthen Makita, Riffin naturally did not hesitate. Then, you will be my vice-captains from now on, Makita. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and he directly activated his own authority to strengthen Makita accordingly. Riffin, you have added a special position vice-captain for pastry chef Makita. As the vice-captain, Makita should have strong combat power, so I specially raised Makita physique level to a level corresponding to your physique level. It has been detected that Makita's vice-captain position level is excellent, and you will be rewarded with 1000 points. Remarks: the determination criteria for the position level of vice-captain is the crew member's loyalty, confidence on the ship, and strength. Riffin, you use the Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll and Skill Scroll Divine Departure on Makita. Makita's personal attributes have been refreshed, please check for yourself. Riffin, your personal talent Strengthen the Crew, Equal Return has been activated. Your personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Makita. Age, 22 years old. Crew number, 01. Special position, Vice Captain. Position, Pastry Chef, Excellent. Physique, 50,000. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Kilo Fruit. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King Gun, Conqueror's Coil, Divine Departure. Special abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Bounty, 300 million berry. Props, Famous Sword Kagurashi, Wintry Wind. As expected of the special position Vice Captain, it actually directly pulled Makita's physical level to S level. Combined with Makita's current skills, this is already fully capable of being the Vice Captain. However, does the position of Vice Captain still have strength requirements? Up to now, it is only in position level. And I don't know if Makita's physical level is upgraded to a higher level, whether her position as Vice Captain will be increased accordingly. Riffin looked at the luxurious personal panel of Makita, and sighed in his heart. Although in terms of physical points, she is still slightly lower than Robin. In terms of Devil Fruit, Kilo Fruit is not as good as Flower Fruit, and it is even worse than Awakened Flower Fruit. But relying on powerful Haki and powerful skills, Riffin even felt that it might not take too much time and energy for Makita to defeat Robin. Riffin, you have achieved the achievement the first captain with a vice captain, and the special reward is Intermediate Observation Haki Awakening Scroll. Suddenly, the reminder of the whole server appeared in the minds of all the reincarnators and the bullet screen on the top of the live broadcast room related to the whole Blue Star. Like the Blue Star audience, the reincarnators at this moment have already felt numb. The moment they heard the reminder in their minds, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, like a conditioned reflex, they opened the Reincarnator Exchange Group interface. Eagle Sarah Bryan, it's really one success after another. Riffin really doesn't give us latecomers the opportunity to complete the first achievement. Kangaroo Helena, indeed, with Riffin as the captain, maybe it's the best for us to choose to be the crew, at least we can have the corresponding success of the crew. Camel Len, even so, it's impossible to retreat and become a crew member when you've already become a captain. Eagle William Birkin. Panda Ida Wong, haha, are you speechless, William? Panda Lee, that guy probably doesn't dare to provoke Sir Riffin anymore. One Piece Dungeon World. Intermediate Observation Haki Awakening Scroll, this is just right. Just enough to help Robin get the top observation Haki. In this way, the king's left and right arm can be regarded as formed. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised. Thinking happily in his heart. This feeling is so exhilarating. Observation Haki, seems like I can see the future. And this skill, what a powerful slash. Captain Riffin, this is really for me alone. Wait, Captain Riffin, what did you say earlier? I'm the vice captain. Makita was lamenting her own strength, when she suddenly remembered Riffin's words earlier, she couldn't help but stand on the spot. You heard me right, Makita. As I said, you will be the pastry chef of our pirate group, and also our vice captain. Riffin stroked Makita's short blonde hair and said with a smile. Makita blinked. She didn't respond for a long time. It wasn't until other crew members congratulated her that she came back to her senses. Robin, congratulations, Makita. Now, I am a little envious that you can become Riffin's first crew member. If I had surrendered sooner, the result would have been better. Nojiko, Makita, congratulations, I will trouble you to protect us in the future. Nami, what, this woman has become the vice captain. Forget it, let's congratulate you woman for the time being. Chopper, wow, that's great, Makita has become the vice captain. Karina, that's great, the vice captain or something, it sounds very deterrent. Frankie, super awesome. The big pirate who have a bounty of 300 million berry is fully qualified to become the vice captain. I didn't expect to witness this scene just after I joined. Suyup Pierre. Bonnie, tch, I thought that I, who used to be the captain, could become the vice captain. Vivi, congratulations, Makita. Makita's heart fluttered. Then she threw herself into Riffin's arms tightly, looking at Riffin in front of him with watery eyes. Chapter 165, Huge Progress. Although Makita didn't say anything, Riffin could see the emotion in her heart at the moment. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Riffin is willing, Makita is willing to give anything of her own, even her life. Riffin smiled, didn't say anything, just patted Makita on the back, waiting for her to calm down. Another minute passed, and Makita finally adjusted her emotions. Regardless of the other people around, she stood on tiptoe and printed her red lips on Riffin's lips. Although it's just a touch, but Riffin can feel the sweet taste. Tch, you really don't know how to be ashamed. Nami put her hands on her hips, pouted and looked at Makita, who shyly stepped aside after kissing Riffin. In a way, she is similar to Makita. They both like Riffin, but neither of them know that Riffin already has a partner on the ship. Even in terms of personality, the two are very similar. This may be the reason why the two often can't deal with each other. Okay Nami, don't say that about Makita. It's your turn now. Riffin reached out and touched Nami's pirate's tattoo, and began to strengthen her. Riffin, you used 12,500 points to strengthen Nami's body. The strengthening has been completed, and Nami's personal attributes have been refreshed, please check it yourself. Riffin, your personal talent Strengthen the Crew, equal return has been activated. The strengthening has been completed, and your personal attributes have been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Nami. Age, 20 years old. Crew number, 03. Position, Navigator, Expert. Physical, 25,558. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Thunder Fruit. Special ability, Primary Armament Haki. Loyalty, 100, life and death go hand in hand. Reward, 230 million berry. Nami, your Thunder Devil Fruit is strong enough. The only thing missing is the stamina to use the powerful Devil Fruit ability. This time I doubled it for you, how does it feel? Do you feel that your body is full of electric energy at this moment? Riffin patted Nami on the shoulder and asked with a smile on his face. Hee, thank you Riffin. Now even with a reward of 230 million berry, I feel much more at ease. Since Makita has expressed her gratitude to you, let me also express my gratitude. Nami stretched out her hands to hug Riffin's neck, and then bit Riffin's lip. After a while, when Makita couldn't help clenching her fists tightly, Nami let go of her hands. And gave Makita a provocative look. By the way, Captain, don't forget to pay the fee later. Nami put her finger to her lips and said to Riffin with a smile on her face. You money grubber. Riffin flicked Nami's forehead, and walked in front of Chopper somewhat helplessly. He squatted down and raised his hand to touch Chopper's pirate tattoo. Riffin, you have used the Elementary Observation Haki Awakening Scroll on your ship Dr. Tony Chopper, the strengthening has been completed, and Chopper's personal attributes have been refreshed, please check it yourself. Riffin, your personal talent enhancement crew, equal return has been activated, and it has been detected that you have advanced observation haki, this enhancement has been converted into 500 bonus points. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Tony Chopper. Age, 15 years old. Crew number, 08. Position, Ship Doctor, Expert. Physical, 26,533. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Zoan Human Fruit Human Form, Munch Fruit. Special Ability, Primary Armament Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Chopper, you are a double Devil Fruit user. Armament Haki has a certain effect on your 2 Devil Fruits. After that, I will trouble you to continue to support everyone. Riffin touched Chopper's little head and smiled. Yeah, please rest assured Captain, I will definitely support everyone with all my strength. By the way, I have already dealt with the previous zombie monsters. Then they will be able to be fully made into G-Virus strengthening potions. I made a pair for Frankie before, but the G-Virus enhancement potion doesn't seem to have much effect on him. As Chopper said, he looked at Frankie with confusion. After all, he is a transform human. It is understandable that his system is somewhat different from ours. In a way, Frankie is no longer human. Robin rested her chin on one hand and said with a smile on her face. Ooh, Miss Robin, are you complimenting me? Frankie said with a laugh in a super pose. Hehe, forget it if it doesn't work. Anyway, this guy is taking the route of mechanical transformation. The biochemical modification route is indeed not very suitable for him. Riffin smiled and nodded, and was about to ask Frankie again if he wanted to eat the devil fruit. Bonnie stepped forward suddenly and stretched her arm over Riffin's shoulder. Yo, dear Captain Riffin, it's almost my turn, isn't it? I'm ready, can you help me gain strength? After Bonnie finished speaking, she raised an eyebrow at Riffin with a smile on her face. Seeing this, Riffin couldn't help showing a slightly embarrassed smile. With your expression, don't tell me you intend to strengthen me. Bonnie asked, frowning. There are limited reinforcement items, and it's really difficult to strengthen and accommodate you, Bonnie, this time. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Do you think my ability can't help you? How could it be? I'm quite interested in your devil fruit ability actually. Then why are you not strengthening me? Do you need me to kiss you like Nami and Makita? That's not the reason, Before Riffin finished speaking, Bonnie finished the conversation with her mouth. After a while, Bonnie lifted her face away from Riffin and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Are you satisfied now, can you help me gain strength? Bonnie said to Riffin with a smirk. As the former captain of a pirate group, Bonnie valued strength. Especially after being strengthened by the G-Virus strengthening agent. Seeing the speed at which Makita and the others became stronger at this moment, how could she not be moved? Ahem, I will definitely do it next time, this time there is really nothing I can do. Wait, don't be angry. Okay, I will also strengthen you. Seeing that Bonnie was about to go crazy, Riffin quickly broke free from Bonnie's restraint, put his hands on her shoulders and continued. Bonnie, you are now a devil fruit user with no weaknesses. In other words, neither sea water nor sea stone will work on you. In the future, you can even use this to vilify people in marine and world government. Of course, if it's not necessary, it's better not expose your weakness of not being afraid of sea stone and sea water. Hearing Riffin's words, Bonnie gave Riffin a dubious look. Is what you said is true? Asked Bonnie. Of course it's true, if you don't believe it, you can try it. I remember there were sea stones handcuffs in the warehouse. By the way, everyone is the same, because I developed a brand new power. Now those of you who have the pirate tattoos are no longer afraid of sea stone and sea water. So, Frankie, are you interested in eating this slow fruit that emits slow rays? Riffin smiled, and once again threw an olive branch of slow fruit to Frankie. You bastard, I thought it was only me. It turns out that this is something that everyone has. Bonnie turned herself into a child, and rode directly on Riffin's shoulders to shake him. Regarding this, Riffin just smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. It would be nice to not have the weakness of Devil Fruit's ability. Now I can swim properly, don't you think so, Nami? Karina turned to look at Nami, but saw that Nami, who was standing where she was already disappear. Nami just turned into lightning and disappeared, and should have gone to the warehouse. As soon as Makita finished speaking, Nami's figure appeared in front of everyone again. But at this moment, she has a pair of sea stone handcuffs in her hands. Guys, I've tried it, even with sea stone handcuffs. I can still use the power of thunder fruit. Nami said excitedly. Hearing this, the other devil fruit users on the ship also tried it. Even Bonnie, who was playing on Riffin, jumped off and stepped forward to test the sea stone handcuffs on her. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Riffin pulled Robin aside, and grabbed the pirate tattoo on her chest under her puzzled eyes. Then, Robin felt a familiar burning sensation. Riffin, you use the Intermediate Observation Haki Awakening Scroll, Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll on your Archaeologist Nico Robin. Enhancement has been completed, Robin's personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Robin. Age, 28 years old. Crew number, 02. Position, Archaeologist, Expert. Physical, 50,109. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Flower Fruit Awakening. Special abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Reward, 80 million berry. Riffin, your talent Strengthen the Crew, Equal Return has been activated. It has been detected that you already have Advanced Observation Haki, this time the enhancement of Intermediate Observation Haki Awakening Scroll has been converted into 8 Impact Fist. It has been detected that you already have Advanced Observation Haki, this time, the enhancement of the Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll has been equivalent to 2,000 physical points. Your personal attribute has been updated, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Riffin. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent, Strengthen the Crew, Equal Returns. Points, 0 points. Physical, 73,101. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Skills, Conqueror's Infusion, Divine Departure, Heikoku, Gungnir, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King's Gun, Fishman Karate, Fishman Jujutsu, Kenpo, New Kama Karate, Ivankov version, Dragon Claw Fist, 8 Impact Fist. Special abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Bounty, 1 billion berry. Props, Small 3-masted sailing ship, Teleportation Pointer, Enhanced version of Magic Weather Stick, 3rd generation Kaititsu, Slippery Fruit, Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll, Bubble Fruit, Ox Fruit Model, Giraffe, Elephant Fruit, Model Elephant. Partners, Makita, Robin, Nami, Nojiko, Karina, Jewelry Bonnie, Nefertari Vivi. Tony Chopper, Frankie, Khalifa. Slave, Ada Wong. Trading Center, Chain Fruit, 3000. I'll let you touch it later, but it's better to restrain yourself now, Captain. Robin said in a low voice, and then patted Riffin's hand. Having said that, after feeling the observation haki that can see the future, Robin is already mentally prepared to thank Riffin. At this time, Robin couldn't help but feel a little thankful that what she ate was the flower fruit that could bring fun to Riffin. With Riffin getting along with Nojiko who has the clone fruit ability, she won't fall into a too disadvantaged position. Hehe, it's a deal, Robin. Riffin chuckled and nodded. It's not just a happy smile about Robin's growth. It is Riffin's smile that he is satisfied with his current personal attribute panel. Physical points above 70,000, even if the physical level has not entered the S level. With Haki, Devil Fruit, and other abilities, he should be able to defeat that woman Jun. It's a pity that there is a guy who is not weak next to her. Otherwise, I can go and say hello to her now. Riffin thought in his heart. Chapter 166, Conditions to become Shishibukai. Super Slow Ray. Brother Riffin is really amazing, as expected, I didn't turn into a landlubber even if I eat the devil fruit of slow. I must remodel my body so that every part of my body can emit this slow ray. Frankie is doing weird moves, laughing and throwing slow rays around. After seeing that Nami and others will not be affected by the sea stone, he naturally ate the slow fruit with satisfaction. After all, as a reformer, he still has a soft spot for rays. Of course, he wasn't the only one on board who got excited about Ray. At this moment, Chopper's eyes have turned into stars, looking at Frankie with great excitement. Suguin. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Frankie. Age, 34 years old. Crew number, 9. Position, shipwright, expert. Physical, 3206. Physical level, sea level. Devil fruit, slow fruit. Special ability, none. Loyalty, 66, close friend. Bounty, none. Did the loyalty increase by 6 points because of devil fruit? It seems that as long as I help him build the dream ship he wants, in the future, it should be enough to significantly increase his loyalty. At that time, as long as I find the opportunity, I may be able to start Frankie's final invitation mission. Riffin thought in his heart. Riffin originally thought that under the premise of having the Black Pearl, Frankie might not be able to realize his dream of building his dream ship and witnessing his dream ship travel around the world. However, after the Black Pearl pirates were upgraded to level 3, Riffin also got a permission. That is, the current Black Pearl can be integrated into a new ship. In other words, he can let Frankie build a bigger ship first, and then Riffin can integrate the current Black Pearl into it. At that time, the new ship will become the new Black Pearl, and have all the characteristics of the current Black Pearl and the new ship. Just when Riffin was thinking, Khalifa suddenly let out a moan. Khalifa, has your body adapted? Riffin hurried to Khalifa's side to help her check her body temperature and other conditions. After a while, he opened Khalifa's personal attribute panel to confirm. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Khalifa. Age, 25 years old. Crew number, 10. Position, Secretary, Expert. Physical, 8006. Physical level, sea level. Devil fruit, none. Special ability, none. Loyalty, 23, casual acquaintance. Bounty, none. Loyalty increased by 2 points, although it is small, it seems that helping Khalifa increase her strength is also a way to increase her loyalty. Riffin thought in his heart. It's not so uncomfortable anymore, you're right, your potion can really change my physical fitness. If the world government knows that you have the item to transform the virus into a stronger body, they will definitely not let you go. Khalifa propped herself up with her hands, and looked deeply at Riffin. There are emotions such as surprise, worry, fear, etc. in her eyes. At this moment, she witnessed the way Riffin helped Nami and others gain strength, and saw the way Riffin used the G-virus strengthening potion to help her gain strength. Khalifa has clearly understood that it is impossible for her to escape from Riffin. She felt that perhaps when she acted like this, she might be executed. After all, Riffin's ability to make others stronger must not be revealed to the outside world. Hehe, as long as they don't know, it doesn't matter. Your body is sweating a lot from the G-vitalizing agent. There are still some stains. I'll ask my partner to take you to wash it. They just gained the ability to be able to move freely in the water. I think they really want to take a dip in the bathhouse right now. Riffin looked at Nami, Makita, and others and said. Sure enough, after Riffin finished speaking, everyone showed a look of anticipation. As for Khalifa, although she ate the bubble fruit in the original book, Riffin has the bubble fruit in his hand at the moment. And Riffin didn't want to give her the bubble fruit to take. It's not that Riffin is reluctant to part with bubble fruit, but in Riffin's view, the ability of this devil fruit is really not much stronger. Moreover, Riffin also felt that it would have little effect on raising the rank of Khalifa's secretary. Compared with bubble fruit, Riffin wants to prepare a stronger devil fruit for Khalifa in the future. That's right, she have to take a good bath. Let me take Khalifa to take a bath. Nojiko smiled and stepped forward to help Khalifa up. For her, taking care of new crew members is also her job as a nurse of the ship. Following Nojiko's voice, the other female crew members of the pirate group also followed in the footsteps of Nojiko and Khalifa, and walked to the bathroom. Although Riffin also wants to go with her. But in order to allow the female crew members to take a bath with peace of mind, he still took Frankie to the deck of the Black Pearl and started to take precautions. Chopper, on the other hand, stayed in the consultation room to continue synthesizing the G-virus strengthening agent. On the other hand, the Enies lobby. What the hell happened here? After Tokicake subdued a soldier who was just a wounded soldier but turned into an ugly zombie monster in the next moment, he frowned tightly. Such a scene of purgatory can only be done by that bastard Shiki. Everyone, be careful, don't be attacked by zombies and zombie monsters. If necessary, fight back immediately. Also, take extra care every wounded conscious soldiers found in the Enies lobby. Jun looked at the subordinates behind her, and said with a serious face. Yes, Momuzagi Vice Admiral. Everyone was ordered to form a team to start searching the ruins of Enies lobby. This bastard Shiki made such a fuss as soon as he came out. Last time it was a member country of the world government, this time it is Enies lobby, a symbol of power. Now, 5 elders will have a lot of trouble with that guy. Speaking of which, Jun, we saw a black and red slash rising from the sky in the distance earlier. It looks like someone is fighting Shiki. Do you think that would be an agent of the world government? Tokicake put his hands in his pockets, followed Jun, and asked. I don't know, I only know that the person who fought Shiki is very strong, and. Having said this, Jun suddenly stopped, her brows were tightly frowned, as if thinking of something. What's wrong, Jun? Tokicake looked over suspiciously. Nothing, just saw something. Tokicake, you can continue your search here. I'll go to the other side of the island to have a look. After Jun finished speaking, she rushed out without waiting for an extra reaction. What are you doing, so anxious? Seeing his goddess running so fast, Tokicake sighed. He thought that Jun just didn't want to be with him, but he didn't know that Jun was actually thinking of Riffin. When carefully recalling the huge black and red slash before, the figure of Riffin inexplicably popped up in Jun's mind. Tokicake shook his head, and after looking around, he took out the denden mushi and dialed it. Soon, Senghoku's voice rang across the denden mushi. It's me, Senghoku, what's going on your side, Tokicake? Report to Marshal Senghoku, the Enies lobby is in bad shape. Shiki had already left by the time we arrived. What about the casualties, how many people are still alive, or how many people are not infected? Unfortunately, from what we've seen now, the number of casualties is high, and there's probably no one who isn't infected. How could this be? That's Enies lobby. At this moment, Senghoku's voice trembled visibly. Marshal Senghoku, there is one more thing I need to tell you. After my observation, there are some good guards with strength among those who turned into zombies. According to the zombie crisis at Naval headquarters, these guards shouldn't have turned into zombies so quickly after being attacked by zombie beasts and infected. But they still turned into zombies in a short time. I have a guess, maybe Shiki and the evil scientist William he used to break through the virus. Tokicake said with a serious face. Opposite the denden mushi, Senghoku, who was standing in front of 5 elders, suddenly became serious. I see, Tokicake, continue to investigate on your side. Just report to me if you have any important news. Senghoku hung up the call and looked up at the 5 elders standing opposite him. 5 elders, have you heard the situation? This time, it's not Marine that was damaged. It's the Enies lobby run by the world government. If we do nothing, the dignity of the Marine and the world government will be compromised. Shiki dared to attack the Enies lobby today, maybe someday he will dare to attack the holy place Mariejois. If there is no antidote to the virus, the world will be under great threat. The moment the Enies lobby was attacked by Shiki when he was at Port Mariejois, Senghoku delegated the Shishibukai meeting to Tsuru. And he himself rushed to the location of 5 elders at the fastest speed. Senghoku's words made the 5 elders frown tightly. How could they not understand Senghoku's means? Senghoku wanted to ask them about the possibility of Riffin becoming Shishibukai. Moments later, a blonde-haired 5 elders picked up a denden mushi and dialed. Hello, this is Vegapunk. Dear Lord 5 elders, what do you want from me? In the denden mushi, a slightly mischievous voice came over. Vegapunk, you know why I'm calling. How's the progress of the research? Asked the blonde elder in a deep voice. Oh, you mean that zombie virus? That stuff is amazing. I have researched it, and this kind of biotechnology has never appeared in this world. It's as if, it's a technology from another world, full of mystery. Even for me, it is very difficult to crack and copy it. However, it is not impossible to research the antidote. I've already got some ideas. Yes, if the research goes well, I will be able to give the answer in a month, Vegapunk spoke. What if it doesn't go well? The blonde elder frowned even more. That's impossible to say. You also know that there are studies that take years to complete. Perhaps it will take years for this technology to be overcome. I think if you are really in a hurry, you can accept that Riffin's request and make him a Shishibukai. In this way, I will have a chance to get his blood factor. When making the second batch of pacifists in the future, his blood factor may be able to have a good effect. That man can master that kind of power, maybe there is something special about him. Vegapunk said expectantly. Understood, you can continue your research. The blonde elder frowned, raised his hand and hung up the call. 5 elders, we may still be able to wait for a month's time. But if the research goes on for years. William next to Shiki is obviously still updating the virus. If you give him a few years, maybe this whole sea will become a paradise for zombies. Senghoku looked serious. The moment he heard Vegapunk's words, he already had the idea of making Riffin a Shishibukai. Chapter 167, 5 Elders Seconded. Senghoku, following your previous report, the bald, curly-bearded elder said, the man named Blackbeard captured Roger's son and claimed the Shishabukai's position on his terms. There is only one Shishibukai position that is vacant right now. If Riffin just becomes Shishibukai, what about Blackbeard Teach? Are you trying to get him to put Fire Fist Ace back? Of course not. We're going to get Ace. Perhaps he can be executed publicly and behead the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. In this way, we can challenge the arrogance of the pirates in the sea. That way, even if the Enies lobby incident had a big impact, we can correct it. Senghoku shook his head and said. So, what about Riffin, didn't you propose to make him Shishibukai? Asked the bald, sword-wielding elder. Regarding Riffin, we can propose corresponding conditions to him. If he will help our marine capture Shiki and that evil scientist William. We gave him the chance to become a Shishibukai. I thought about it carefully when I came here. When Riffin helps Marine defeat Shiki, I tell him to defeat the other Shishibukai. If he can defeat the other Shishibukai, he can replace him as the new Shishibukai. As for the defeated Shishibukai, since he has been defeated, his deterrent power will definitely be greatly reduced, so naturally he cannot continue to serve as Shishibukai. Senghoku said solemnly. That's what you came up with, Senghoku. Since both Blackbeard and Riffin are needed. Then just kick a Shishibukai away to make room for both. It's a good way, what do you guys think? The blonde elder said, looking at the 4 elders. Seconded. 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 The 4 elders nodded in agreement. Those who can sit in their positions are naturally extremely intelligent people. Naturally, it can be seen that Shiki reappearance poses a threat to the world government. Since Vegapunk can't give an answer in a short time, they may also create a second batch of strong pacifists through Riffin blood factor. Then they will naturally not object to Riffin becoming Shishibukai. Since everyone agrees, I will leave this matter to you, Senghoku. However, Riffin must promise not to explore the historical text steal. Once it was discovered that Robin of the Black Pearl Pirates had the behavior of exploring the historical text steal. We can revoke the title of Riffin Shishibukai at any time. Besides, that scientist named William, we hope to be able to get him back. The blonde elder looked at Senghoku and said. This is also a warning he left for Riffin. If you want the position of Shishibukai, you can, provided that you don't touch the historical text. Otherwise, what they give can be taken back at any time. As for William, the 5 elders are already fascinated by his skills. A virus that is dangerous enough is not a weapon for the world government. Isn't that man William's research a bit too dangerous? Senghoku frowned. You don't need to worry about this, you just need to do what we say. Also, you can leave now. The blonde elder waved his hand and said. I understand, I will properly arrange this matter. Senghoku nodded, turned and left the 5 elders' conference room, planning to think of a way to talk to Riffin. A nice lobby, near the sea. Sure enough, you are here, Riffin. You were the one who fought Shiki earlier. Jun landed on the deck of the Black Pearl. She first looked at Frankie who was at the helm, and then looked at Riffin who was lying on the recliner and reading a picture book with a smile on his face. Hey, isn't this Miss Jun? What a coincidence. What wind brought you here today? Riffin closed the picture book, and stood up happily as if he had just noticed Jun. Walking in front of Jun wanting a hug. Jun raised the corner of her mouth, and instead of pushing Riffin away, she opened her hands to give Riffin a hug. Not far away, Frankie stared at Riffin and Jun with wide eyes. He couldn't figure out why Riffin and a marine seemed so close. Some people say that whoever comes is a guest. Jun, you dare to board my ship alone without any troops? Then I can't treat you as an enemy. Come, sit here, the two of us have a good catch-up. Riffin took Jun's hand and walked to a reclining chair beside him to sit down, and even enthusiastically offered her double juice. Thanks, Riffin, but you haven't returned to my previous question yet. Haha, you mean the fight earlier? That's right, I did fight Shiki. It's really powerful. The flying slash earlier is not something that can be used casually. I always feel that there is something different in it. Ha ha ha, no, it's just a random slash. Looks like Riffin, you don't want to talk about this, so let's change the subject. Can you tell me why you came to Enies lobby? It's not that I want to come to Enies lobby either. Riffin shrugged and continued. I just met a CP9 agent when I was in the capital of Seven Waters. Heard the news of Shiki from them and ran over to join in the fun. And then saw them doing evil things like spreading biochemical viruses. As a passionate young man, how can I bear it? That's when I rushed up and had a fight with that guy. Afterwards, I sensed the familiar aura of you, Ms. Jun, and there is another aura as powerful as yours near you. I'm afraid I'll be caught by you. That's why the fight with Shiki was discontinued. Hearing Riffin's words, Jun nodded knowingly. It turns out that it is like this. It seems that we came at a very bad time. Then do you know where Shiki is now? Hearing this, the corner of Riffin's mouth twitched. He first looked at the detection denden mushi he had put aside, and then pointed to the sky. If my guess is correct, that guy might be watching the movement of the black pearl from the sky. Jun noticed that Riffin was looking at the detection denden mushi, and was about to ask a question. When another denden mushi that Riffin put on the table suddenly rang at this moment. Jun took a closer look and saw that the denden mushi that rang was exactly the denden mushi she had left for Riffin at that time. Hehe, what a coincidence, it seems that Senghoku called. Miss Jun, since you are from Marine, why don't you answer the call? Riffin sat across from Jun and said with a smile on his face. Jun nodded slightly, did not refuse, and directly connected the call. Hi, this is Jun, I'm talking to Riffin on board the Black Pearl right now. He fought Shiki earlier at the Enies lobby. After Jun answered the call, she directly explained the reasons why she appeared on the Black Pearl and Riffin appeared on the Enies lobby. Opposite the denden mushi, Senghoku was taken aback when he heard Jun's voice. But soon felt a little joy in his heart. For him, if Riffin and Jun are together now, they can just implement the next plan. According to his idea, even Riffin and Marine can directly cooperate now. So, he immediately relayed what he heard from 5 elders to Riffin's ears. So that's it. You Marine and I are going to deal with Shiki together. And, not just against Shiki, but for me to take away the title of Shishibukai after I defeat a Shishibukai. That is to say, you have already decided on someone to replace Crocodile. Can you tell me first, who are you going to replace Crocodile, Senghoku? While playing shogi with Jun, Riffin asked Senghoku on the call. It's okay to tell you, it's a newcomer named Blackbeard teach. Hearing Senghoku's answer, Riffin couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It seems that teach really caught ace. In this way, the summit war will start soon. Sure enough, Shishibukai position must be acquired in order to snatch the dark fruit from Blackbeard. Speaking of which, if Teach sees that I also become a Shishibukai, he should be quite surprised. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Riffin's face. Although your request is very slick, I can still agree to your request for Shishibukai position. Having said that, but Senghoku, you broke your agreement with me twice in a row. I really don't know if I should trust you this time, Senghoku. If I have fulfilled the agreement with you, but you just wiped it out and dumped me. Aren't I very disadvantaged? Riffin was talking to Senghoku on the one hand, and on the other hand, he pushed Jun to a dead end in shogi. General, it looks like Ms. Jun is not a grandmaster in chess. Or are you deliberately letting me win? Riffin said with a smile on his face. How could it be, Riffin, your shogi skills are too superb. Jun smiled and said. Riffin, I know that I failed to fulfill the agreement twice. But please believe me, this time we Marine and world government mean business. At this moment, Senghoku's tone was extremely solemn. Do you think your word means something? Senghoku, if someone lied to you twice, would you believe him? Then how can you trust us, Riffin? Well, how about this, let Miss Jun stay on my ship for now after the battle with Shiki is over. I'm letting her go when I officially become a Shishibukai. Impossible, Jun is Admiral's candidate, how can she stay with you? Senghoku said firmly. Senghoku believes in Jun's strength. What Riffin said about staying is definitely not simply letting her stay on the Black Pearl. If that were the case, Senghoku felt, Jun could not leave at any time. She might even become Riffin real hostage. What Riffin said about keeping Jun behind must be to use certain means to imprison her. Ha, you don't want this, and you don't want that. Is it true that your marine will take advantage of any advantage? Senghoku, position yourself. You marines don't just need me to deal with Shiki now. You also need the antidote I developed to dezombify and prevent zombification. If you marines really want me to be a Shishibukai, what's the point of letting Jun stay with me? Since you don't agree, I can only think that you guys want to dump me. If you are still so proud, I don't think there is any need for us to talk in the future. I'll get rid of this den mushi, so you don't have to call in the future. As Riffin said, he stretched out his hand to hang up the den mushi. But before that, Jun reached out and grabbed Riffin's arm. Riffin, if I stay, what are you going to do with me? Jun asked. Chapter 168, Conqueror's Infusion. Senghoku shocked. Considering your strength, Ms. Jun. I think I'll give you some. No, it should be a large amount of anesthesia. To keep your body in a state of weakness. Riffin smiled. He spoke his mind without hesitation. For a powerful person like Jun, it's not safe to just tie her up and imprison her with sea stone chains. Only with a medication, Riffin can safely take her with him. I see. Jun nodded. I heard that you pays attention to promises, so can you make a promise with me? A promise? Hey, what kind of promise do you want to make with me, Ms. Jun? Riffin raised his eyebrows and asked. I want to make a promise with you that if Marine fulfills its promise to make you a Shishibukai, you must release me immediately. In addition, after solving Shiki, you need to actively find the current Shishibukai to challenge. Also, during the time I was on board the Black Pearl, you can't do anything to me other than inject me with anesthesia. I can't be locked up in a dark cell. The last point, after solving Shiki, you need to treat the infected people in Naval headquarters. Jun said with a smile on her face. It seems you want to agree to my conditions. This kind of spirit of risking oneself, if the two of us are not in the same camp, I'm sure to be charmed by you. When Riffin heard Jun's words, he couldn't help clapping his hands. I can make an agreement with you and agree to your conditions. But I'm afraid that Senghoku is just playing with me, so he will still reject me. Or rather, he doesn't believe that I'm willing to follow through with what I promised. After all, some people, when they are a person who does not keep the agreement, I often suspect others as people who are unwilling to abide by the agreement. Riffin turned his head, looked at the den mushi and said. Marshal Senghoku, the matter of Shiki is urgent. It is absolutely impossible to give them free time to develop. Since Shiki is not far away, why don't we catch him now? Although Riffin is a pirate, Hina has shown his character traits of being willing to keep his promises. For such a person, why don't we believe him once? Jun looked into the den mushi and said very solemnly. Jun. Senghoku let out a long breath. After a while, he nodded. Now that you're ready, do as you say. Riffin, if you want to be Shishibukai, then do what you say. I will inform Tokicake to join you later, and then you all go to chase Shiki together. Hearing this, Jun breathed a sigh of relief. But Riffin shook his head. It is enough for those who pursue Shiki to be the people on my side plus Jun. After all, I don't want to be sieged and arrested after defeating Shiki. Hear Senghoku say Tokikaki's name. Riffin understood why the aura around Jun was so strong at first. Another Marine Admiral alternate, Tokicake. Riffin knows this man's love for Jun. Riffin even felt that even with Senghoku's order, if he wanted to take Jun away, Tokicake would fight him. As a matter of fact, the gathering of 2 Marine Admiral candidates is enough to put considerable pressure on the Black Pearl. Maybe, when the situation is right, Jun may also betray their deal and cooperate with Tokicake to arrest them. In Jun's background story, she is portrayed as a female marine who can deceive pirates. So Riffin didn't trust her either. Riffin, the strength of Shiki has increased. The last time the two of us worked together, we can't keep him. If only the two of us act again this time, will it be a little risky? Jun asked, frowning. The reason why Shiki escaped last time was because I was worried that you would turn against me. And last time you didn't promise me to make me a Shishibukai. This time, I believe we can kill that bastard Shiki. Ms. Jun, you haven't seen my full strength yet. Riffin stood up and patted Jun's shoulder meaningfully. Now, his physique has grown a lot. His observation haki has improved, reaching the level of foreseeing the future. And he has mastered Conqueror Haki Infusion. Riffin felt that under such circumstances, if he and Jun still could not take down an old and disabled lion, then they are too useless. Speaking of which, aren't you very curious about the slash that soared into the sky earlier, Miss Jun? Let me ask you this, have you ever heard of Conqueror's Infusion? Riffin raised his mouth and raised his right hand in front of Jun. Following a flash of black-red brilliance, Riffin's right hand palm was entwined with a flash of black-red electric light. It is the power called Conqueror's Infusion. Conqueror's Infusion? What's that? Conqueror Haki can be infused. Are you trying to say that this black and red lightning thing in your hand is Conqueror's Infusion? Jun raised her eyebrows, and looked at Riffin curiously. Although on the surface, her mood did not fluctuate. But in fact, there was already a monstrous wave in her heart. Under close perception, she can perceive the horror of the energy in Riffin's hand. Even if it is only a little bit, it is already much stronger than other forms of energy she knew. Of course, what surprised her even more was that what Riffin said seemed to be true. Conquerors really seem to be able to do the same with armament haki's infusion. Her observation haki can clearly perceive that the energy in Riffin's hand is Conqueror's haki. Soon, Senghoku's words proved her point. Conqueror infusion? Black and red lightning. Jun, are you sure Riffin has such power flowing in his hand? Across from the Den Mushi, Senghoku's voice went up a pitch. That's right, Marshal Senghoku, Riffin does have such energy in his hands. Its form is exactly the same as Conqueror's haki. Jun said. That's it, since even you say that, then it's right. I didn't expect, Riffin, that you still possess such power. I'm curious why you didn't use such power when you fought Kyuzan. Senghoku took a deep breath and asked Riffin after calming down a little. It's very simple. At that time, I only knew that conquerors could be infused, but I hadn't learned it yet. Riffin scattered the conqueror's haki in his hand, and said indifferently. So that's the case, then your progress is really terrifying. But I now believe that you and Jun can defeat Shiki. That Shiki is, after all, not as strong as before. Senghoku's words were full of exclamation. Marshal Senghoku, Conqueror Haki Infusion, is it a special ability? Jun asked curiously. Of course it's special, if only one person in a million can awaken Conqueror's Haki. Among those who have awakened Conqueror's Haki, those who can master Conqueror's Infusion are 1 in a million. In this entire sea, there are only a handful of people who have mastered this power. But everyone who has this power is the most powerful group of people. Pirate King Roger, 4 Emperors Whitebeard, 4 Emperors Kaido, including the former Shiki are all like this. Now, I need to add Riffin from the list. Senghoku spoke. And his words also let the spectator fully understand how rare such power is. She took a deep look, and in her mind, she could already imagine that Riffin would become the existence of 4 emperors in the future. After you guys know that Makita can also use Conqueror Infusion as well, you will be even more surprised. But that guy Shiki can actually use Conqueror's Infusion. Riffin frowned. Fortunately, Jun helped him to ask Senghoku his doubts. Marshal Senghoku, are you sure that Shiki wields such power as the Conqueror's Infusion? If he had such power, he wouldn't be so embarrassed in Alabasta, you know? Jun asked, frowning beautifully. I'm talking about his past self. That man, since the Battle of Edwar with Roger Pirates, with that rudder on his head, it seems that it becomes impossible to use Conqueror's Haki. Thanks to this, Garp and I had a much easier time when he invaded naval headquarters. Senghoku said. As Senghoku speculates. Shiki does have Conqueror's Haki and Conqueror's Infusion. The reason Shiki said to William that he does not have the power of Conqueror's Entanglement is only to say that he cannot use this power now. So there is such a saying. It seems that I also have to protect my head. I can't afford to have something stuck in my head one day, just like the rudder of a ship, as Shiki did. Senghoku, this is the end of the conversation. I left a little trinket with Shiki when he left. I can detect where he is now. Since a decision has been made, I will get rid of that guy as soon as possible. Riffin said with a smile on his face. I will wait for your good news, Riffin, Jun. Also, there is one more thing, Riffin. That scientist William, I want you to catch him alive as possible. Although Senghoku is against the 5 elders' orders, but after all, he can't disobey their orders. William? I'll do what I can. Riffin sneered and hung up the call directly. Just kidding, how is it possible to give William to Marine? If the zombie virus is controlled by the world government, who knows what kind of purgatory they will turn the world into? Riffin had already made a decision in his heart, he must kill William with his own hands. Even the people of the Eagle Empire felt that Shiki was in danger at this moment. Especially at this time, Shiki has not chosen to leave far away. At this moment, they only hope that William Birkin can survive. They even felt, even if William is caught by the world government, he may be able to get a pretty good deal. Although losing his pirate status may prevent him from earning points. But at least the scientists of the world government can bring him a considerable position. This may also help other reincarnators of the Eagle country. So, are you ready to set off to hunt down Shiki, Riffin? Jun put her hand on her sword at her waist, stood up quietly, and asked Riffin solemnly. Captain Riffin, I will also go with you to deal with that Shiki. Before Riffin could speak, Makita's voice came over. Behind her, Robin, Nami, Khalifa and all the crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates came over. Jun's gaze flicked over Makita and the others, and finally settled on Khalifa. Black Pearl Pirates, besides that pervert man, are there other newcomers joining? And this Makita, why do I always feel that this girl is stronger than last time? Did she also hidden her strength last time? Jun thought with some doubts. Chapter 169, Divine Departure. Yes, Captain Riffin, let me help too. Although that man is the legendary pirate Shiki. But with my power, it can still be effective. Nami patted her plump chest and said solemnly. Although Nami is timid, she is willing to be the first to help Riffin. After all, the issue of Riffin's safety is related to whether her mother Belmere can return. Captain Riffin, do you need my help? Robin took a step forward, looking at Riffin with a steady expression. She didn't say much, because she believed Riffin would make the best judgment. No, Makita, Nami, Robin, and everyone, I understand the strength of Shiki. As long as I and this Miss Momuzagi next to me can make a full shot, we are more than capable of defeating that man. Not to mention, I have prepared some schemes for him, Riffin said, raising the corner of his mouth with an evil smile. But Shiki also has vicious means. Captain Riffin, I have improved my strength earlier. I will definitely be helpful in defeating Shiki. Makita pursed her lips and said worriedly. Hearing Makita's words about her strength improvement, Jun couldn't help squinting her eyes. On the side of the Enies lobby, there is also a Marine Admiral candidate as famous as Jun. If you follow me to hunt down Shiki. I'm concerned about the safety of the other crew members on the Black Pearl. As the vice captain, I leave the ship to you to protect, Makita. Riffin patted Makita on the shoulder and said with a smile. If only Jun the only strong marine that came this time. Naturally, Riffin can bring all the crew of the Black Pearl to attack Shiki without any scruples. But at this stage, there is Toki Cake was added. Putting all the staff into the battle against Shiki, maybe Toki Cake will find an opportunity to take advantage of it. Although it may not be possible to find the current location of the Black Pearl. But just to be on the safe side. Riffin still intends to leave more guards on the Black Pearl. Equal to this woman. Makita narrowed her eyes and took a deep look at Jun. And Jun also showed a faint smile to Makita. However, she looked at Makita with very deep look. Vice Captain, sure enough, this woman was trained by Riffin as his deputy. Riffin has Conqueror Haki, and this woman has Conqueror's Haki as well. Could it be that she also have the Conqueror's infusion power? No, Marshal Senghoku said that such abilities are rare. On a ship, it is impossible for two people to have the power of Conqueror's infusion, right? Jun shook her head, thinking in her heart. I understand, Captain Riffin. I'll stay and protect everyone. Please also return safely. Makita put her hand on her chest and said with great concern. Riffin smiled and nodded. Makita, I will take Jun up later. You will continue to lead everyone to head towards the capital of Water 7 with the Black Pearl. If possible, it's best not to be discovered by the Marine Admirals over there. I don't really want to meet that guy, if I can. After Riffin finished speaking, he looked at Jun at the side. Then, before setting off, let's make some preparations. Jun, in order to ensure a safe victory. I hope you can allow me to take you into my dark space first. When the time is right, I will release you. At that time, you can definitely become a trump card that will finish Shiki. Hearing this, Jun rested her chin on one hand and nodded. I see. The so-called dark space is the trick in the intelligence that you used to take the members of the Black Pearl Pirates away from Garp-chan. If I suddenly come out of the dark space and launch a surprise attack on Shiki, maybe the battle time can indeed be shortened a lot. I have no problem, Riffin, you can do it with confidence. Hearing this, Riffin smiled with satisfaction. As expected of Miss Jun, she is truly a hero among women. Let me remind you in advance, in my dark space, energy is not in a steady state. Although I can control them so as not to cause harm to your body. But there's still some wear and tear on something as delicate as your clothing. My advice is, if you're worried about coming out naked, use an armament haki to defend your clothes. Also, don't worry, I won't just let you stay in that dark space alone. While talking, Riffin crossed his hands in front of her, posing in a flower fruit pose. Will I become naked? Sure enough, it's not good to do it casually outside. Speaking of which, Riffin, your posture is somewhat familiar. What about what you say won't leave me alone? Jun watched the movements of Riffin's hands. Involuntarily glanced at Robin at the side. Riffin smiled slightly. Under Jun's surprised gaze, he displayed the power of flower fruit. Bloom Devil Clone. As soon as the words fell, countless beautiful flowers suddenly exploded around Riffin. The flowers are constantly condensing and compressing on the side of Riffin. In the blink of an eye, a figure about the same height as Riffin, but covered in pitch black with two horns on his head, stood beside him. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help but smile slightly. Jun, on the other hand, had already opened her beautiful eyes wide, and was speechless for a moment in surprise. Devil Clone is Riffin's improved move based on the Gigante Fleur demon form used by Robin in the original book. Although this move is not as powerful and intimidating as the huge Devil Clone summoned by Robin, but the consumption of Riffin's physical fitness is much smaller. However, even if it is only in the form of a little devil. But after all, this is the power that Riffin shows when he uses flower fruit to its limit. The power of the little devil's clone cannot be used to describe it. The power of flower fruit. Riffin, you really can use more than two kinds of devil fruit. But what exactly is your ability, and why can you use Nico Robin's power? After Jun was startled, she couldn't help but ask Riffin a question. As far as Nami is concerned, it may be doubtful whether she is a Thunder Fruit Devil Fruit user. After all, it is also possible that Riffin is the Thunder Fruit Devil Fruit user. And Nami just fired on Riffin's power through some means. But Robin, as early as 20 years ago, she was already a flower fruit ability user in Marine's records. So from this point of view, Riffin is the one who shares his partner ability. Who knows, just take it as my special ability. Riffin smiled and said. Up to now, Riffin doesn't mind letting others know about his multi-devil fruit status. Now, the Black Pearl Pirates already have enough strength. Moreover, in future battles, he will most likely display the power of flower fruit. After all, the power of the awakened flower fruit is strong enough in itself. Especially in melee combat, suddenly cast flower fruit's joint skills or clones on the enemy. It is also enough to bring the dominant balance of the battle to Riffin's side. Since this ability will be exposed sooner or later, he doesn't care if it is exposed at this moment. Jun, get ready, I will take you and my clone into the dark space together. When the time is right, I will release the two of you. No matter how powerful Shiki is, facing the sudden attack of two people, he will be quite distressed. After Riffin finished speaking, he directly constructed a dark hole path on the ground to enter the dark space. Indeed, now I fully understand why you think the two of us can defeat Shiki. Riffin, after the battle is over, I hope we will have a chance to have a long talk about your abilities throughout the night. Jun walked to the side of the devil clone, and said to Riffin with a charming smile. I'm sorry, I'm very busy at night, and I may not have time to talk to you all night long. Riffin smiled, turned to look at Khalifa who was hesitant to speak, and continued. Miss Jun, when we fight later, I hope you don't behead Shiki directly. If possible, I hope to keep him alive. Hearing this, Jun raised his eyebrows. Why is that, Riffin? Riffin looked back at Khalifa and said. There is a crew member on my side who has some grievances with Shiki, and I want to leave his life to this crew member of mine. Getting Khalifa to kill Shiki is a matter of increasing her loyalty. And if Jun were to kill Shiki directly, there might be no way to get the corresponding battle points. No matter what, Riffin wants to let Shiki die in the hands of his own people. Hearing Riffin's words, Khalifa was slightly moved. She thought Riffin had forgotten about it. After all, she is just a newcomer, so she cannot be said to be loyal to the group. Moreover, they have to pay attention to catching the target alive when fighting against Shiki, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of dealing with Shiki. It is also for these reasons that Khalifa did not speak from the beginning to the end. What she didn't expect was that Riffin never forgot the agreement with her from the beginning to the end. And from the moment she came to the deck, Riffin had already noticed her hesitant expression. So that's the case. Since this is the case, I will find a way to not directly kill Shiki while only seriously injuring him. Jun first looked at Khalifa, then nodded to Riffin with a smile on her face. Then, the agreement has been reached, please protect your clothes with armament haki. I'm going to speed up the speed of absorbing you. After Riffin finished speaking, he directly accelerated the speed at which the dark hole path devoured Jun and his devil's clone. Soon, one person and one clone disappeared from everyone's sight. Then everyone, I'll come as I go. Riffin picked up the Denden Mushi for surveillance and pointed it at the crowd. After laughing, his body jumped up directly from the deck, and flew towards the height of 10,000 meters. Soon, he disappeared within the observable range of everyone's naked eyes. Please, be safe, Captain. Makita clasped her hands together and said very solemnly. 10,000 meters above the sky. Shiki is suspended in the sky, and is planning to use observation haki to observe the movement of Riffin's black pearl. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure burst into his perception. Riffin? What are you bastard doing here? Shiki quickly confirmed the aura on Riffin's body, and questioned Riffin with wide-eyed eyes. Ha ha ha, Shiki, I suddenly figured it out. If I let you leave like this, I won't be able to sleep tonight. So die. Riffin's body changed from lightning to human form again at a distance of more than 10 meters from Shiki. Afterwards, he quickly took out the demon sword 3rd generation Kaiditsa from his inventory. Pure armament haki and conqueror's haki wrapped quickly around the blade. Although Shiki was surprised when he saw this, but he still reacted quickly, and condensed the fierce sword intent and the extremely powerful armament haki on his sword leg body. With the lessons from last time, Shiki no longer intends to fight Riffin in close quarters this time. He still remembers Riffin's armament haki capable of internal destruction. Of course, this does not mean that Shiki is afraid of Riffin. Jahahaha, you actually came to challenge me alone. Do you think you can beat me without the help of that girl from Marine? Riffin, you will regret your decision. Shiki grinned grimly. Directly kicked a huge golden strike that spanned more than 10 meters and gathered rich black armament haki at Riffin. Facing such a powerful slash, the corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and his observation haki was launched instantly. Under the judgment of his observation haki predicting the future. Whether it is the dynamics of the huge slash or the upcoming actions of Shiki, they all came to his mind first. The next moment, a powerful slash locked on Shiki was slashed out from Riffin's demon sword. Divine Departure. Chapter 170, Shiki issued a solicitation. The reason why a divine departure is so difficult. The reason is that while it has powerful destructive power, it also has characteristics that make it difficult to avoid. And this feature is due to the assistance of observation haki that can predict the future. This is why the use of the skill scroll, Divine Departure, has requirements for armament haki and conqueror's haki. Observation haki, which can predict future levels, is also required. It is precisely because the requirements for conqueror's haki are so strict. This makes the trick developed by Roger so powerful. As soon as the Divine Departure came out, the sky was dark. Shiki's eyes widened. Watching in disbelief, the black and red crescent moon formed by a Divine Departure avoids the huge slash he swung. Shiki didn't react until it came close to him. Hastily built a powerful armament haki defense at the place where the black and red crescent is about to hit. This is not over. He quickly uses the power of his devil fruit to compress the surrounding floating islands with high pressure. And formed a powerful shield clinging to his body. It's not that he doesn't want to form a defensive shield in front of him. Rather, he knows that it is difficult to use long-distance means to defend against Divine Departure. Boom! There was a loud bang. The moment Shiki is constructing his defense, the black and red crescent smashed hard on Shiki's stomach. Immediately, Shiki vomited blood, and flew upside down. Crashed countless boulders and trees on the floating sky island. The movement here also made the members of Shiki pirates finally react. They raised their arms one after another and came to the place where the battle was fought. And when they found out that the person fighting Shiki was Riffin, everyone showed incredible expressions. Especially William, who had just finished a study and was taking a break. How is this man here? William's eyes widened, and then he instinctively wanted to run away. However, how could his speed be faster than Riffin? The moment he appeared, Riffin's observation haki had locked onto him. They saw a flash of thunder. And Riffin's body appeared in front of William in an instant. "Hello, William." And then, "Farewell." Riffin sneered, and without giving William a chance to react, he swung his sword directly at William's neck. William just felt dizzy. Soon he saw his headless body appear within the range of his vision. Then, a burst of eternal darkness invaded his consciousness. Eagle William Birkin is completely dead, with no chance of resurrection, the killer, Panda Riffin. Eagle William Birkin is completely dead, with no chance of resurrection, the killer, Panda Riffin. Eagle William Birkin is completely dead, with no chance of resurrection, killer, Panda Riffin. The news of William Birkin's death appeared in the live broadcast rooms of various countries in the form of a triple top. This made the audience who hadn't paid attention to William Birkin and Riffin rush into Riffin's live broadcast room in an instant. After they saw the scene of William being decapitated by Riffin, they immediately anxiously asked the cause and effect in the live broadcast room. Eagle audience, damn, that bastard William actually died like this. Green pheasant audience, I still think highly of this guy. I thought he could do something, but this is it. What a trash. Eagle audience, that bastard Riffin, Marine clearly said to catch him alive. Hehe, why should brother Riffin listen to Marine? There must be a limit to joking. The moment William appear, he just deliver his head to Riffin. Like the live broadcast rooms in various countries, the reincarnators were also taken aback by the sudden reminder. Eagle Ethan, this guy, William, died like this. Camel Nasser, didn't Riffin and Shiki fight? Why did Riffin go to trouble with William again? Elephant Aqua, where's Riffin? Come out and say a few words, let us hear some statement. Panda Ada Wong, hehe, I don't think Riffin has time to reply to your message now, that man is preparing to cook Shiki together now. Cole Lima Choi, how is it possible? I admit that Riffin is strong, but he can't kill Shiki. Green Pheasant Ayani, Ada, you are still by Riffin's side right now, right? What happened to your side? Did he really went to single out Shiki? Isn't it very dangerous? Panda Ada Wong, you seem to be very close to Riffin, Miss Ayani. Hehe, don't worry, he is acting with a Marine Admiral candidate for this operation. Eagle Ethan, Marine Admiral alternate. How could Marine act with Riffin? Wait, did Riffin become Shishibukai? Panda Ada Wong, hehe, what don't you guess, Ethan? After all, you are still far inferior to Riffin, even if your captain can become a Shishibukai, but you are not the one who gets the Shishibukai title. Riffin, however, was able to become Shishibukai as a reincarnator. From this alone, you can know the gap between you and Riffin. Camel Hilai, Shishibukai, that guy really is amazing, I want to see that guy more and more, ha 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 ha. Helena Kangaroo, what a crazy woman. Green Pheasant Kashumi, Riffin, do you want to become Shishibukai too, become the same existence as the Empress? Eagle Ethan, don't be happy about anything, but it's too early, only the one who laughs last is the one who laughs the best. William was killed? Damn, that's the captain's favorite. No, we'll be killed too. Grab this guy, or we'll all die. Release those zombies and let them deal with this bastard. Stupid, fire, fire first. When the members of Shiki Pirates saw William being decapitated by Riffin, they all trembled in horror. Some wanted to escape, while others insisted on attacking Riffin. It's just that Riffin can't even pay attention to these ordinary people. You, killed him. Shiki jumped up from the smashed ruins, and flew out in front of Riffin. Looking at the completely collapsed William, there was a faint flame burning in Shiki's eyes. For him now, William has been positioned as an important part of his future plans. By killing William, Riffin shattered his future plans. How can this make Shiki not feel angry? Of course, apart from anger, Shiki was quite surprised by Riffin. I have a grudge against this guy, so I can't keep him. It's you, it should be said that you are indeed a legendary pirate. Your body is really tough. Although I didn't use all my strength, you are pretty good at being able to catch the blow just now. Riffin held the long sword on his shoulder, and faced Shiki's stern gaze with a smile on his face. Shiki was silent for a while, and after a long time he spoke. Divine departure, this should be Roger's trick. Riffin, what is the relationship between you and Roger? Hehe, there's nothing between us, Roger and I haven't even met. Do you think I will believe your words, Riffin? Powerful haki and superhuman talent, and the same technique. You are Roger's son, right? After Roger was arrested, Marine conducted a large-scale hunt for Roger's possible children. During that period, many pregnant women were implicated. Shiki also knew about this matter. At this moment, he has almost connected the identities of Riffin as Roger's orphan. Roger's son. Shiki, your brain is really big. You're not freaking out with the oars on your head. I didn't think you can even imagine that. Do you think Roger and I have half similarities? I just know the same tricks as him. Compared to this, let's keep fighting. After you've been dealt with, it's almost time for me to leave. Riffin's eyes flashed red, and his observation haki locked onto Shiki's body firmly, ready to slash him with his sword at any time. Just knew the same trick. Hehe, such an argument is not convincing, Riffin. Riffin, join me. If you join me, I can forgive you for killing William. With your strength and potential, join me and we can dominate the sky and the world. Shiki opened his hands and said boldly. After identifying Riffin as Roger's son, Shiki had a strong desire to solicit Riffin. This may also be affected by the unavailability of inviting Roger. Boring. Dark water. Riffin snorted coldly, not intending to continue the conversation with Shiki. Instead, he cast the power of dark fruit in the direction of Shiki. In an instant, a powerful attraction began to attract Shiki's body to float towards Riffin's direction. Shiki became angry. Using his devil fruit, Shiki controlled a large number of boulders in front of him and smashed them fiercely towards Riffin. In distress, Riffin could only disperse the dark water. And once again turned into lightning and rushed towards Shiki. All of a sudden, the energy of darkness and lightning began to be continuously beckoned towards Shiki by Riffin. Powerful physical skills, swords technique, and weird devil fruit abilities. You're really a monster, and you're still so young. It's a pity that a person like you will die in my hand. Shiki shook his head, and directly used his devil fruit to squeeze a nearby island like a toy into a giant lion head and bit Riffin. Hehe, since that's the case, why don't you let me kill you like this, Shiki? Riffin snorted coldly, and once again closed the distance between him and Shiki while avoiding the pounce of the lion's head. Just when Shiki was about to slash Riffin, Riffin's eyes froze, and he suddenly switched his fruit ability to flower fruit. A huge arm grew from the clod of soil suspended beside Shiki, and it quickly shot towards Shiki. Colossal arm fishman karate palm. What? The huge palm that suddenly appeared beside him made Shiki startled. Fortunately, his observation haki is amazing. Narrowly dodged the slap of the huge palm. However, Riffin's attack is far from over. Huge palms and legs began to grow out of thin air on the huge floating objects gathered by Shiki's. All of them blasted towards Shiki. Every move carries the power of fishman karate, adding the thunder that appears from time to time in the sky. For a moment, Shiki could only dodge and move among the suspended objects that he was going to use to deal with. Hehe, did you fall this low, Shiki? You're like a mosquito or a pest being driven away. Riffin crossed his hands in front of him, mocking Shiki's current performance. The next moment, when Shiki avoided a slapping palm again, Riffin saw the opportunity directly and summoned two extremely black hand-containing armament haki on Shiki's shoulders, and blasted at Shiki's head. Shiki's eyes were fixed, and without hesitation, he kicked out two flying swords and slashed at the two hands on his shoulders. It's just that when his long sword was about to hit these two arms, they suddenly turned into petals and disappeared. Disappeared. Shiki was dumbfounded. Hehe, I'm just teasing you a little bit, don't be so nervous. Riffin put down his hands, took out the demon sword again and looked at Shiki with a smile on his face. Having said that, Riffin would have smashed Shiki's head if given the chance. It's just that his observation haki can feel how fierce Shiki's slash is. If he forcibly used the two hands on Shiki's shoulders to catch it, as the deity, he might also get his arms injured. Unexpectedly, you can use other different abilities. I'm getting more and more curious about your body. Shiki controls his devil fruit to push the surrounding suspended objects to a greater distance. After Riffin's flower fruit's huge palm couldn't hook him, he said to Riffin with interest. Why, want to conduct research on me? Don't forget, William has already been killed by me. Shiki didn't speak after hearing this, but took a deep look at Riffin. After a while, as if he had figured something out and made some kind of decision, Shiki said. Riffin, although you can use different abilities, you use them too much. It should consume quite a lot of your physical energy. Now, how much time can you last? Join me, Riffin. Again, if you join me, I can forgive your previous behavior. If you are still stubborn, even if you are the son of Roger, I will kill you here. Chapter 171, Conqueror Clash. Facing Shiki's proposal, the corner of Riffin's mouth twitched. While using the Kilo Devil Fruit to suspend his body in mid-air. Suddenly, a large amount of dark energy condensed all over his body. It seems that you chose the wrong answer, what a pity. Shiki shook his head, and waved his right hand in the direction of Monsoon. The next moment, the floating object with the size of an island squeezed towards Riffin from all directions. Dark World. Riffin opened his hands, and a large amount of black mist spread out in an instant. Those floaters close to Riffin. After hitting Riffin's black mist, it immediately disappeared into the darkness as if hitting the entrance of a black hole. It's just a minute's work. All the suspended objects called by Shiki were sucked into the dark space by Riffin. It seems that this dark power is not only capable of restraining Devil Fruit users. There are other annoying ability. But after taking in so much island, can your appetite hold up? Shiki said with a grin. Hehe, my appetite is very good. Also, I'll return these things to you. Liberation. Riffin said, opening the dark fruit space again. As the dark energy spreads from his body to the sky, a dark space entrance and exit like a hill appeared in front of Shiki. Afterwards, the ruins that were originally swallowed by Riffin were thrown to Shiki. Humph, you should know that these are of no use to me. Shiki gave Riffin a mocking look. Directly used his own fruit ability to take over the ruins thrown back by Riffin again. However, what he didn't notice was, among the ruins, two figures that were not controlled by his ability had already stared at him. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and he used observation haki to look at Jun and his devil clone who came out of the dark space under the cover of the ruins. His body directly turned into lightning and rushed towards Shiki. Die! Shiki made a move with his left hand, and the huge water ball suspended not far behind him turned into a cannonball and met Riffin's lightning. Obviously, he wanted to use the power of the seawater in the water polo to limit Riffin's ability. Seeing this, Riffin call out a huge thunder pillar from the sky and smash it down on Shiki. Although Shiki's body was fast and avoided the thunder pillar's attack, he was still in a hurry. And the huge roar carried by the thunder pillar and the flash of thunder light. Let Shiki not notice that Riffin's devil clone has approached the huge water ball behind Shiki. Fishman Jujutsu low tide shoulder throw. The little devil's clone stretched his hands into the water polo, and a wonderful wave formed from his palm and quickly spread throughout the entire huge water polo with a diameter of several meters. Then, as the little devil's avatar lifted it over his shoulder, he threw the water polo like an over-the-shoulder throw. The water polo that was originally controlled by Shiki using his devil fruit turned into a javelin-like water column with a diameter of about 1 meter and slammed into the direction where Shiki himself was. What? The sudden movement surprised Shiki. And Riffin also stepped on the moonwalk and hurried to Shiki as if he had anticipated the current state of Shiki in advance. Once again, he slashed Shiki with a powerful slash. Divine Departure. A black-red electric glow shone on Riffin's blade, and the huge energy carried by the blade made Shiki's eyes widen. This may be the only chance for Riffin to expose a huge flaw in Shiki. Therefore, this time's Divine Departure, Riffin condensed the strongest power zone he could condense in a short period of time. Armament Haki of the Inner Destruction class, the domineering and violent conqueror's infusion. Even if it is Shiki, if he is hit by this attack, Riffin also believes that he will take as much damage as he did the last time he was hit with Gungnir. Damn! Shiki let out a cry in his heart. Facing Riffin's divine departure at such a close distance, Shiki knows that he cannot avoid it. Even if he is lucky enough to avoid Riffin's divine departure by chance, he will be sucked into it by the sea water that turns into shells behind him. At that time, as a devil fruit user, he might really have no way to resist. Don't think you win. Shiki made an instant decision in his mind. They saw him reaching up to his head with one hand and quickly pulling out the ore inserted into his head. With the other hand, he pulled out the famous sword that was originally stuck in his leg. In the next moment, a violent and domineering aura spread out from Shiki and quickly gathered on the famous sword in his hand. Boom! Shiki swung his sword, and the slash entwined with the black and red glow directly struck Riffin's divine departure from top to bottom. Since there is no way to avoid it, use the same strength to fight hard. That's the idea of Shiki. Boom! With a huge roar, the third generation Kaiditsu in Riffin's hand collided with the long sword in Shiki's hand. No, it's not so much that they collided, it's better to say that the two sharp blades stopped in the air at a distance of more than 10 centimeters apart. But even so, an extremely strong energy was constantly compressed between the two sharp blades and soon exploded. Between the black and red electric ons flashing, the powerful airflow of the explosion shot straight into the sky. The surrounding clouds, ruins, and the jet of water thrown by the little devil's avatar were completely reduced to pieces. Their weapon didn't touch. Jun, who still chose to hide in the dark, looked at Riffin and Shiki in a stalemate with great surprise. The aura erupted by the two of them is clearly capable of instantly destroying the surrounding things involved. However, the sharp blades in the hands of the two did not touch this point, which made Jun extremely surprised. Also surprised was Riffin. Conqueror's infusion. It seems that the ores on your head limit your performance. But after pulling that thing out, can you still live? Riffin tried his best to increase the strength of the sword in his hand, and said to Shiki with a grin. Humph, you don't need to worry about this matter, Riffin. At this moment, you should fall here before me. Shiki showed a demon-like smile, and with his free hand, he manipulated the floating boulder farther away, about to smash it like Riffin. However, before he had time to start his own actions, Riffin's little devil clone took the first step. The little devil spread its back wings in the air, and flew to the other side of Shiki brazenly and quickly. He swung the strongest punch he could swing at the moment. Shiki gritted his teeth, and the other hand immediately condensed armament haki to resist the fist of the devil clone. Boom! The fist of the devil clone hit the palm of Shiki's palm, and his body shook visibly. Apparently, receiving a blow from the devil's clone when fighting recklessly with Riffin also made him extremely uncomfortable. Chance! Jun's eyes lit up, her legs slammed into the air, and she rushed past Shiki on moonwalk. The sharp blade in her hand pointed directly at the heart of Shiki. Riffin's eyes flashed red, and he clearly sensed Jun's movements. With a thought in his mind, the veins in his hands that swung his sword suddenly popped up. And the devil's clone also focused all the energy on his fist. Ha ha ha! Riffin, I won't let you succeed. The black and red electric light on Shiki's body flashed, and the powerful conqueror's haki converged towards its sharp blade and fist. However, at this moment, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly arose in Shiki's heart. Instinctively, his body gathered armament haki towards his back. But even so, the armor formed by these armament haki couldn't protect Shiki's body. Swish! As a sharp pain rose from Shiki's heart, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, he looked down, and was shocked to find that a sharp blade had pierced his chest from behind. It's you! Shiki turned his head and looked at Jun ferociously. It's me. It's time for you to pay, Shiki. Jun's eyes were fixed, the sharp blade in her hand was turned upside down, and she lifted it up violently, as if he wanted to cut her blade from Shiki's shoulder. Asshole! I'll kill you! Shiki shouted angrily. It's a pity that his shouts could not help him reverse the situation after all. After all, Riffin's blade knocked Shiki's body into the air, and sliced across Shiki's abdomen. At the last moment before the devil's clone dissipated, its fist landed on Shiki's waist. And the famous sword Jinpira in Jun's hand also extended from Shiki's shoulder with a bloodstain. Shiki's pupils dilated, and he opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say the last words in his mouth, and lost consciousness. At the same time, the islands and ruins that were still floating around began to fall freely when Shiki lost his consciousness. Riffin frowned seeing Shiki dying state, after putting the third-generation Kaiditsu in his hand into his inventory. Immediately took out the healing ointment and bandages from the medical bag he carried with him, and performed a basic bandage on Shiki. It's not that Riffin wants to save Shiki, but that Shiki needs to die in the hands of Khalifa. And he succeed. Riffin, your strength, wait, where are you going? Jun was about to marvel at Riffin's strength, but saw that Riffin pushed Shiki into her hand. Immediately, he turned into a blue lightning and rushed towards one of the falling islands. Wait a minute, Ms. Jun. I still have some things to attend to. As Riffin's voice fell, Riffin had already entered a building on the floating sky island and disappeared from Jun's eyes. Jun looked at the place where Riffin disappeared, then at the dying Shiki, shook her head and stepped on moonwalk to keep up with Riffin's pace. After arriving at the falling laboratory, Riffin recovered from his thunderbolt state. Looking around, he noticed the members of CP9 inside the potion jars. His brows frowned slightly. Originally, he noticed the breath of Rob Lucci and thought that the members of CP9 might still be alive. But the truth is not what Riffin assumed. Rob Lucci is indeed still alive, but the others have lost their breath. Well, at least one of them is still alive. In this way, Khalifa can also feel a little relieved. Riffin shook his head, immediately smashed the potion jar containing Rob Lucci, and swallowed him with the ability of Munch Fruit. The quick death of Bluno, Keiku, and others. Let Riffin understand that William may have increased the power of the virus again this time. Even though Rob Lucci's system is special, he didn't die as quickly as others. But Riffin felt that if he was later, maybe Rob Lucci would not be as good as Keiku and others. With the experience of decomposing viruses several times, Riffin quickly separated the virus from Rob Lucci's body. Then he used the ability of Dark Fruit to drag the bodies of Bluno and others into the dark space of Dark Fruit. And put Rob Lucci's body on his shoulders. These people, judging by their clothes, seem to be members of CP9. Why did you collect their bodies and treat the guy on your shoulder just now? Jun arrived with Shiki's body and asked with some doubts. Chapter 172, Khalifa's Loyalty. Good women don't ask so many questions to men. Let's go, things here are over. It's almost time for us to go back. Also, I have to prepare a room for you to live in. Riffin smiled at Jun, carried Rob Lucci's fainted body, rushed out of the floating sky island, and made a free landing towards the height of 10,000 meters. Jun shook her head, took a deep look at Riffin's back, and then stepped up to follow. The Black Pearl, deck. Captain Riffin, you are back, is the matter over? Makita saw Riffin landed on the deck, and immediately came to meet him. At the same time, she was faintly wary of Jun, who didn't even seem to have much damage to her clothes. The same goes for the other crew like Robin, Nami, Chopper, and more. A few members have vaguely surrounded Jun tightly. You don't have to look at me so worried. Though Shiki is dead. But Naval Headquarters still has a lot of soldiers needing treatment. Marine still needs the power of Riffin, I will not default. Also, if I break the contract again now, Riffin will definitely do something very scary. Dr. Chopper, you can inject me with high-strength anesthesia right now. Jun smiled, and after throwing Shiki's body on the deck, she took the initiative to remove the sword from her waist and stuffed it into Riffin's arms. Riffin, help me keep my sword for a while. With your standing, you should return it to me when I leave. While Jun was smiling, her gaze flicked over Chopper, Nami, Robin, Makita and others. At the moment when several people surrounded her, Jun could clearly feel the powerful aura rising from them. That strange aura even made Jun feel that if they worked together, they might even defeat her. At the current stage, Riffin may not necessarily have no physical strength to fight. But Marine does need Riffin's strength, so Jun naturally does not intend to breach the contract. What Jun didn't know was that Makita and the others had discussed this long ago. Again, a suggestion from Robin. When Riffin and Jun return, they, the powerful fighters on the Black Pearl, will stand up and put pressure on Jun. Let Jun understand that she has no way to breach the contract. Chopper nodded slightly and stepped forward. The strong anesthetic that had been prepared was injected into Jun's body. This way everyone can rest assured. Jun raised her arm and said slightly tired. Seeing this situation, the crew on the Black Pearl breathed a sigh of relief. Jun, you probably have something to report to Senghoku. Here a denden mushi for you, contact Senghoku yourself. As for the infected wounded soldiers, you can ask him to arrange to bring them to the capital of Water 7. Don't blame me for not reminding you, I don't want to see an overly powerful marine appear in the capital of Water 7. This time, I'm not going to let what happened in Whiskey Peak happen again. By the way, I think Hina is good, you can ask Senghoku to let Hina come over. Riffin said to Jun with a smile on his face. Hina alone can't bear to see so many injuries. If you don't mind, I hope you will allow Marine Chief Staff Officer Tsuru to accompany Hina to the capital of Water 7. Sister Tsuru's strength has a considerable effect on suppressing the intensification of wounded soldiers. If she is not there, many sailors may not be able to persist. In your strength, and the strength of your crew. Don't tell me you're afraid of an old lady. The corner of Jun's mouth raised, and she said with a light smile. Is it Marine's Chief Staff Officer Tsuru? This seems to be a legendary marine. Forget it, since you said that her ability is effective in suppressing the exacerbation of the wounded soldier's condition. I have no reason to refuse. Let the Marine Chief Staff Officer Tsuru and Hina come over. Other than that, I don't want to see another Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Not to mention Marine Admiral. By the way, there's Garp and Toki Cake, I don't want to see either of them right now. Jun, you should understand what I mean. Hearing what Riffin said, Jun nodded slightly. I know that my life is now in your hands, so you don't worry that I will do something bad. After speaking, she took the Denden Mushi and walked aside to dial Senghoku's number. Makita and Robin looked at each other, and then Robin nodded to Makita, and walked over alone, intending to monitor Jun. After being injected with anesthesia that can even make an elephant sleep for days and nights, Robin felt that it was enough for her to look after the other party alone. Riffin, is Lucci okay? After everyone backed away, Khalifa finally had a chance to come forward, looked at Rob Lucci on Riffin's shoulder and asked worriedly. He's fine, the virus on his body has been cleaned up by me. This man is strong physically and mentally, and he will be fine. Riffin said while putting Rob Lucci on the deck. When Chopper saw it, he immediately stepped forward to help him heal. Soon, within a minute, Rob Lucci coughed and opened his eyes. Where is? Rob Lucci clutched his chest and wanted to stand up, but immediately fell back to the deck due to lack of physical strength. You are still very weak now, it is best not to act carelessly for the time being. Chopper patted Rob Lucci on the chest, and stepped back with the medicine box. Rob Lucci looked at Chopper suspiciously, and his eyes stopped when they passed Khalifa. Khalifa? Are you okay? Hearing this, Khalifa shook her head, then turned to look at Riffin. Captain Riffin, the others, are they all right? Having said that, Khalifa actually already has the answer in her heart at the moment. Now that Riffin didn't come back with Bluno ETL like he did with Lucci. For other people, I am afraid that there is more than good luck. Unfortunately, the others are hopeless. Riffin shook his head, raised his hand to open the space of dark fruit. Released several other CP9 agents from dark fruit's space. Losing the restraint of the potion jars, the zombies transformed from Bluno, Keiku and others appeared on the deck. Immediately, they wanted to attack the living creatures around them. Targets even included Khalifa and Rob Lucci. Riffin crossed his hands and used the flower fruit ability to grow arms on several people, directly freezing the zombies transformed by Bluno, Keiku and others in place. Keiku, Bluno, Fukura, Kumadori, Jabra. Khalifa stared wide-eyed, looking at Keiku and the others in disbelief, feeling desolate in her heart. These guys! Rob Lucci also clenched his fists, even though his face was calm. But seeing his former colleagues become like this, he still feels very uncomfortable. Sorry, Khalifa, I don't have the power to turn back time and space. The moment they become like this, their personality is gone. Even if they are alive, it may be just an insult to them. If you don't mind, I can stop their bodily functions as well. Riffin looked at Khalifa and said solemnly. No, please let me do it, Captain Riffin. I want to end their suffering myself. Khalifa shook her head, walked up to Keiku who was the first one. And a finger pistol pierced Keiku's forehead. When he was in Enies lobby, fighting with zombie soldiers made Khalifa understand that the weakness of zombies lies in the head. As long as the head is penetrated, the zombie will lose its bodily functions under normal circumstances. The facts are also as Khalifa thought, even if Keiku's system is strong, even if William added new things to Keiku and others' experimental cabin. But when the time is not enough, Keiku and the others are just ordinary zombies. After being pierced through the head, Keiku's body stopped moving in a convulsion. After stopping Keiku, Khalifa quickly stopped Bluno, Fukura and other CP9 agents. It seems that DHE is worried that the time will be delayed for too long, and she will have no way to do it. On the side, Rob Lucci looked at Khalifa with a complicated expression. He didn't mean to reprimand Khalifa. On the contrary, at this moment, he really wanted to replace Khalifa, so as not to worry Khalifa too much. After Khalifa finished all these, she came before Shiki. Looking at Shiki who was still breathing, Khalifa almost gritted her teeth. Shiki. Khalifa's voice was like a growling beast. She took a step forward and grabbed the famous sword that Shiki was still holding. Afterwards, one sword after another pierced through Shiki's chest. In the blink of an eye, the white nurse's uniform on Khalifa's body was dyed red. And Shiki also lost his life forever after he suddenly opened his eyes and saw Khalifa who killed him. As if because he couldn't believe that he was actually killed by Khalifa, even though the breath on his body had disappeared, he still opened his eyes wide. Okay, Khalifa, he's dead. Riffin pressed Khalifa's shoulder, shook her body, and said seriously. Riffin's words made Khalifa pause for a while. She looked at Shiki's dead body, then looked at Bluno and others who were still being supported by Riffin with flower fruit, and sobbed softly with her mouth pursed. Seeing this, Riffin asked Nojiko to take Khalifa to the cabin. Having read the original book, he knows Khalifa's character. For such a strong woman, instead of embracing her and making her cry, perhaps it would be more appropriate to give her a private space for her to digest what happened. Even if she want to cry, give her a space where she can cry with peace of mind. As for now, looking at Khalifa's low loyalty, Riffin feels that he is not yet able to be a shoulder that Khalifa can rely on at ease. Suddenly, Khalifa stopped and turned to look at Riffin. Thank you, Riffin. Riffin, you have completed Khalifa's advanced invitation task. Save her colleagues. Special bonus points are 500 points, and Khalifa's personal loyalty attribute is updated, currently 52 points. Riffin, you have completed Khalifa's advanced invitation task. Help Khalifa kill Shiki with her own hands. Special bonus points are 500 points, and Khalifa's personal loyalty attribute is updated, currently 65 points. Chapter 173, Combination of Float Fruit and Kilo Devil Fruit. 65 points of loyalty, the evaluation of close friends. This time, Khalifa's loyalty issue has been resolved to a certain extent. Riffin sighed and turned to look at Chopper. Chopper, Vivi, this guy Lucci will be left to you for the time being. Lucci, you can stay here in peace for now. I know you have many doubts in your heart, Vivi, and Chopper will answer for you. I'll deal with some of my affairs first, and we'll meet later. Makita, come with me, I have something to tell you. After leaving a few words, Riffin used the ability of flower fruit to take the corpses of Shiki, Bluno, and others all the way to the cabin. Makita nodded heavily, and hurriedly followed Riffin's footsteps. She knows that she may soon become a double devil fruit user. After coming to the warehouse, Riffin decisively began to deal with Shiki, Bluno and other devil fruit ability users. With the activation of dark fruit, Riffin soon had several devil fruits in his hands. Riffin, congratulations on getting the Paramecia float devil fruit. Riffin, congratulations on getting the Paramecia door fruit. Riffin, congratulations on getting Zoan's dog fruit, model, wolf. After Riffin took a look at his gains, he put the door fruit and dog fruit into his inventory. Just when he was about to give the float devil fruit to Makita, the reminder of the copy space rang again, and it also rang in the minds of all the reincarnated people. Panda Riffin, obtained to level devil fruit Paramecia float devil fruit, a special reward of 500 points. Remarks: float devil fruit can allow the user to free himself from gravity and fly freely in the sky. You can make other objects weightless and manipulate them by touching them with your arms. The ability to bear a huge amount of weight allows the user to easily make objects that are many times heavier than the user float. The number of objects that can float is related to the user's physique and the development level of devil fruit. Can control sea water, but it is very difficult to control sea water before awakening. After the float devil fruit is awakened, the difficulty of manipulating sea water is greatly reduced, and it is possible to easily manipulate subtle things such as snow. Even without touching with your hands, you can manipulate objects in the air. Moreover, it is possible to transform the shape of the controlled object, and to control the earth, sea, snow, and other objects more freely. Remarks: to level devil fruit is the most powerful and rare devil fruit. Every time a reincarnator gets a devil fruit, the copy space will give a certain reward. This devil fruit turned out to be a to-level devil fruit. This guy, Shiki, really surprised me. However, the ability to awaken the ability to control the sea water and change the shape of the controlled object is relatively easy. In this way, Shiki's Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling which manipulates the ground to form a lion's head, and Lion Majesty, Govern Place Earth Coiling which manipulates a snowstorm to form a snowstorm version of a lion's head, can be regarded as awakened abilities. It seems that we have to wait for a while to see Makita possessing such abilities. However, in the original book, the Straw Hat Pirates survived the awakening ability of Shiki, which is really worthy of the protagonist's treatment. But in this world, that guy Luffy hasn't been treated like a protagonist. When it comes to the treatment of the protagonist, Riffin naturally hopes that Nami, Robin, Chopper, Frankie and other partners will still have the luck of the protagonist. But Luffy, Riffin doesn't have that idea anymore. Anyway, that guy wasn't his partner. Makita, let me help you get your body ready first. Then you will eat this devil fruit. Riffin stuffed the float devil fruit into the excited Makita's arms, then raised his hand on Makita's tattoo of the pirates. Riffin, you use the double devil fruit power awakening scroll on Makita, start strengthen her. Riffin, your talent strengthen the crew, equal return has been activated, start to strengthen. Okay, Makita, now you can eat this powerful devil fruit. After Riffin confirmed that Makita was able to eat 2 devil fruits, he said to Makita with a smile on his face. Yes, Captain Riffin. Makita bit down on the devil fruit excitedly, and swallowed it into her stomach without hesitation. Riffin, your crew member vice captain and pastry chef Makita has taken float devil fruit, and her ability has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Makita. Age, 22 years old. Crew number, 01. Special position, Vice Captain, excellent. Position, Pastry Chef, excellent. Physique, 50,000. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Kilo Devil Fruit, Float Devil Fruit, 2. Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King Spear, Conqueror's Infusion, Divine Departure. Special Abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Bounty, 300 million berry. Props, Famous Sword Kagurashi, Wintry Wind. Tisk tisk, with a panel like this, I would believe Makita would become the 4 emperors in the future. Riffin glanced at Makita with admiration, and then opened the trading interface between reincarnators. Up to now, there are more than enough devil fruits in his hand. So he wants to try to hang a devil fruit in the store for sale to see if he can earn some points. It's your turn, elephant fruit. Riffin, are you sure to sell elephant devil fruit for 5,000 points? Yes. Your application has been approved, the elephant devil fruit has been automatically transferred to the Reincarnator trading commodity interface. Riffin confirmed it with a glance, and then opened the Reincarnator exchange group, intending to notify other reincarnators. Panda Riffin, do you want to obtain the unique wild power of elephants and improve your body's physical abilities? Do you want to obtain the biological characteristics of elephants? Come here. I have uploaded elephant devil form on the trading interface, and it's only 5,000 points. For everyone now, this should not be a big number. It's first come, first served, so please hurry up if you need it. Eagle Tina, Riffin, you have finally spoken. Leaving aside the elephant fruit, let's talk about the float devil fruit first. You actually got it, and it is still to level. Have you really killed Shiki? Green Pheasant Kashumi, another to devil fruit, if awakened, it seems to have the power to control nature. This kind of devil fruit seems to be more direct and terrifying than Munch Munch fruit. Kangaroo Helena, if it is sold, maybe 50,000 points or 100,000 points are not enough. Camel Hilai, the power to be able to fly is a bit enviable. Eagle Ethan, what a lucky bastard. However, it was only possible after relying on the strength of Marine. Panda Riffin, everyone is very curious, to be honest, Shiki was defeated by me. Of course, I have to admit that Marine did contribute some strength. Speaking of which, don't you plan to buy elephant fruit? This is a devil fruit that can directly give you powerful power. Camel Yuza, although Zoan devil fruit is very attractive to fighters like us, the elephant form is a bit less aesthetic. After seeing the introduction of the float devil fruit, it's probably difficult for anyone to pay attention to the elephant devil fruit. Panda Riffin, the image problem is trivial, but since everyone is not willing to buy it for the time being, it's okay. Anyway, everyone has time to think about it. Cole Lima Choi, float devil fruit is indeed surprising, but the death of Shiki is even more shocking. If the news of Riffin killing Shiki spreads, the 4 Emperor's pirates will also be shocked. Green Pheasant Koharu Momika, indeed, Big Mom on my side must be very shocked. But in this way, the advance team sent out to find Sir Riffin may not be able to threaten you, Sir Riffin. Elephant Acua, the premise is that Marine doesn't take the credit for it alone. Panda Lee, if Marine took the credit of Sir Riffin again, it would be too dishonest. Green Pheasant Ayani, isn't it possible for Riffin to become a Shishibukai? If that's the case, then he has the story of killing Shiki. After he becomes a Shishibukai, he can become the pirate will fear. Eagle Tina, after becoming a Shishibukai, he can rob at will without worrying about being caught. I'm really envious. Riffin is admiring the size and surprises of many reincarnated people in the communication group interface. Suddenly, a burst of hot air suddenly enveloped his face. He withdrew his gaze from the communication group and took a closer look, only to see that Makita's pink lips had come close to him. Before Riffin could react, a wonderful touch ripples around Riffin's mouth. Riffin and Makita opened their eyes together, and when they met each other, Makita's face immediately turned red like an apple. But even so, she did not choose to retreat. Makita only took a step back when she was about to be out of breath, and took a deep breath. That, Captain Riffin, thank you for helping me gain such a powerful force. Makita squeezed her hands beside her, lowered her head and said to Riffin in a low voice. Unlike Karina and other casual women, Makita's personality makes her shy when facing someone she likes. Therefore, even a simple touch between lips is enough to make her feel happy and shy. You are my first crew member, so I naturally will treat you well. Come on, I hope you can become a great pirate like Shiki one day. Riffin touched Makita's head with a smile on his face, took her hand and walked out of the cabin. Makita looked at Riffin's cheek, and at Riffin's hand holding her palm tightly, a warm feeling rose quietly from the bottom of her heart. Don't worry, Captain Riffin, I will definitely be your strongest second in command. Makita muttered. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and he raised his hand to wrap Makita's shoulders and hold her in his arms. Although Makita's voice was low, it was naturally heard clearly by Riffin who was right beside her. Marshal Senghoku, that's all there is to it. Other related situations, I will report to you later. As for Shiki, I will discuss with Riffin about letting him hand over Shiki to Marine. Tokicake is looking for me? Forget it, Riffin said that he doesn't want to see him now. I'm worried that his meeting with Riffin will take things to a bad side. Please don't worry. Riffin cares about the agreement, as long as I don't break the agreement, I believe he will not do anything out of the ordinary to me. Understood. I will do what I should do now. After the conversation between Jun and Senghoku ended, Jun raised her hand and hung up the call on the Den Mushi. She glanced at Robin, then turned around. She happened to see Riffin and Makita coming out of the cabin. The call is over, Jun. On Senghoku's side, is there anything you need to convey to me? Riffin patted Makita on the shoulder and told her to do her own thing. He came to Jun with a smile on his face and asked. Chapter 174, The Possibility of Batch-Making Strengthening Potions. Marshal Senghoku only hopes that you can treat those wounded soldiers as agreed. And once you defeat a Shishibukai and acquire the qualification to replace him/her, please return me safely. Jun put her chin in one hand and said with a smile on her face. This is natural. I think my reputation is quite good. The only problem is your marine side. Isn't it, Ms. Jun? Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Jun couldn't help being a little dumbfounded by these words. As Riffin said, the Marines indeed have a significant problem when it comes to credibility. Riffin, I don't understand, why did you ask Marine to bring the wounded soldiers to the capital of Water 7? Didn't you inject related medicine for Hina before? As long as you give us the formula of the potion, isn't it enough? Seeing that there is no way for Jun to gain an advantage in terms of reputation, she can only choose to change the subject. Of course, this is also where she is puzzled. You know, the number of infected people in Naval Headquarters is huge. Let so many people come to the capital of Water 7. Just 1 or 2 Marines can't carry everyone. Not to mention, there must be many normal soldiers among those who come. To transport all the infected people, perhaps 5 warships are necessary. With so many warships coming, there should be risks for Riffin. After all, if Marine has the heart, they can hide people on the warship. Could it be that this man is so confident in his observation haki? Can his observation haki can sense the aura of the strong on board? Jun thought to herself. Of course I have my plan. Besides, if I give you the formula of the antidote, you will rely on this formula to crack the virus. At that time, maybe your Marine or the world government will research new zombie viruses in the future. I don't want zombies to appear in this world in the future. Riffin shrugged and said. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. More importantly, Riffin wants to take this opportunity to accumulate more zombie viruses. In order to manufacture the G-virus strengthening agent. More zombie viruses may allow him to find a way to make batches of G-virus strengthening potions. In this way, he may be able to make a fortune by relying on medicine like an umbrella company. He believed that whether it is selling the G-virus strengthening potion to the Revolutionary Army or selling it to pirates, they will all be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Of course, for such an epic-making product, it's not easy, and Riffin will not make it public. So that's why. So, you really killed William on purpose. When Jun heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Don't talk nonsense, William was just involved. I never said that I killed him on purpose. Riffin also had a little smile on his face. Jun smiled, and passed the topic tacitly. Regarding William, neither Jun nor Senghoku want him alive. The only one who wants him alive is the 5 elders of the world government. Of course, there is another problem. Those infected people in your marine have been infected for a long time. Who knows what is going on with their bodies now? Maybe the antidote I researched won't work. If they come directly to my side, we will have a better chance of curing them. Riffin looked serious when he said this. So that's the case, then I really have to thank you first on behalf of them, Riffin. Jun said solemnly. She believed what Riffin said. After all, Rob Lucci is one of the best proofs. Although she don't know what method Riffin used. But Riffin does have some kind of power that can directly kick the virus out of other people's body. This reminded Jun of Kuma. Thinking of Riffin's ability to cast darkness, thunder, and Robin ability, Jun felt that Riffin could use the power of Kuma again, and she could accept it. Riffin, your ability, is it really the power called Copy Devil Fruit? Jun approached Riffin, bending slightly. With a charming smile, a pair of eyes stared straight at Riffin's eyes. Hehe, you Marines can guess for yourself. I have no intention of telling you Marine about my abilities. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, looking at Jun's charming face close at hand. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Nojiko, come here. As soon as he thought of it, Riffin immediately turned his head to look at Nojiko, who was not far away. Captain Riffin, what's the matter? Nojiko walked up to Riffin, looked at Riffin curiously, and then at Jun curiously. Jun, let me borrow your face. Riffin said, and without waiting for Jun's reaction, he directly took Nojiko's right hand and patted Jun's face. Hey! Jun tilted her head in doubt, her bright eyes were full of puzzlement. Especially when Riffin was about to pull Nojiko away directly. Wait, Riffin. Is there anything else, Ms. Jun? I'm in a hurry right now. About that Ms. Khalifa, she should be from CP9. Why, what do you think of her? Although I don't know what method you used to get her to call you the captain, but everyone in CP9 has the secrets of the world government, and the world government will not allow you to keep her by your side. Hehe, I don't care about that, Khalifa is already my appointed secretary, so my answer is no. Riffin waved his hand, pulled Nojiko, and disappeared at the entrance of the cabin. This forced Jun to swallow what she originally wanted say to persuade Riffin. After seeing the communication between Rob Lucci and Khalifa, Jun understood Khalifa's identity problem. Of course, she also reported this matter to Senghoku. And this matter, Senghoku will definitely report to the higher up. Jun can foresee that the world government may soon make certain demands on Riffin regarding Khalifa. But looking at Riffin's reaction, Jun understands that Riffin will definitely not let Khalifa go. Your captain really has a soft spot for beautiful women. If I encounter something similar to Khalifa, will your captain also find the right opportunity to make me become a member of the Black Pearl Pirates? Jun shook her head, and looked at Robin, who was in charge of monitoring her actions. Hehe, Ms. Jun is a very thoughtful person. Even if you encounter similar things, it should be just your plan. The corners of Robin's mouth were slightly raised, and her eyes were full of vigilance towards Jun. Well, it seems that Alabasta's acting has made you all have a deep sense of vigilance towards me. Jun shrugged, and the image of Nojiko touching her face with her right hand appeared again in her mind. Right hand. Face? MR2. At this moment, Jun thought of the previous speculation about Riffin's request for a senior agent of the Bar Crocodile Work Agency. That man Riffin, if he really has the ability to copy Devil Fruit, maybe he can replicate MR2's abilities. Last time in Alabasta, the Leon he played may have used this ability. However, that Nojiko used her right hand just now. Could it be that this woman has obtained the Devil Fruit power of Mr. 2? Could it be that Riffin didn't copy Mr. 2's ability? But after Nojiko obtained the ability of Mr. 2, he used the power of copying to copy Nojiko's transformation ability. If this is the case, did Nojiko get her devil fruit after Mr. 2 died by luck? Or Riffin used some special method to force Mr. 2's devil fruit to stay? Thinking of this point that is enough to subvert people's cognition, Jun's brows involuntarily frowned. No, it is impossible to have such ability. Riffin's ability to transform should have copied his ability before killing Mr. 2. If Nojiko can really transform, maybe after Mr. 2 died, the clone devil fruit happened to be found by the Black Pearl pirates. Just when Jun was thinking this way, a strange idea suddenly flashed in her mind. She narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her brows and looked towards the direction of the cabin. After a while, she looked at Robin beside her with a smile on her face. "Miss Robin, can I ask you a question?" "Miss Jun, please ask, but I may not answer you." "I want to ask, can Miss Nojiko use the ability of MR2? "Well, who knows?" The corner of Robin's mouth raised, her face remained unchanged, and she waved her hand and said. Having said that, the smile in Robin's heart was once again a little more. "Well, if I assume that Miss Nojiko has the power of clone fruit. Then she touched my face with her right hand earlier, so she should already have the ability to change into my appearance." At this time, Riffin said that there is something very urgent. And even pulled Nojiko into the cabin together. At this time, what will Riffin and Miss Nojiko do? Jun said with a light smile. "What you say is just your guesswork, Miss Jun." "Then, can I meet Riffin and Nojiko now?" "Unfortunately, I don't think it's convenient for you to go there now." Robin shook her head and put her hand on Jun's shoulder. Although she really wanted to see Jun see Nojiko using her body to dance on Riffin. But Jun is a member of the enemy side after all, not a partner. Even if Robin has a dark belly. But before Riffin really planned to expose Nojiko's clone fruit to others. It is also impossible for Robin to take Jun to confirm whether Nojiko has the power of clone fruit. Even though, the various performances of Riffin and Nojiko have faintly revealed that Nojiko does possess such power. Yes, that's a pity. Jun shook her head and sighed softly. Meanwhile, inside Robin's library. "Captain Riffin, does this look good?" Nojiko leaned with Jun's body, and said to Riffin with a charming smile. Because Jun is too tall. The clothes Nojiko was wearing did not match Jun's height seriously. Therefore, before Nojiko used clone fruit, she had already taken off her original clothes. Of course it's good looking. Should I say it's as good as Admiral's height? It's really tall enough. Riffin sat on the stool, resting his chin with one hand, and looked at Nojiko with great interest. Admiral's height. Nojiko blinked, and came behind Riffin with a puzzled look. A pair of slender white arms wrapped around Riffin's neck. And put the front of the body on Riffin's back skin. In an instant, a very gentle feeling rippled in the place where the two touched. "Hehe, that's about 3 meters tall. Nojiko, don't you think it's very interesting?" Marine's admirals, including Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, are all about 3 meters tall. And this Marine Admiral candidate, Miss Jun, is also about 4.6 in height. Sometimes I think about whether Marine chooses Marine Admiral, should the height meet a certain standard first. Riffin raised his head and sniffed the smell on Nojiko's face. Let Nojiko's arm slide all the way down from his neck. "Captain Riffin, your thinking about the Navy Admirals is really novel. However, seeing the world from a 3-meter high body does have a different perspective. I always feel that looking at Captain Riffin now is like seeing a child." Nojiko moved her slender hands to Riffin's lower body, exhaled like a succubus and whispered in Riffin's ear. "Nojiko, you seem to enjoy it." Riffin exhaled and looked at Nojiko's face with interest. "Hehe, since Captain Riffin made me look like someone else, then I naturally have to experience a different flavor. This time, let me experience what it's like to be a big sister." Nojiko laughed up, and walked to Riffin. The 3-meter height immediately gave Riffin a sense of oppression. On the other side, the holy land of Mariejois. Meeting room. Tsuru, who had just finished chairing the Shishibukai meeting room, pushed open the door of the meeting room. Seeing Senghoku, who had been waiting inside for a long time, she randomly found a place to do sit. "Senghoku, tell me, is there something you want me to do when you come here so eagerly?" Tsuru saw the seriousness on Senghoku's face, so she chose to ask directly. "Tsuru, Shiki has fallen." Senghoku cut straight to the point and said that left Tsuru dumbfounded. Chapter 175, the potential to become the Emperor of the Sea. Senghoku, is what you said true? Tsuru frowned, and confirmed to Senghoku seriously. You know me, I won't use this to make fake news. However, with the power of Jun and Toki Cake, even if they can help Enies lobby in time, they shouldn't be able to defeat Shiki so easily. Could it be that there are others involved? That's right. That man Riffin appeared in Enies lobby, and he and Jun defeated Shiki together. With that, Senghoku told what Jun had said about what she saw defeating Shiki. And how Khalifa killed Shiki in public. Riffin hui, there really is him everywhere. However, can that man still use the power of flower fruit? Sure enough, our previous guess was correct. Maybe Riffin didn't eat 2 devil fruits. It's that he himself possesses the ability to copy other people's devil fruit. This is troublesome. Riffin's haki is already rare in the world. As for his ability, darkness can restore the body's injuries, and can make other people's abilities unable to be used. And the power of thunder is also a kind of ability with superpower. In addition to these 2 abilities and Riffin's own taijutsu and haki, if he can use other abilities, then our risk assessment for him will have to be adjusted again. Senghoku, we need to be careful with Riffin and his group, this one has the potential to become the Emperor of the Sea. Senghoku nodded, he know this. I know. There's enough trouble in this sea these days. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was arrested, and he was Roger's son. I've spoken to the 5 elders before. The 5 elders already have the idea of a public execution of Ace. This also means that Marine may usher in an all-out war with the Whitebeard Pirates. Both the Marine and the world government need to win this war to restore the damage Shiki has given to us. Similarly, we also need to use this to suppress the arrogance of the pirates in the sea. Before this, if Shiki is still alive, he will become an important variable and threat in our war against the Whitebeard Pirates. Therefore, it is necessary to get rid of Shiki as soon as possible. And if Shiki is defeated and dies, when we really have a war with the Whitebeard Pirates, it can also increase the deterrence of the Marine side and weaken the momentum of the Whitebeard Pirates. Senghoku said. So, you made Riffin a Shishibukai and teamed up with Jun to deal with Shiki. And in the war between Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates, we can also force him to fight for Marine. Right, Senghoku? Tsuru frowned, and after thinking for a while, continued to look at Senghoku and asked. So, what about the conditions? Let that Riffin team up with Jun, you should have set some kind of conditions. Based on that guy's attitude towards Marine at this stage, if it's just a blank check, he probably won't believe what you say and act. Besides, since Marine needs Ace, it will be a foregone conclusion that Blackbeard Teach will become Shishibukai. Shouldn't you have Riffin defeat or kill a Shishibukai and make him a Shishibukai instead? Hearing this, Senghoku first sighed, then nodded. As expected of Tsuru, you can always get to the point quickly. Though a Shishibukai defeat might diminish the Shishibukai deterrence. But if the person who defeated Shishibukai was the one who participated in the defeat of Shiki, then people may understand. And if such a person becomes a Shishibukai, the deterrent force of the entire Shishibukai will become stronger. As for the conditions, sorry, Tsuru, Riffin said before Marine and world government officially announced to the world that he is Shishibukai. Jun needs to stay on board the Black Pearl as a hostage to act with him. Having said that, Senghoku gave Tsuru a worried look. Sure enough, after hearing what Senghoku said, the veins on Tsuru's forehead burst out. Tsuru, don't worry. Riffin and Jun made a promise not to do anything outrageous to her. In addition, I also arranged for you and Hina to lead the infected people from Naval headquarters to the capital of Water 7 to seek Riffin's treatment. In that city, you can see Jun. Senghoku said with some guilt. Even as the Marshal of Marine, he would be afraid that Tsuru, the big sister of the same period, would get angry. Is it a promise? If it's a promise, that Riffin should abide by it. Senghoku, since I want to take the infected to the capital of Water 7, then I'll go now. I will leave it to you to deal with the closing of the Shishibukai meeting. Although there is an agreement to guarantee, there is still some anxiety in Tsuru's heart and she can't help but worry about Jun. After all, when Senghoku broke the agreement with Riffin twice before, Riffin clearly said that he would take revenge on Marine. Even the incident with Hina proves that Riffin has the integrity to keep his word. But she is still worried that Riffin will seek revenge on the Marines through Jun. After saying a few words to Senghoku, she got up and opened the door of the conference room to go back to Naval headquarters. Seeing this, Senghoku could only follow Tsuru. Tsuru, is Senghoku in there? At this time, just as the door of the conference room was about to close again, an extremely anxious voice reached Senghoku's ears. Spandine, Senghoku is inside, go talk to him yourself. With the voice of Tsuru, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. The next moment, Spandine's extremely anxious face appeared in front of Senghoku. Senghoku. Spandine came to Senghoku's desk and clapped his hands on the table. Spandine, what's the matter? Senghoku, you know what I want, where is my son Spandam, is he okay? Unfortunately, our people did not find Spandam at the Enies lobby. Damn it! Spandam is the highest officer of the Enies lobby, did you Marine look for him? Spandine, we did go to support Enies lobby, but you also know the distance between naval headquarters and Enies lobby, and the opponent is Shiki, so it's not surprising that anything happened to Enies lobby. Senghoku, do you mean it's not surprising that my son died there? Facing Spandine's angry eyes, this time Senghoku didn't answer and quietly looking at Spandine. In Jun's report, she has revealed that the Shiki just captured the powerful Enies lobby soldiers to go to his base. And the power of Spandam, Senghoku also understands. Even if he is the highest officer of Enies lobby, Shiki will not arrest him for experimentation. It is very possible that Spandam has died under the large-scale attack of Shiki. Senghoku never imagined that Riffin had already handed Spandam over to Frankie. Damn it, I don't care what method you Marine use. You must find my son. Those CP9, and those CP9 agents, with their protection, how could something happen to my son? Spandine banged on the table angrily. Obviously did not believe that his son would die in this Enies lobby incident. Those CP9 agents of your son have basically died. It was Rob Lucci who was rescued by Riffin. Senghoku said calmly. At the same time, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Regarding Khalifa calling Riffin the captain, he himself needs to report it to 5 elders. But enough is enough for Marine right now. If possible, he doesn't want to meddle in the affairs between Khalifa and Riffin. Now that Spandine has come to him. Of course he didn't mind leaving the matter to Spandine. Riffin? That guy also appeared in this incident. Why would he save Rob Lucci? If he saved Rob Lucci, he must be able to save Spandam. Senghoku, you Marine should have made some sort of deal with Riffin, right? Spandine looked at Senghoku expectantly and asked. Unfortunately, we do not have an agreement with Riffin in this regard. But I guess Riffin will save Rob Lucci. It's related to the female agent Khalifa in CP9. Riffin seems to have Khalifa as a partner somehow. Maybe, Riffin will rescue Rob Lucci because of Khalifa's request. That man, Riffin, seems to have a soft spot for inviting beautiful girls on board as his crew. Senghoku put his chin on the back of his hands and spoke to Spandine. What? That woman Khalifa is going to turn her back on the world government and become a crew member of a pirate? Damn, such a thing is absolutely not allowed. And my son, since that woman can ask Riffin to rescue Rob Lucci, why can't she also ask Riffin to rescue my son? Spandine growled angrily. I have nothing to tell you about this matter. Spandine, my business here is over. If you want to know more about Riffin, you can go to 5 elders directly. Since that Khalifa is your son's former subordinate, then it should be okay for her to be handled by you. Senghoku got up and passed by Spandine's side, and patted his shoulder meaningfully. Then, he left the office and walked into the distance. Spandine clenched his fists angrily, after thinking for a while. He immediately rushed over to where the 5 elders were. On the other side, the Black Pearl consulting room. Are you okay, Lucci? Khalifa pushed open the door of the consulting room and walked in. I'm still a little frail, but he's a pretty good doctor. Rob Lucci glanced at Chopper, then turned back to Khalifa. Khalifa, you became Riffin's crew because of me, right? During his treatment, Rob Lucci thought a lot. With the impact of this incident, he also have plans for the future. Of course, there are also reasons why Khalifa called Riffin the captain. Not entirely. After Khalifa found a chair and sat down, she hugged her knees and continued. That man saved me, and I had no other choice at the time. Saving you and killing Shiki is what I asked him to do after joining this pirate group. If I hadn't asked that man as his companion, he probably wouldn't have returned with you and Bluno's corpses. Hearing this, Rob Lucci was silent for a while. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about you, Lucci. After this, do you have any plans? Khalifa took a deep breath, looking seriously at the last CP9 colleague in front of her. I don't know. Since that Spondam guy is dead, and we are still alive, his father Spandine will never let us go. We might become a wanted person by the world government. Rob Lucci shook his head and said. In that case, why don't you join the Black Pearl Pirates too? I can go and apply to Riffin for you. Khalifa took over the conversation and extended an invitation to Lucci. However, Rob Lucci directly refused without thinking. Khalifa, I have no intention of becoming a pirate right now. I just thought about it. If possible, I intend to take Bluno and their corpses back to the place where we used to grow together. After I get there, I will think carefully about what to do next. Khalifa, are you really ready to become a pirate? Rob Lucci looked deeply at Khalifa. If possible, he wanted to take Khalifa with him. But he also knew that it was impossible for Riffin to let Khalifa leave like this. With his strength, there is no possibility of taking Khalifa away safely. Just the ship Dr. Chopper in the consulting room, his strength is a mountain in front of Rob Lucci. You don't have to worry about me, Lucci. That Riffin treats his partners pretty well. Khalifa paused, and continued. As for your plan to leave, I will ask Riffin to let you take Bluno and the others away safely. Just do what you think. After Khalifa finished speaking, she got up and left the consultation room, intending to find Riffin. Rob Lucci opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Chopper came over with a new medicine. Come on, I'll change the latest medicine for you. Where is Captain Riffin, you ask? On the deck. Robin, who was guarding Jun, looked at Khalifa, who looked slightly sad. Well, I didn't find him in the captain's cabin or the bathroom. I thought, as his partner, you should know his position. Khalifa nodded and said. Isn't it in the captain's cabin and bathroom? In that case, maybe you can go to my library and find him there. He should be together with Nojiko. Robin raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile on her face. Especially the emphasis on the word together.